Welcome. What's up? Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. What's going on? We're live. What's up? Yo, Dave, where you at, bro? Dave. Dave, I need you to call me, man. What's going on, Dave? Shout out to everybody in the chat. I hope everybody's having a good New Year so far, or before New Year. It's about to be. And my phone's going off. You hear that shit? Turn that echo off. What's going on though? It's been an eventful day for me. I did some research on Dave, the number that I got, and I found him. I'll say this: I found Dave on Facebook. I'll tell you that I found Dave on Facebook. I did find Dave on Facebook. Now, the only thing that I can't confirm is, we pulled up. Me and Detective John were doing some digging on Dave, and the only thing that we could find was his friggin' Facebook. What's going on? The only thing that we could find was Dave's Facebook. Dave is a 42-year-old male. I'll tell you this right now. Dave is a 42-year-old male who is not Bryan, allegedly, right? So far that I know, in case he completely cloned this dude, when we ran the number, it comes back as Dave. What's going on, Adam, Christina, Shay? What's going on? Michelle? I see Michelle, Blues, Heather, Laughing Stock, Esther. What's going on? Everybody in the building. OTC, Amber, and Dean. What's up, Dean? Long time no see. Maybe you've been in here and I've been missing you in there, bro. Amy, what's up? Deep Dive Tribe Vibe. What's going on? Aaron, what's up? Bex, what's up? John Doe, what's up? Stephen A, Joe, Dawn, Miss Potty Mouth. I laugh every time I see that name. I don't know why, but yeah, in general though, like I want to tell you, I've done some digging on this Dave character, and Dave is just who the fuck is Dave? You know what I'm saying? Like, who's Dave? I want to know who Dave is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I dug into this Dave. I can't get Dave to pick up the phone. I've called him. I texted him. I hit him up multiple times. I left him a voicemail. I've done everything that I could to possibly get this Dave on the phone, and Dave will not answer the phone whatsoever. I turned the phone number over to FBI. I've turned the call over to the FBI. I'm sure all of you, that heard the phone call turned it over to the FBI. But now it's time for us to dig into who Bryan Kohberger is. I want to know who Bryan Kohberger is. That's the subject. That's what I want to get on. I see a lot of people spreading false, saying that I've talked to the killer when I haven't talked to the killer. That I know of. Could I have possibly? Maybe. But do I know that I have? No, absolutely not. So people can stop spreading the rumors and saying that I've talked to Bryan when I have. I don't know if I talked to Bryan. I can't say that. That's all alleged, speculating by other people. And I respect your opinions, whether you believe I did or didn't. But to me, it's not confirmed for me. Even with that friend, I reached out to the friend of Bryan Kohberger. I never got a response back. So, I mean, I've reached out to her and said, hey, I'm the person that you posted, his thing. You said that's his voice, right? Well, I never got a response back, but I did go through last night. If you play that live, I spent like an hour searching for that phone number, and I got to that phone number. And, oh, yeah, I called that phone number, and the voicemail, it said Dave. Right? It said his first and last name. If you listen to the live, it said his first and last name, and that is that. So we got to that. We covered that. I did I did my due diligence on that. I did what I had to do, and that's something that anybody doing or sleuthing in general should go and do, right? So I'm just saying in general, that's why I went and did that, because I don't want people going around saying, "Oh, T-REV talked to the killer," if I didn't talk to the killer. So, like I said, I haven't had this guy answer the phone. He hasn't answered any text messages. So, we'll leave it at that. So we're going to move on from that. And hopefully he calls in when I open the lines, because I want to check this podcast out by Nancy Grace. Y'all know that's my wife. You know what I mean? I'm just playing. I'm just joking. Now, we got to check out Nancy Grace. Shout out to everybody in the chat, though. You did right. Much respect for that. What up, Tim Glover? Shout out to Tim Glover, man. Long time no see, brother. Brookie, what's up? She said you did the right thing. That's why you're respected. Thank you, BBN. Dave shouldn't have been doxxed. Not cool. Well, Dave needs to come forward, because we're out there. People are out there posting that me and Dave, or that I talked to Bryan Kohberger. So, I mean, Dave can come forward. So it is what it is. It's not doxed if it's public information. So it's actually public information. I called him on here and people dug into who he was. So, I mean, if that's doxed, it's doxed. It's whatever. At least I went on live, and the same way that he called me on live, I called him back on live. So it is what it is. But anyways, let's check this out. I want to see what Nancy had to say. I got to see what she's got to say. Let's check it out.
New on Curiosity Stream, we've conquered orbit, landed on the moon. Now NASA's after the secrets of our planetary partners.
This mission is looking for the origins of the planets.
See what surprises they found on the Lucy mission, Origins of the Solar System. Plus, it's bull shark versus African crocodile in an attempt to fill.
I got to hear about the African crocodile.
Hold on to help Fry.
Last night.
Visit Curiosity's
Cast Zone 7. We're going to be talking to family members, detectives, prosecutors, and nationally recognized experts that are in my Zone 7. The group of professionals that I've called on to help me work hundreds of cases you've heard of and thousands you haven't. We are going to solve these cases on air together. Listen to Zone 7 on the iHeartRadio app, the Apple Podcast app,
Why am I listening
or wherever
to
you
this?
listen to your favorite podcast.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Breaking news now, an arrest has been made in the case of 4 beautiful Idaho University students massacred, we believe, in their own beds asleep. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Fox Nation and Sirius XM 111. First of all, take a listen to Chief James Fry.
Last night, in conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old Bryan Christopher Kohberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for murder of Ethan, Zana.
Exactly. We got to hear this.
Madison.
I'm sorry. I love
and Kaylee. I want to personally thank these agencies for their assistance in this case. Kohberger resides in Pullman, Washington, and is a graduate student at Washington State University.
Since that incredible 3 a.m.-ish arrest, we've learned a lot about Bryan Christopher Kohberger. With me an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now. But first, straight out to Laura Engel, senior correspondent, Fox News. Laura, thank you for being with us. What can you tell us about how the arrest went down? Who, what, why, when, where?
Hi, Nancy. Well, we're actually currently positioned outside the Monroe County Correctional Facility. This is a jail here in Pennsylvania where the suspect is being held until he makes his extradition court appearance on Tuesday. He was here. There are reports that he drove from Washington State to Pennsylvania sometime within the Christmas holiday. We don't know that for sure, but that are some of the reports that we're starting to hear today. But early Friday morning, like you said, around 3 a.m., Pennsylvania State Police arrived at a home here in Monroe County serving a search warrant. And we believe it was the home of his parents. And you've seen the photos by now, the aerials. It's a very large home and sprawling.
All right. So in the comments, I want to know what you guys think about. Well, when I open up the lines, I do want to hear. Like when I open up the lines, I want to hear what you guys think about Bryan Kohberger. And I think we're going to do between 5 and 7 minutes per call, probably 5. Maybe I'll take a poll while this podcast is playing on how long the call should be. But I want to discuss with you guys about Bryan Kohberger. I want to see what you guys think, thoughts on that, etc. Like, I mean, what are your thoughts on Bryan Kohberger?
Area, rural mountainous roads in the Pocono Mountains. They showed up 3 a.m., took him into custody. There's word that they did say that they got a white Elantra. We're not clear if it was in the driveway, but it was somewhere in Monroe County, and it is now in police custody. And of course, we talked about how that's going to be a treasure trove of information within that car. One thing that we are just learning today, people are now starting to kind of come out of the woodwork. People that knew him, people that took classes with him. He went to school in Washington State, just about 9 miles away from the murder scene. And the New York Post is now reporting that he attended a criminal justice class after the November 13th homicides. And they talked about this case. This is what B.K. Norton told the New York Post, that he went to class and they all sat around talking about it. They say that he was quiet and deadpan, and that they were discussing just how the murders had taken place, how crazy it was. They had no information, and that they were all hoping they were safe. He's telling the New York Post today, little did we know the murderer was among us. That's a quote from the Post there. So right now he is in this jail. It holds about 400 inmates, maximum and minimum security. We've reached out to
his little in a minimum security. Put this psycho, man, send this psycho over to Idaho. He's actually, I'd leave him lay there for about 30 days. Them jails in the Poconos and from there all the way up to the East End and Northampton County, they're like 1,800 jails with mice running around and them motherfuckers. Let him rot in that bitch for a little bit. He needs to rot in that little fucking, I'm telling you, he needs to rot in that little county for a minute.
The parents who do live here, for comment, we have not been able to get through to them. While he did have that apartment in Washington State, he is registered to vote here. This is technically the address that he has is here in Pennsylvania. So we're digging around more to find out, or to talk to people who knew him, who went to school with him. And police said in that press conference Friday night.
Well, Marlena, hold on. I got to pause the podcast when I see something interesting like that, because I heard different from the police chief that the Elantra was in Pennsylvania. He answered that specifically and directly on News Nation. And, I've been watching all this shit. I literally watched almost everything that you could possibly watch on this dude. It's been posted in Discord, etc. And in our private member Discord. I've seen it all. And I've, looked through videos myself. So the police chief Fry said the Elantra was found in Pennsylvania.
They want to know, if you know this guy, if you know Bryan, please come forward. We want to talk to you about what he was talking about around the times of the murder, how he was acting, where he was going. They say this is a whole new chapter. They still have a lot of information they're trying to get. Now we've got that name in the face. They hope more people will come forward.
Laura Ingle, I saw that quote by a fellow student, B.K. Norton, and I noticed, Laura Ingle, that the student also said this guy had always been pretty taciturn, pretty quiet, but that the defendant, was more animated following the murders, and that whenever they would have a class discussion, remember this is, less than 12 miles away from the murders. He's at Washington State University getting his PhD in criminology, that whenever that would be brought up, the murders would be brought up, he would go completely quiet and, quote, deadpan, would never interject anything he thought about the murders at all. Complete radio silence whenever that was brought up. Did you see that, Laura Ingle?
I did see that, and I thought it was really interesting. And the idea of him being animated after the murders, being the main suspect in this case, thinking about, did he think he got away with something? Did he think that he was going to get away with it? And then possibly sitting back in that criminal justice class and just kind of, everybody that has talked about knowing him say that he always felt like he wanted to be kind of the smartest guy in the room. He always wanted to over-explain things that he knew about, wanting to make sure that everybody knew what his level of intelligence was. So, you can only imagine that he's sitting back in that class, maybe arms crossed, maybe just like taking it all in, seeing what people are saying about the murders as he's kind of digesting what the perception was. Yeah,
he is by no means an idiot, because, I was looking online to Cheryl McCollum, founder, director of the Cold Case Research Institute at coldcasecrimes.org. Yes. We know that he got an associate's degree, a 2-year degree at a local community college in Pennsylvania. Then he goes on to DeSales University, also in Pennsylvania, and he gets his BA, or was it a BS, in criminology. He was on the dean's list. Then he gets his master's degree in criminal justice, also at DeSales. Then he gets his master's degree at WSU, Washington State University. 9 miles from the murder scene, then starts his doctorate, and he actually was a teaching assistant. And which is very common when you're getting your PhD, they'll throw a little money, the school will throw a little money at you, or you might get a scholarship or stipend if you're a teaching assistant. Teach classes, help other students. I can't wait to hear what the students have to say that studied under him, Cheryl McCollum. So this guy is no idiot at all.
Oh, he's not an idiot, Nancy, but again, he's not experienced in the ways that matter as far as forensics and leaving things at a crime scene goes. The students are going to have unbelievable testimony about things that he said, things that he was interested in.
I'm sorry, but me and Detective John were checking out and digging up information to find out who this David guy was Dave that called. We were talking about that, and if you go back and listen to the first time or the second time, because one of you guys asked Detective John to literally profile the dude, and he literally hit the nail on the head with the way that he profiled this guy.
And I'm telling you, there will be a plethora of information in that house. Can you imagine from getting his, associate's degree to working on a PhD, how much writing he did? It's going to be there.
Gosh, yes.
I'm Cheryl McCollum, host of the brand new cold case podcast, Zone 7. We're going to be talking to family members, detectives, prosecutors, and nationally recognized experts that are in my Zone 7, the group of professionals that I've called on to help me work hundreds of cases you've heard of and thousands you haven't. We are going to solve these cases on air together. Listen to Zone 7 on the iHeartRadio app, the Apple Podcast app, or wherever you listen to your favorite podcast.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace.
I got to throw this to Karen Stark. With me is high-profile psychologist joining us out of Manhattan, Karen Stark at KarenStark.com. That's Karen with a C. Karen, listen to this. I don't know if you were with us watching last night. We did a full hour at 10 p.m. last night on Fox about this case.
Yes, I saw it.
Karen, I know you heard us talking about this. As part of his criminology degree, Karen Stark, he actually sent out, reportedly, it is attributed to him on Reddit and other places, a questionnaire to violent offenders. Think murderers, rapists, child molesters, asking questions like, I made a huge long list last night.
Oh, I seen it, Regina.
What was your first move in achieving your goal? What was your thought process when you left the scene? How did you leave the scene? Did you know the victim? How did you approach the victim? It's like a how-to. He was asking other criminals, violent offenders, basically, hey, what were you thinking when you murdered that little old lady or when you raped that little kid? And feeding off of it and learning from their answers, Karen Stark.
And Nancy, things like, what did you do with the murder weapon? Did you use something? What did you use? I read the whole entire thing.
Thank you, though, Darlene.
And Karen Stark, you're so right about the murder weapon. Note to self: read all the answers from criminals that responded about what they did with the murder weapon, and then use those answers to try to find the murder weapon. Okay, go ahead.
What he was doing, and I don't think I've ever heard anything like this before, Nancy. This is really talk about brilliant. Even though Cheryl's right, he made mistakes at the crime scene, but this guy was actually teaching himself how he would be able to commit a crime. He was asking people who had done it, how did you feel? What did you do? So that he could learn. And believe me, the whole time he would read those answers, he was plotting in his head and getting really excited about the prospect of trying all this out.
You just poured gas on the fire That is Joseph Scott Morgan, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, author. I mean, it's so long I can't even get through his credentials. I mean, really, you know what? Shorten your resume, please, Joe Scott. Author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon. Great, by the way. Host of a brand new hit series, Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan on iHeart, and so forth and so on. Okay, you're brilliant. All right, Joe Scott Morgan, now that I've fed your ego for this morning, did you hear what Karen Stark and Cheryl McCullum both said? Yes, he may be smart, but no, this is one of your quotes. You quote somebody else that every action leaves behind a trace. What's your quote that you always throw at me?
Edmond Lacard, the godfather of forensic science. Every contact leaves a trace. He said that over 100 years ago, Nancy, and here we are.
One of these days, Joe Scott Morgan.
What about the comment allegedly that he made to the police when he got arrested? Did anyone else get arrested? Do you guys think he's toying with investigators, or do you think he wants to talk when he gets to Idaho? What you think? Or maybe they already flew down there to talk to him.
We're on together. I'm gonna give that quote and the origination and act like it's all mine and just see how you respond. But that said,
it'll be the community. But
you're absolutely correct. Explain.
Here we are on the brink of 2023, and that still applies. Everywhere he went, every contact that he made in that scene, and of course in that car, the car is a big piece to this. He's leaving something behind, not just of himself, but everything that he brought out of that house, any kind of biological sample, blood, hair, any kind of trace elements would have been transferred over to that vehicle. And Nancy, trust me on this, please, I beg you. In a case like this, where you have sharp force injuries, and you multiply that by a factor of 4 people and multiple stab wounds, he will be just absolutely super saturated in blood. That would have been transferred somewhere into that vehicle and any other environment that he may have entered into. And so that is going to be a tie back. And I was amazed, absolutely amazed yesterday when they said, hey, we've got a DNA profile on this guy.
Amazing.
It was absolutely amazing. That's my biggest takeaway.
Guys, I'm going to go to an incredible guest, Chris McDonough, and a high-profile lawyer out of Jacksonville, former FBI Dale Carson. But I got to circle back right here to Cheryl McCullum. Not only is she founder and director of the Cold Case Research Institute, she's a forensic expert, and she is now the host and star of a new hit series. It's a podcast called Zone 7. Cheryl McCullum,
thank you.
I got a ton of questions, but I couldn't look at them while you and I were on air together last night. I saw them all after. I wish I could have looked at them because one of them was really good. I think I touched on this, but then dropped it to go on to something else last night. There's a very strong likelihood that at least one, if not more, of the victims, these beautiful, oh gosh, they're not that older than my twins, Cheryl. They're the age of your children, Cheryl. Did you think about that? The victims are the age of your children. Anyway, I was wondering if any of them fought back, would his body still, the defendant's body, still have scratches, bruises on the body 47 days later? And I came to the conclusion very quickly that they would be gone. Then somebody wrote in, unless he cut himself with the knife. So what about that, Cheryl McCollum?
Well, knives get very slippery when they get blood all over them. And a lot of times the perpetrators will injure themselves either because their hand slips on the knife or when they're grabbing the victim with their non-dominant hand and then stabbing, they will stab their non-dominant hand. So that's one thing that investigators are going to be looking for. The second thing is these students, these other classmates, they may have noticed a black eye or a scratch on his face or a scratch on his neck or scratches on his hands and arms. So there may be other witnesses out there. And Nancy, I'll tell you what he kind of reminds me of, Israel Keys. Israel Keys.
May he rot in hell for all eternity.
May he absolutely rot in hell for all eternity. But he studied Ted Bundy, as you know. And he kind of upped his game a little bit by having those cachets and stuff. But let me tell you, he made
Kill
a mistake.
kits. This freak, serial killer Israel Keys, last known victim, Samantha Koenig, barista out of Alaska, actually had kill kits all across the country that would have what he thought he needed to commit and cover up murders. Freak. Okay, go ahead.
But when it came down to it, as much planning and studying as he did, he made a mistake at an ATM with the victim's card.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm telling you. They
idiot.
Study, but when they're not a, real criminal, they don't have that type of mind to get away with things. They make these mistakes, and this is what I see in Moscow.
Hey, Jackie here in the studio with me, you're making a very, very sour, kind of a bitter face right now. I hope it's not at me. I hope it's at the defendant.
At the victim.
The defendant. Okay, good to know. Of course, you and I intimately know the case of Israel Keys and Samantha Koenig. Okay, guys, hold on, Dale Carson. I cannot believe you have not injected yourself yet. You must be.
Well, I wanted to say something about Cheryl.
Just as I was about to go to Chris McDonough. See how polite he's being? Just to, go to. Okay, go ahead, Dale Carson. High-profile lawyer joining me out of Jacksonville, but this is the reason I really love Carson, because he's a former FBI agent and cop in Miami-Dade, where there is never a lack of business. Author of Arrest Proof Yourself at DaleCarsonLaw.com. Okay, hit me.
All right, so Cheryl is a most remarkable person on this program. Cheryl is, and I'll tell you why. She pointed out early on that white car, nobody had called police to say it was theirs. And then yesterday, most elegantly, she said this. She said, just because you can read the recipe for a cake doesn't mean you can bake one. And that's certainly true with this guy. He may have had all that information from all these sources, but he'd never made a cake. And that's what allowed him, as Cheryl pointed out, to get caught ultimately. Because just because you can make the cake, read the directions, doesn't mean that you can kill the people and get away with it.
That brings me to a point, and you're absolutely correct. Chris McDonough is with me, director at the Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective. I found him as I was going deep on the internet, looking at anything about the Idaho murders. And I found him on his YouTube channel, The Interview Room, and I was I think I watched his drive-through of Moscow. Guys, correct me. Is it Moscow or Moscow? Moscow. Okay, what?
Yeah, Moscow.
Okay, I'm glad you told me that, because I must have said Moscow one time last night. I had about 50 responses on Twitter alone about what an idiot I was for saying Moscow. Okay, Moscow. Thank you. They were right. Everybody was right, and I was wrong. Chris McDonough with me, host of The Interview Room. Your drive-through, Moscow, I watched that I don't know how many times, over and over. And it's like, what is it, an hour and 45 minutes long? You're not one for brevity, thank God in heaven, because I wanted to soak in every single detail. He's going about 2 miles an hour down Main Street in Moscow, and then he turns left at a gas station. You see everything in such incredible detail. And he's got, I think, your wife, the lady you keep calling honey, both of you were chiming in like, look at that, look at this, look at that, look at this. And it was incredibly helpful. That aside, Chris, what do you make of the fact that now we know for sure that this guy, Kohberger, went back to class. Think about it, Jackie. He goes back to class after a quadruple homicide and sits in class like, do, nothing's wrong. Continues as normal, SOP, and they're talking about the case, the murders in class. They're talking about the white Elantra, and there he is with a white Elantra. And it never occurred to him, wow, I should go tell them I have a white Elantra so they can rule me out, right? Exactly. He never said a word, Chris.
Yeah, Nancy, I mean, pretty interesting, right? And I think we get a clue of that early on in some of the press conferences, a comment that the chief made. Remember early on, he came out and said to the public, if you see any shift in behavior of people around you, and that would be a red flag for them, right? To call the authorities at that point. And so I think, we've been right on target with this guy in this panel discussion here for the weeks now, that this guy has been sitting back watching all of this, and quite frankly, perhaps, getting a great deal of satisfaction out of, just the ability to sit there like a chameleon in plain sight. And the doc can measure that in relationship to his ego. But I think it's fascinating that the guy did not step forward. Absolutely.
I wish I could focus more on what you're saying, Chris McDonough, but Jackie here in the studio, it's hard to focus when you see a piece of paper going back and forth like that over in the corner. So I finally have to look at her, and she actually has a point. What about the fact, Dave Mack joining me from crimeonline.com. Is it true, Dave Mack, that there are reports upon his arrest around 3 a.m. in the morning, which is quite a coincidence that the murders occurred around 3 a.m. Jackie, you get credit for that. 3 a.m. in the morning. He said, has anybody else been arrested? Did he say that? Is that a correct report, Dave Mack?
Yes.
That has not been confirmed from anything I've seen yet, Nancy, but I have heard it.
Was it reported, Dave Mack?
It was reported that he said it, not confirmed.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that is very unusual. Why he would say that. But I want you to take a listen to our cut 199. This is Chief James Fry of the Moscow, Idaho Police. Listen.
This was a very complex and extensive case.
You guys think he acted alone?
Picture over time, and we stand assured that the work is not done. But be assured the work is not done. This has just started. Since November, we have remained laser focused on pursuing every lead in our pursuit of justice for the victims and their families. I recognize the frustration with the lack of information that's been released. However, providing any details in this criminal investigation might have tainted the upcoming criminal prosecution or alerted the suspect of our progress. We will continue to provide as much information as we can as the process moves forward. November, we have remained is not done, but be assured the work is not done. This has just started. Since we developed a clear picture over time, and we stand assured that the work is not done, but be assured the work is not done. This has just started. Since November, we have remained laser focused on pursuing every lead in our pursuit of justice for the victims and their families. I recognize the frustration with the lack of information that's been released. However, providing any details in this criminal investigation might have tainted the upcoming criminal prosecution or alerted the suspect of our progress. We will continue to provide as much information as we can as the process moves forward.
And I understand to Dale Carson, high-profile lawyer out of Jacksonville, former FBI, that we may see the probable cause, in other words, the ingredients that went into the arrest, why police thought that this is the guy that committed the quadruple killing at the time he arrives back in Idaho. What do you think about that?
Well, that makes perfect sense. And of course, there's a supporting document, as you well know, called an affidavit for probable cause that a judge has to look at and agree that there's sufficient probable cause to issue a warrant or make an arrest. Now, in this particular case, we know that there's a state warrant and there was a federal warrant as well. So both of those warrant systems allow access to electronic monitors and other things through the court system. So there's going to be a plethora of information that develops once he's back in Moscow.
Another thing, in addition to correcting me when I said Moscow, the social media, let me just say, viewers also pointed out that I was trying and convicting Kohberger before we've even struck a jury. That's not true. I was accused of convicting the Duke lacrosse players, but I would like to point out that my opinions were based on what the district attorney, the rape kit nurse, and the victim, the alleged rape victim, turns out she was lying, were saying. And the day, I don't know if you remember this, Cheryl, you may have been on with me, the afternoon, one of the lacrosse players gave a statement, actually spoke in front of reporters. I immediately said, that is the state's worst nightmare, because I believe that the lacrosse player, he was, I think he was even taking questions. He was truthful. He was forthcoming. And also, I remember in the Elizabeth Smart case, I was accused of convicting Ricci. And what I had always said is he makes the perfect suspect. Not that I thought he was guilty. But when I actually met and spoke to his wife one night on Larry King, I'm like, I believe her. I think she's telling the truth about his alibi. That's just, the state needs to rethink the case. In this case, we are going forward. We are proceeding with what we know right now. I think it goes without saying that everyone is presumed innocent and that we have to have a jury trial before there's a conviction. So I thought that was just a given, but apparently not. In the meantime, take a listen to our cut 203, Bill Thompson, the local prosecutor.
As far as Mr. Kohberger, I can share with you that he is a graduate student at Washington State University and has an apartment residence over at Pullman. He has had an initial appearance in front of a judge in Pennsylvania. He is being held without bond, and the warrant from our magistrate judge here also provides for no bond. We understand that he's scheduled to be back in court in Pennsylvania next Tuesday afternoon, and that a public defender has been appointed for him there. The process at this point is, since he was arrested in another state, he has the opportunity to either waive extradition and return voluntarily to the state of Idaho, or if he prefers not to waive extradition, then we will initiate extradition proceedings through our governor's office. If we do that, it can take a while for him to get here.
Of course, we all know, Chris McDonough from the Cold Case Foundation, extradition is a very short proceeding. It's not, are you guilty or innocent? It's nothing even touching on guilt or innocence. It's very simply, hey, are you Chris McDonough? That's all I need to know, because we've got a warrant for you, if you're Chris McDonough, out of Idaho for a quadruple slaying. All I need to know right here in Pennsylvania is, are you Chris McDonough? That's it. Are you? And if you are wise, you'll go, yes, I am. Because if you won't answer or say no or don't waive extradition, all they do is they get your 5 fingers and they do a print right there in court and compare it to a fingerprint sent over from elsewhere. And if you match, you match, and you're sent whether you like it or not. It's just very simply a transmittal type of hearing. Usually lasts about a million on about 15 minutes. Would you agree with that, Chris McDonough?
Absolutely, Nancy. And I think what's going to be interesting is to see how he does answer that question, right? And I read an interesting article last night. It was a letter to the editor from one of his family members, actually his mother, where she complained about the death penalty. And this was previous to obviously his arrest. So I wonder if that's going to play into any of this, to your point, in the courtroom. So that's something to, just kind of look out for.
Speaking of the mom and what we know about the family, I got to tell you something. Cheryl McCollum, did you see where they lived? I understand. I think Laura Engel told me last night it was in a gated community. Those are huge homes, huge lots, at least an acre to 2 acres, maybe 1.8 acres, judging on the aerial, with wooded lawn. They're grass lawns with wooded acreage between the homes. That is some setup, kind of a silver spoon-ish situation.
It's a great setup, but it's also a great setup for somebody that's got things to hide. So I would be interested if there's any sheds on the property, if there's a place that he used to go and hang out alone. People gravitate after they commit crimes to places that are comfortable for them, where they have the home field advantage. So there are things on that property that would be I think, interesting to law enforcement. And I want to say one more thing. If he, in fact, did say, has anybody else been arrested? He would be worried about his mom. There's no way that she wasn't completely focused on what was happening near his college and what happened to those kids. And then she knew the car too. And she knew that car was out in her driveway. So if she helped him as an accessory after the fact, he knows that. So he may have been worried about her. There's not a second killer here.
I found it very difficult to believe, Cheryl McCollum. I agree with you. Let me throw this to Joe Scott Morgan from Jacksonville State University and Body Bags. Joe Scott.
They just made a very good point, and I was thinking that. My bad, guys. I was eating dinner. Usually, you'd probably eat dinner before you go on the live, right? But hey, I figured to help us get through this podcast, I wanted to listen to it too because I like what Nancy has to say. But in general, I personally do think mom or dad had to know that. You know what I mean? They had to know. Like, come on, four kids were from the area where your child came from. They're looking for a white Elantra. You didn't think once to say, "Hey, Bryan, is that the vehicle? Were you at that house that night?" I don't know, man. I just find it hard to believe that they didn't know that or think about that. I don't know.
Given that we're told at the beginning the same type of knife wounds were on all four victims, that indicated one murder weapon, hence one murderer. I agree with Cheryl McCollum. I don't think that the question, has anybody else been arrested, necessarily means there was another person at the killing or taking part in the killing. I agree with Cheryl. You know, the parents had to see he's got a white Elantra right out of the park, right out of the driveway, for Pete's sake.
Yeah, and there would have been observable behavior upon his arrival back home. Was he acting, more oddly than normal, within that family? And this is, unless you're living under a rock, you're aware of this case. And to Cheryl's point, the fact that he was in such close proximity.
I'm sorry, guys, but I know usually you eat dinner before you get on a live. I didn't plan it out. It just happened that way. It is what it is. I love it played out perfect because as soon as this podcast is open, I hope you guys are ready to talk about Bryan Kohberger because I'm opening the lines wide open. Get revved up. Get whatever you want to talk about ready. Think about gather your thoughts. Get the phone ready. We will be opening the lines wide open. I hope you're revved up and ready to talk about Bryan Kohberger. Fucking douchebag.
I don't know if people appreciate the geography here. From WSU to U of I, you can walk that distance. I mean, you literally can. I mean, it's that close. So you're telling me that she had no awareness here. And that's going to be key. I want to know, but from a forensic standpoint, one of the things that I'm very interested in regarding this car, he had this car for days and days post homicide. I want to know what's been done with the car in that period of time. Is there a record that he had it cleaned? Is there CCTV imagery of him going to a car wash, vacuuming the thing out, purchasing supplies to clean this thing with? Because it's been in his control all of this period of time. But I can tell you this, he didn't get everything out of there. I promise you that.
Oh, no way could he get everything out. Jump in. Oh, Karen Stark, I was just about to go to you about his... these are their words, not mine. His fastidious and obsessive compulsive issues regarding his eating. He was a devout vegan.
He doesn't even deserve to be called by his fucking name. I mean, yeah, let justice play out, right? I guess I'm convicted, like Nancy said. I guess I'm convicting him before he's convicted, but allegedly, right? I'm just saying. I'm going like, come on, man. I don't know. They got you. You got no bond. That's a quadruple homicide. Yeah, fuck off, Kohberger.
And hey, don't knock it. I went vegetarian for 2 years when I was at Court TV, believe it or not. But he insisted their words were forced. His parents to throw out their old pots and pans because they had come in contact with meat. Now, of course, that's not new, that vegans don't want to use pots and pans that have been in touch with meat. But you don't have to have your parents throw them out. Like, you can't stand them to even be in the same kitchen.
Well, that just makes me, I'm not surprised. I mean, you have to have a little bit of obsessive compulsive behavior to be able to be in a graduate program.
Hey guys, why don't you conversate with Regina Wright about her prediction where she said, if Regina Wright said that there would be an arrest the Friday after Christmas.
Oh my God! Program. I mean, think about law school. I mean, you really have to be organized, and it tends to develop in students. But given that, I was also thinking about the fact that he said, was anyone else arrested? And I don't, perhaps it was his family, but I really believe that's his arrogance. That it was much more about, hey, did you make any mistakes?
He insisted their words were forced. His parents to throw out their old pots and pans because they had come in contact with meat. Now, of course, that's not new, that vegans don't want to use pots and pans that have been in touch with meat. But you don't have to have your parents throw them out. Like, you can't stand them to even be in the same kitchen.
Well, that just makes me, I'm not surprised. I mean, you have to have a little bit of obsessive compulsive behavior to be able to be in a graduate program. I mean, think about law school. I mean, you really have to be organized, and it tends to develop in students. But given that, I was also thinking about the fact that he said, was anyone else arrested? And I don't,
Exactly.
Perhaps it was his family, but I really believe that's his arrogance. That it was much more about, hey, did you make any mistakes, or just his curiosity.
Well, I want to pick up on what you're saying, Karen, to start.
Yeah.
Because let's follow that through to its logical conclusion. If he is obsessive compulsive, as one aunt of his who refused to be named called him obsessive compulsive, Chris McDonough, that could really help this case. What if he was obsessive compulsive about these murders? And can't you just see him studying all those questionnaires that the criminals wrote back, studying their techniques, and actually like working himself into a frenzy and then committing the crime?
They can.
Obsessive compulsive could go two ways. He could have either obsessively and compulsively planned the murders. Do you remember the murder of Bonnie Lee Bakley? Which, by the way, Robert Blake did it. I know he was acquitted, but he totally did it. And he had his henchmen, and they actually wrote out a list. We need lye, we need tarps, we need shovels, the gun, blah, blah, blah. They wrote a list. Hello. And it was found. All right. That was a bad idea. It could go that way, where there's so much evidence they find in his Pullman apartment or online, or he could have been obsessive compulsive about cleaning it all away. So what about that, Chris?
Yeah, Nancy, I think this guy lives, it appears that he lived such a mechanical existence, right, to your thought process there.
Ain't no doubt.
So that's why I feel that his research is going to be really interesting to discover, what type of individuals he was connecting with. And what I find, and I'm just going to say this out loud here, but one of the things that I'm really curious about is this idea that, he's a masked murderer at this point. And is he morphing into a serial? I.e., he's gotten away with this in his mind. He gets there and he's sitting back, taking this all in. And to that methodical process, was he studying individuals? Let's use BTK for an example. Was he studying him as a, almost a mentor? And what I find interesting is his initials. His name is Bryan Christopher, Kohberger, right? But you look at his initials, BCK. So we take out the T and we have a BK. And so I'm just curious, and I'm just, thinking out loud here. Is that somewhere in his research studies, somewhere, that he's obsessed with this type of individuals.
Following your train of thought, it would be very interesting to find out if during the course of his studies, he made contact with other killers and spoke to them through phone calls, email, so forth. We understand that he was relatively silent on social media. I also saw reports that he followed Maddie on Instagram. So that's not consistent. We'll know more and more and more, but we do know this. Take a listen to our cut 214, our friends at WPVI Philly.
The neighbor tells us she didn't know Bryan Kohberger, but had seen him in and out of the house in recent weeks. She says his parents were a very sweet couple, but kept to themselves. Authorities say Kohberger is a PhD student at Washington State University in Pullman, not far from the University of Idaho campus. Authorities are searching his Washington State apartment. Police in Idaho believe they have their man, but did not release motive or details of the crime. They say this investigation is not over and want people to come forward and provide information about Kohberger.
Anyone who knows about this individual to come forward, call the tip line.
Exactly.
They're still wanting information. If you've got it, tip line 208-883-7180. Repeat, 208-883-7180. They want to flesh out their case. Guys, what did they have to make them arrest Kohberger? Okay, jump in, Joe Scott Morgan. What do you think they had?
Well, obviously they've got the DNA that they've developed along the way, but I got to make a statement. I'm going to give credit to Mac on this, Nancy. She and I had a conversation at about 11 o'clock last night.
Go ahead.
You know what?
Do it.
We find it.
Why the hey did you do it at 11 o'clock? You had 10 to 11 with me on Fox, for Pete's sake, and you save it, and you have your discussion at 11:01. Okay, go ahead.
You were working us hard. Hey, listen.
What is with this, Mike?
Mac and I had a conversation, and this is what we concluded. Who in the world starts killing when they're almost 30 years of age? Who does that like this? And, you begin to think about what does he have in his history? I know that you're referring to what do they have in order to effect an arrest on this guy. But what does he have lurking in his...
Courtney, it's Blowburger. Blowburger.
Past that suddenly he would kick off, not with one, not with two, not with three, but four.
Yeah, he went from 0 to 100 mph in 60 seconds.
Fast.
I hear you. Hey, question.
Come on, I love
Go ahead, whoever that is. It's either Karen or Cheryl. Jump in.
Yeah.
What up, Jay?
When you're talking about being obsessed, even if he had no crimes, which would be hard to believe against animals or something, and here's the guy's a vegan, but he was obsessed, Nancy, in criminology. And in this particular case,
You guys think this is going to be a slam dunk? Do you guys really think this is going to be a slam dunk? I'm curious. Do you think it's going to be a slam dunk trial where he just gets hammered? I'm just going to go out on the limb here and make a prediction, all speculation, allegedly. I believe he's going to be, and this is allegedly in speculation, I'm guessing that he's going to be convicted of this. And that's just me guessing and speculating.
No doubt he just sat there and was planning something. And he went back and he finished the semester. He didn't just go back to that class, but he finished the semester.
Possible. Guys, we hope that all will be made known. I believe the hearing is this Tuesday, correct, Jackie?
Yes.
Where we hope that the probable cause affidavit supporting his arrest warrant will be unsealed. But for right now, all we can do is continue to pray for justice and
it's going to be a fight, for sure.
Families. People say they've got closure now. This is just the first step in a very, very long and painful journey for them. Nancy Grace, Crime Story, signing off. Goodbye, friend.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Nancy. Nancy. Shut up. Everybody give it up for Nancy. Your favorite, your one and only, Nancy Grace. All right, guys. Look, we're about to open the lines wide up. All right? I said wide up. Wide. We're going to open the lines wide up. All right. Happy New Year's, guys. We're rolling into the New Year's, and I want to talk about Bryan Kohberger with you guys. Let's see. What do you guys think about him? What's your thoughts on him? I don't know if you guys wrote any questions down or not even just questions, but stuff that you guys research. I want to hear what you were able to find on Bryan Kohberger. So I'm interested to hear the things that you found and heard and seen, etc. Let's get the time though on times with phone calls here. Let's get it. He said, "I'm gone." All right. Thank you.
Go ahead. Do it. I want you to.
Happy New Year to all. Shout out to you. All right. Let's see. I'm just looking at a couple more comments. All right. So I'm about to open these lines wide open. Let's get to the phone calls. But hold up. You know what? One person said something about this. Listen to this.
The house is going to be that are the tips coming in.
Yeah. This just came out an hour ago.
So the one fact I do know is they told me an hour into us releasing the name, we had over 400 people calling in. So we continue to ask for that. We continue to ask for more. Every tip, everybody that knew him is only going to help us.
6 minutes.
Are these tips from here, from everywhere?
I don't know where they came from.
Do a poll. Watch this video. Do a poll.
If it's any indicative of this case, they've come from all over, the nation.
Okay. Your ask about the white Elantra, that came on December 7th or so. Where in the timeline can you tell us did Kohberger come onto the radar?
So that's all part of those pieces that we have to hold until we can release information with the, after he gets to Idaho and the release of that information. But we're bound to hold that.
But when you asked for public information about that Elantra, you said the occupants of that car may have critical information. It was plural. Was there a reason for that?
Well, it's part of our investigation. I said early on that we're not going to let any stone go unturned. And I meant that. And we're following up on everything, just like we're in this new phase now. And we're going to follow up to get to know who he is
crazy.
And everything about him that we can.
I didn't see that one.
There are reports that the Elantra was followed across the country. Can you elaborate on that or speak to that? And also reports of DNA, his DNA at the murder scene.
All those facts are still sealed. They will come out. I know people are anxious for that. And we will have the answers to that, but in the time that we can give it. So I ask once again, just be patient. I know I've asked that a lot of times, but we are bound by the law.
Bow on. Look at his little bow.
It's been reported, and we have sources who have told us that Kohberger asked, was anyone else arrested upon his arrest? Have you been able to gather information about when he was taken into custody?
All that information will come out as well. It's part of that investigation. It's part of that next step. So
okay, the car, the white Elantra, 2015. Is it the car? And is the search over now for any more white Elantras?
We believe it is the car.
Okay. Is it in Pennsylvania then?
Yes.
Okay. And is it done being processed?
There you go right there. Is it in Pennsylvania then? Listen again.
White Elantras.
We believe it is the car.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Is it in Pennsylvania then?
Yes.
Okay. And is it done being processed?
I don't know if it's done, but it will be processed.
Okay. As you know, I was over at Wazoo yesterday at Kohberger's apartment. As the search warrant was being executed, a lot of evidence coming out of there. Can you talk about, what might be valuable?
I think every piece is valuable. And I don't even know what was collected at this point in time. And that's part of that further investigation that we're going to hold. But I know that the search warrant was served there.
We know that the murder weapon has not been found. Is there suspicion that it could have been there?
We don't know. Like I said, we're collecting everything. We're doing our due diligence, and that's why we get these search warrants, so that everything is secured in the court system, and that we have the right to be where we're at.
You said in a local TV interview, I think.
Did you hear that, Angela? I just wanted to show you that way you knew. She asked, "Is the car in Pennsylvania?" He said, "Yes."
It was Tuesday or Wednesday that you're still waiting for forensics results to come back. When did they come back? And was that the missing link for Kohberger?
We're still waiting for stuff to come back. We're still looking at everything. We're still having things processed. And I couldn't verify that right now anyway. That's part of that sealed piece. But there's still items coming in from the lab.
From the murder scene?
Correct.
Okay, so the evidence we saw being gathered yesterday, that could take just as long.
That will be new information that we've collected, and we'll be processing that as well.
I asked you during the press conference yesterday about the house cleaning. I mean, you had said in your announcement that the house is going to be cleaned and turned back over to the management company. Mm-hmm. We watched those trucks come in, and then they pulled out of there real fast. Yeah. What happened?
Like we said, we got a phone call that it was through the court that we needed to stop and give a little bit more time. So we did that. So
why was the decision made to release the house?
Well, at that point in time, we were ready to start that process. And then the court, like I said, someone from the court asked us to stop that process. So we did. And we'll continue to do as we're asked there, and we'll start the cleanup as soon as we can again.
Why would the court want that process stopped? Or,
it could be many reasons. Could be for the defense counsel. Could be that they just want to hold it for a little bit. But it was a decision from the court.
So
Absolutely.
It will remain under guard. Should we refer to it as an active crime scene?
It's still our crime scene at this point. So yeah, it'll still be under security.
Okay. I think because of this community, it's a small community, is a factor that a jury pool in this community would be harder to gather with more information out there.
And that is one of the reasons that I stated that we are holding everything close, and we're protecting the integrity of the case. We want unbiased individuals in this case. We want people to not know all the facts, so that if there's a jury selected from here, that we can get that pool.
How hard would that be? Tell us a bit about Moscow and how tight, because everybody knows everybody.
I'm not sure. We've had cases here before where they've been able to get a jury pool, but that happens with Bill Thompson and his team. So that would be a great question to ask Bill.
Yeah, which we're hoping to get.
Yes.
Okay. Throughout the past 7 weeks, almost all these internets, so we've had
smash that like button. 2K up in this joint.
Smash that like button. We've had a professor under suspicion. Did you guys actively investigate these things, and how distracting was that?
We investigated every piece of this investigation. We looked at everybody that we believed was involved or not involved in any way that knew our victims. We were very active in that, and through that investigation, that's where we get to the point where we can rule. It's as important to rule people out as it is to keep them in the investigation. So as we gathered information that was led us to believe that they were no longer a part of that, we ruled them out.
The 911 call, can we have the release soon?
That will come as soon as Bill Thompson and his office feel that is available for the public.
When do you foresee the scene may never not be released? It's indefinite then. I mean, until a trial possibly.
I suppose that could happen. There will be decisions made by people that are probably higher up than me that will need to make those decisions. But I suppose that is a possibility.
Also, the house, the heat has had to stay on. I heard that it needs a new furnace. And I mean, Who is footing the bill for keeping the heat on?
Honestly, I don't have an answer to that question. I don't know if it's through the management, property
halfway
management,
through,
or if it's the owner or what, but someone is.
Okay.
Make sure you vote, because after this video, I played this video for a reason. One, it came out an hour ago, and two, I wanted you guys to vote on how long we should keep the call. So we got 5%. 5 minutes is leading right now at 62%. So make sure you vote. 8 minutes, 7 minutes, 6 minutes, or 5 minutes.
I noticed in your video the other day when you announced the cleaning, I mean, you had a slight smile. You seemed a lot lighter. Mm-hmm. How are you feeling?
Right now, a lot lighter. A lot of people speculated on my facial expressions and stuff. I'm genuinely a pretty upbeat, happy individual. So I smile naturally a lot. I know a lot of people read into that. There was nothing to that. It was just probably me doing it naturally.
But do you feel like a weight's been lifted off your shoulders now that a suspect is in custody?
There always is. There's always that weight of knowing that you have a person in custody, and I think that gives a great relief to your organization, gives a great relief to your community, and in this case, the state, the nation, and I think even the world.
There's a lot of criticism of the department throughout as you were holding so many details close to the vest. Yeah. Do you feel vindicated? Do you feel, I guess, any pride?
What I feel is we did our job and we did it right. And we said from the beginning, we're going to protect the integrity of the case. We're going to continue to do it right. And we're not a prideful group. What we are is a group that we had a job to do. We did that. And we are happy that we did it the way we did it because of the outcome.
How hard was it to keep so many details close to the vest?
I think it's always hard. It's emotional at times. We want to give that information. We want to give the families some closure and give them information. We want to give our community, but it is so important to hold that information and keep it right where it was, so that when we made an arrest, and now as we continue further, there'll be more information that we're going to hold till the end, because we want to get a conviction.
Have you personally talked to the families?
I have personally. It's been a while.
Katie,
but I have
comments so I can make you a mod.
Throughout the first couple of weeks.
I need a few more mods.
Okay,
though.
And can you tell us about those conversations? I mean,
what I wanted to reassure them.
I need mods that aren't in their feelings. We're not having no mod on mod crime. That is a no-no in here. No mod on mod crime. I see mods fighting, then I got to remove mods and then make new ones. So it sucks. But I mean, it is what it is. Sometimes if I see mod on mod crime, I got to start taking wrenches, because shit gets, I don't like when, I see two of my mods going back and forth about something. Just understand this. This is all I want in chat. If they're disrespectful, talking shit to somebody, the chat rules are simple. You can talk about things back and forth amongst each other. We can all we're all adults here, right? We can respectfully agree and respectfully disagree. There's no need to put anybody down or call somebody absurd or say somebody sounds like they've been on, or when they're on the phone, this person sounds like they took 25 perks. Like, there's no reason to put people down. Like, let's try to set an example for the community and not shit on everybody and shit on each other and drag each other down. That's not what it should be about.
Is that we were going to do everything we could to bring justice for them, for our 4 victims, and for everybody that's involved. And we would try to answer any questions that we could through the process.
What do you have to say to the rest of America, to the rest of the world? I mean, after all the scrutiny that this department has been put through.
Yeah. I would challenge every police organization across the nation to know the importance, even with the pressures that are put on you, the importance of keeping the integrity of the case solid. It's your job. It's what we sign on to do. We sign on to make sure that we do it right. And I challenge other departments to do that.
Early on in the case, you have children who've, gone through college. These could have been your children. I mean,
Yes.
you've been quite emotional about this case. Do you still feel that same raw emotion? Do you feel like you're really fighting this for these young people?
I think we always feel the emotion. I'm a fairly emotional individual. If you've been around me and you get to know me, I am that way because I care, and I care a lot. And a lot of us want to give the right answers and do it right, but it is difficult at times.
So the difficulty, talk a bit about.
I'm not slowing that shit down past 60, bro. It's at 60 seconds on slow mode. I mean, like I go higher than that, but people don't realize that when you're a member, slow mode does not apply to you. So as members are all commenting back to back to back to back to back, it makes it fast. You got to remember, people that aren't members get sick. They have to wait 60 seconds just to say one thing. But members get to just completely go off the hand. You know what I mean? You get to just go freely. So that's the thing about that.
The counseling that's been needed in this department. I mean, even for you, you need some time off. I mean, you've been in this for weeks on end.
Yeah. We are building a family here. We started that years ago, and we want, you want to take care of your family. You want to make sure that they're healthy. So we have brought in counselors. I've talked to counselors. I have a great relationship with my wife, who I can, talk to about things. And we promote that. We want our officers to be healthy. We want our families to be healthy. We brought in counselors for the families as well, because we know that it's a solid base. The family becomes a solid base for an officer, and they're the support system. And we want that to be healthy.
So you're saying support for your officers' families?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I like Granny T out the box.
What is it about the case that, was it just the endless cycle of, needing to find things and get things and vet up these thousands of tips? What was it about the case that required counseling?
Well, I think there's a lot of things, it was,
I seen that, Sophia.
People murdered, with the use of a knife. There's things that you don't forget when you go on any of these calls, and we don't want that to build over time. So we want to get them the help that they can get. We want to have a good, solid structure to help them at home, so that when they come back to work, they are ready to serve our community.
Okay.
I'm trying to mind a few
we're
people,
going to
but
wrap
they're
now
flying by
and tell me what now. We're entering a whole new year and a whole new phase.
Yes.
What now?
Now we get to know who this individual is. We're focused now on who he is. That's why we keep asking people, send us information. If you've known him, if you've dealt with him at any point in time, this is now where we become more laser focused on one thing, and we're going to find out as much information as we can, but we still need our community and people's help.
But just like the ask during the Elantra, is there anything specific that you're looking for about him that would help you build your case?
We are looking at everything, and I've said that from the beginning. We don't know what small tip may come in that somebody may think is totally irrelevant, but we go, that ties something together for us. And what we're asking is people to give us those pieces and let us work through those to see if that's exactly what we need to help for this.
All right, we're about to open the floodgates.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching.
All right, shout out to that interview, All right, here we go. Fucking creep. Boy, that's a doopy ass picture. I'll tell you that much right now. That picture is booty. Get that dude up out of there. Oh, Bryan Kohberger. All right, here's something right here. This is it. How do I say? Bryan Kohberger. Bryan Kohbergers. All right, there we go. All right, I'm about to open the lines right now. Get this shit out of here. Oh, let's see this Bryan Kohberger. Let's see. I bet you this one's all choppy too. Like nothing of this dude online that shit don't even look right. Bryan Kohberger, psychological. Nah, I'll pass on that, buddy. Was he there? You know what? 1 second. Let me grab my clip that I have of old Blowburger, right? Why do I have this dude up on here? All right, I'm about to open the lines right now. Get ready, get ready, get ready. I'm gonna end the poll, see what our time is, and we're gonna get ready.
More detail and what he was asking people, how that plays into what we understand.
That's about that video. Hold up, let me go to here. Let me see this. All right, here we go. All right, ready? Get your phones ready. We are about to do this right now. I'm ending this. All right, it's 5 minutes. 5 minutes on the clock. Let me get the clock up. Pull the clock up right now. Clock is right here. Pull this over here. Why does that make it disappear like that? See, I don't like that, but oh well, it is what it is. All right, 5 minutes it is. I see what it is right now. Boom. All right. 1, 2, 3. We are on like Donkey Kong. I'm ending it right here. 219-885-9693. What do you think about Bryan Blowburger? Let me know. What do you think about Bryan Blowburger? 219-885-9693. What do you think about Bryan Blowburger? Let's hear it. What's your thoughts? What did you find? What do you think his motive was? All right, here we go.
Call from Marie.
Marie, what is going on? What do you think about this infamous piece of shit, Bryan Blowburger?
He's a douche nozzle, and I hope he gets the death penalty.
Absolutely.
And I think they got him. But here's a couple things I want to share here tonight. So I worked 12 years in telecom, and so I have two questions for you. One of them is, did Dave ever call you back?
Absolutely not. Didn't answer my text messages, didn't nothing.
So here's the thing about Google Voice. You can connect it to your phone or your email. So while they were in his apartment searching his laptop and searching everything, you might have been in there calling in to his computer, and he could have very well set up a fake everything. And you can set up fake numbers from out of state.
Now, I'm trying to think here because, all right, so I did some research with Detective John. I got on the phone with him earlier, and Detective John pulled the Facebook up like very snappy, right? So this Facebook that we pulled up, the guy just, I don't know. The guy is super, I don't know. I don't know if it's him. I don't know if it's not. I don't know if he got this profile from somewhere. I don't know who's what. But I mean, I was able to find a Facebook. It wasn't connected to the number, but it was the only guy that I could really find that matched maybe who that was on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
right.
From what I found from the dude's first and last name, etc., is he's a 42-year-old.
Well, is it Morse or is it Morris? That's
Morse.
Another thing.
Morse.
Okay. Well,
that's what popped up for the phone number. That's what popped up for the phone number.
Okay. Well, and because if the perpetrator was going to call in, they'd certainly *67 before calling, or use something like Google Voice. However, Google Voice is always traced to an email, to your computer, or to your cell phone. So either way, you know, the FBI, if they choose to look at this, will be able to, you know, figure it out. Did you get a response from the FBI yet? I'm sure everybody's dying to know.
Nope.
Okay, well, it might take some time.
I had to find Comet that through my email, but I haven't seen no responses back.
Okay. Well, we are all sitting here on pins and needles. I'm spending my New Year's with you, my friend, because I want to see what's up. So great show. I love it.
Thank you.
Other thing I wanted you to look at before my time is up, there's the University of Washington murders case discussion. I can't remember the name, but I think you might be on it. It's got about 150,000 people. There's an account on there called Papa Roger. And you know, Elliot Rodger is sort of the incel godfather, the guy that did the stabbings in California at, what was it, USC? I can't remember. Anyway, some of the posts he had done over the past few weeks, he's gone completely silent. Nobody can get him. The Facebook profile looks like him. You've got to look up Papa Roger, Pappa Rodger. Just look it up on Facebook. You can pull it up and see. But some of his posts were exactly like the questions on the Reddit. And these were things that name around. You said Papa what? Ago. Roger, Rodger.
Now, how did he spell Papa? Because a lot of people spell it differently.
Pappa.
All right, so Pappa. All right, Papa.
And if you pull it up on the screen, it's going to look just exactly like him, but a 1940s version with a military hat. It's extremely weird. But the posts, if you get into that discussion group on Facebook, you're going to trip out. Some of the posts, it was literally him questioning, well, what do you think the perpetrator thought after they did this? And some of the stuff was just so bizarro that it was reminiscent of the Reddit. And people saved it because they thought he was weird 3 weeks ago.
I got it right here. I got part of a post right here. Oh, Papa Roger.
Yeah, so check that out. I think everybody wants to look at this, and I thought you might want to check it out. But I want to hand over.
I seen something about it earlier too.
Oh, did you? Well, look at some of his posts. If you go into the group, they show his actual posts, and they are it's just there's something weird about it, just like that call.
Man.
Anyway, I'm going to let you go, sweetie, because there is a ton of people. You know, almost 2,500 people on here. Friend.
You hit it right. You hit it right on the money.
Woo! Happy New Year, everybody! We got him.
Happy New Year to you too. Yes, we got this bastard, but we got to see it all the way through. I mean, this guy's going to be fighting pins and needles, trying to. I don't know. Maybe he starves himself. I hope he starves himself. I don't know. I hope they get justice.
Well,
I want to see the families get justice.
I'm telling you, Idaho is a big meth area. They got lots of drugs. You know, there's lots of issues. You know, in some of these communities. So he looks like he's been smoking that pipe.
Yeah, no doubt. Thank you for calling in. Where are you calling in from?
California.
Shout out to you from California, and God bless you for rocking out with me. I appreciate you,
sweetheart. We love you. We fucking love you. Keep this going.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not stopping. I mean, we're gonna keep going. Either to other cases. I got a few in my mind. I don't know that'll rock everybody's mind in here. So
let's do it. Let's do it, bud. Talk
yes,
to you
ma'am.
soon.
God bless you. Shout out to her, man. 219-885-9693. Call in. What's your theory? What's your thoughts on why did he do this? What is your theory on why he did this? What are you thinking? Let's hear it. Come on. What did you find out about Bryan Kohberger? Here we go. Let me pop the clock. Pop a clock like Papa Doc. All right, here we go.
Call from
Salvatore, my dog from West Virginia. What is going on? But you're really not from West Virginia. You're from Boston or New York?
I grew up in the Bronx.
Yes, I just remembered. I said I went from friggin' Boston to the Bronx. Shout out to you, Salvatore. Hey, man, 5 minutes on the clock. What's up, man? Let's talk to me now.
You got it, bro. I really just called to wish you a happy New Year.
Oh, man, I appreciate you, Salvatore.
Let me just say that if there's anything on my side that's good about what happened here, is that I got to meet you.
Thank you, boss. I appreciate it.
Without this happening, I don't think I've ever would have tuned into your channel and met your callers. And it was really nice. Very nice.
I appreciate you, Salvatore, man. And I want to ask you a question. What do you think about this guy? Do you think that they got it right?
I hope so. It looks like he does. And I'll tell you what, just looking at his picture right now with that broken nose, all I keep thinking about is I hope that
kid.
Ethan snuffed his shit, right?
Yeah, I hope he got in a shot before he did what he did to him.
Absolutely.
I really do. Because if you look at his nose and all the other pictures we've seen, it looks straight. Only recently, to see him with a dented nose. And you know what else? Go ahead.
Yeah, keep going, Salvatore. This is your time.
You know what? Know what else? And I keep thinking about them cleaning the house, professionally cleaning the house.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to want to rent that place? Who do you think is going to want to live in that place?
I wouldn't want to lay my head with him where those babies got killed at, man.
No, man. Mm-hmm. No.
Absolutely not.
Yep, I know,
I would demolish that house.
That's what's going to happen.
I would demolish that house. I would, I'd let the parent, if I was the owner, and it sounds kind of up, right? But if I was the owner, this is just me personally. Hey, fuck it. I guess I'd be out back on money. I would go to the parents and say, hey, guys, what do you think we should do with the house? And I would let the parents decide. That's what I would do.
I'm sure they would want it demolished.
Yeah.
I'm sure. And the landlord should want it demolished too. Let him build something else.
I mean, this dude's got he's got a Triple H beat.
Right.
Triple H, the wrestler, he's got that big ass nose.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he looks like he got that Triple H beak with I don't know, man. He look like John Travolta went off and hit the pipe. This man. I don't know, man. This dude right here is a.
I'll tell you, when they showed
Nicolas Cage, I meant Nicolas. He looked like Nicolas Cage came out and bumped his head.
When they showed this prick's picture, all I kept thinking about was how he must have been viciously stabbing these girls. And I kept thinking to myself, that's the last fucking face they had to look at. You know what I mean? Like, look at what a fucking nightmare they had to look at. The death penalty. I agree with that guy, the death penalty, but it's got to be done with rocks. It's got to be stoned. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That man. Hey, look, man. They gotta find out. I mean, we gotta get that. We know this house. They partied at, right? We know there was a lot of parties there. Did he attend parties there?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Let's say he did scope the house for a little bit or watch the house.
Thank you.
He has to know that these girls have parties all hours of the night. How the hell would he know what time to attack that house? He had to be watching it, but again, like I said, these girls partied all hours of the night. So what made him think nobody was going to come over?
Man,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it bothers me, man. I don't know. I read up a lot of things that he had, like that survey and all that weird shit that he had going on. I mean, this dude, this guy is a character, and from everything that I've heard, before I let you go with the 25 seconds left, man, everything that I heard with this guy not eating on shit that meat came out of, this dude, I wonder who's funding his commissary. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Motherfucker is not. You ain't gonna be eating no prison. Every tray's had meat on it.
That's right. Let's see him get around the bologna sandwich.
That's what I'm saying. Get around the bologna sandwich, partner, and some fucking chips. Carry your ass. You're gonna be eating animal product all day long. So he's either one gonna starve himself to death, or two, he's gonna feed into his ego and just start eating at some point.
Yeah, buddy, go ahead. Let me let you go. I know you got a lot of people wanting to wish you a Happy New Year. And like I said, Happy New Year, brother.
Absolutely, Salvatore. God bless you, brother.
And to all the listeners out there, have a great New Year, everybody.
No doubt.
Bye-bye.
No doubt, brother. Be easy. Shout out to Salvatore, man. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. The lines are open. So isn't this doxing the caller? No, it's not doxing the caller when it's already all over the fucking internet. It's all over the internet. What more can you do? Now I had to research this guy and find out who he was. Sent it in the FBI. Let them find out. How about that? You know, I did research today, and I'm gonna leave it at what I found today.
Call from.
So isn't this doctor the call?
To accept, press 1.
What's up with Doctor the call?
To accept, press 1.
All right, thank you. Wow, some weirdos. All right, 219-885-9693. What's up?
Hey, it's Christina.
Christina, what's going on? Damn, I didn't even know you was on the line, Christina. You're on it now, though. 5 minutes. The floor is yours. What do you think about that? Like, where's your mind at? From everything that you've seen, what do you think about this guy? Do you think he's guilty? Do you think he's going to be guilty or innocent? How do you think? What do you think they got going on?
I think
the trial is going to play out.
I think it's going to play out. I think it's going to play out real well. I think they got everything they need. I think they worked really, really hard on the case.
Mm-hmm.
I feel for the families. I love all the kids. I feel like I know them personally now. I trust in Jesus Christ right now for the guidance, and I pray for the families. And I'm sorry this all had to happen. This guy needs redemption. He needs to repent. Because he's going to get it, man. He's going to get the death penalty, and justice will be done. And the big judger is going to be our holy Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and you think, I don't know. I could never forgive somebody like this. I
don't know.
I could never forgive somebody like this.
Check out your puppies. I know. And I have 2 teenage girls, and I just, it comes close to my heart, man. It comes close to my heart, brother.
It does. It does. I just can't. I could never forgive this prick.
I know my dad's Sicilian, and he's in heaven right now. And I tell you right now, I don't know, man. I got chills right now. He'd be down there at that Pennsylvania state jail right now. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, I see my clip everywhere. It's viral right now with that phone call. What do you think about that phone call?
Just keep your eye on that Dave M guy, because
I've tried to reach out to him. I really did. I tried. We dug up everything. Me and Detective John dug up everything that we could possibly find. And
yeah,
I could find, the only thing that I could find on this Dave guy was ties to Colorado and Texas.
Yeah, it's just a little weird. I don't know. This guy's kind of creepy. He's got a lot of slick ways, man. He's slick.
Yeah, this guy's creepy as hell, man. He's a sick individual.
He really is. He needs a lot of help, a lot of mental illness out there, man.
Yeah, old Bryan Kohberger. I personally,
well,
I don't know. What do you think about the surveys and everything that you've seen, or the survey that he put out? Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it. It's and I'm a nurse, and it's scary. It's really, really scary. I mean, to study psychology like this, he really wanted to get into the minds of other people and wanted to see what their insight was on this. And I don't know. It's just it's scary. It's really just scary. I mean, I think there was another accomplice. I really do. I think that there was some type of other person that knew about this. Yeah. I think we just got to keep our eyes and ears open right now and just pray, man. We just got to pray about this. But I hope justice is done, and I pray for all the families and all the parents. And I want to wish everybody a healthy and happy New Year. And T-REV, you're doing great, man. Keep up the great work, and love to you and your family and your fiance.
Thank you so much for the kind words, and I hope that you have a good
coming out
New
from
Year.
Maryland. This is from Maryland, so
Well, you still got one. I mean, if you don't want to use all the time, that's fine. You still got 1 minute and 40 seconds. Anything else you want to say at all, or say on him? You got 1 minute and 30 seconds.
I don't know. I just the guy next to him is definitely him. This is definitely a profile of him. Definitely. Definitely on the money, on point.
All right, so I want to ask you this before I get you off the phone. I want to ask you this, since 1 minute and 19 seconds, right? So, all right, do you think there's others involved, or do you think he's playing mind games when he's asked people, the investigators, when he got arrested?
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody else get arrested?
Yeah, I think there's one more person.
So you do think there's one more?
Oh, I think there's one more. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, there's somebody else. There was somebody else.
I kind of am going with maybe there's not, but then I'm kind of, I'll chop it down the middle. I'm 50-50.
I'm 50-50. Well, actually, you know what? I can't say I'm 50-50. I'm 80. I'm at 80%.
Woo!
Yeah, I'm at 80%. I think somebody else is involved in that.
Oh my.
We're gonna find out.
Damn. She said.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. I think it's definitely 80% T-REV. I really do, man. I think there's somebody else in on this. Is not just single, all up in his mind. This is 80%.
That's actually gonna be my poll.
There you go.
Yeah.
80%, brother. I love you.
Thank you so much for
on the real, man. You're doing a great job. Peace out.
Thank you so much. God bless you, man. And Happy New Year.
See you, love. You know it.
Shout out to her, man. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, what is your thoughts on this Bryan Kohberger dirt bag piece of shit? You know what I mean? This dude is, he had to be to this house. He had to case this house. He was following them on social media. I seen that. Not every single one of them. Let me answer this.
Call from
Dixie.
Dixie, what's going on, Dixie? Happy New Year.
Hey.
What do you think about Mr. Kohberger? What's your thoughts on that? Do you think anybody else is involved? I mean, where are you at with it?
No, I think it's him.
You think it's just
and
him?
I hope that Ethan broke his nose. What about?
Yeah, me too.
I do. I hope he left there with a broke nose or not. I do. Can I say another creator's name on here? Something I just seen that I would like for you to look at.
I mean, you can say whatever you want.
Okay. I just seen Ickenmill was showing a video, and it said that where he was in a bar and he was scaring women. I don't know if you can pull it up. It said an hour ago. So it was just a video he just showed. And it's just now on.
I heard about it. People were talking about it in my Discord.
I didn't see that. I was trying to get to your Discord. I joined.
I gotta
today.
drop it. I gotta drop it back on the
Okay.
I gotta drop it back on the members tab. I will. I'll drop it tonight.
Okay. I did. I joined. If you need help modding, I can mod.
What's your name in chat?
Dixie and PN Mountain.
Okay, yeah, all right. I seen your comment earlier.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I mean, so you think like what's your thoughts on everything that you've seen so far on Bryan Kohberger?
I think he's
call him by his name. I'm sorry.
I think he's sicko. I think he's a sicko. I think that Kayla's tip is what tipped him off as to where he was, though. I swear I do. I think Kayla's tip told him where it was.
Were you in here when we got a call from Kayla?
I think I was listening. I've been listening to you like all day, every day. That was at the very beginning, though, so I don't know.
We're still trying to hunt that down. We're still trying to hunt down the phone call with Kayla that she said, I'm in the Poconos. Yeah. I see a vehicle, a white Elantra with Washington plates.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what the fuck would he be doing in the Poconos?
You never know where that food would be.
So I'm still trying to find it.
I've seen a comment. Somebody said that his dad flew to Washington and rode back with him in the car to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I want to.
Did you see that?
Somebody said, Trev, a lady in here named Mary is calling you. Said she to your show. Allegedly, right?
Allegedly, yeah. I just seen somebody commenting. I don't know. I think it's just him. I do. I don't think nobody helped him. I think he was doing it just to see if he could get away with it. I do. What is the other caller that you had where you said, are you the killer? And it hung up? Did you ever go back and find that call?
I couldn't find it.
You couldn't find it.
I've done a lot. I know Jeff has been going through and sending me timestamps of who called, etc. on each one.
Yeah.
Sending me email updates on it. So I got people digging through looking for it as we speak.
I might try to do that some too, because I can 2 times speed it, listen, and pause it. Because I listen to it all day long. Because I do deliveries and I just ride around listening to YouTube all day. I do listen to YouTube all day long. But yeah, I think this dude's a sicko. I can't believe that he went. I just wonder if he was at the memorial, the first memorial that they had for all 4 of them. I wonder if he was there in that auditorium, whatever it was, gymnasium. I wonder if he was there or not. Because, I mean, they was sitting looking for somebody being there that might be acting weird, remember? I wonder if he was there. I bet he was. I bet he was there.
I don't know. I'm speculating that he's maybe went to a party before.
Oh, yeah. I have actually sat and wondered. I wonder if him and Enan, I wonder if they are friends.
Yeah.
When I got on Twitter and looking through his account, it shows like I found like traps and stuff like that, which everybody finds, I know, but it showed a squirrel with its head messed up, reminds you of the dog. But then I see knives that were made too, and that was that Jason White had a knife that he was making knives and selling them. So I don't know. That was the one that got arrested for the grand theft.
Yeah, I appreciate you calling, and it's been 5. I'm gonna open up the lines for some more. But thank you for calling. Where are you calling in from? Tennessee?
I'm in Tennessee, Hawkins County, Tennessee. Where Summer Wells is in.
Yeah, that case is.
That's what got me into true crime.
That's another one.
Yeah, it is another one. It's sad.
Well, thank you so much for calling in, and I appreciate you. I'll have to mod you up.
I'm here. I'm listening every day, so I may try to find some of that for you, though.
God bless you. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a happy new year. I'll see you in chat.
Happy New Year. Take care. Thank you. And thanks, chat. Bye.
Shout out to her, man. 219-885-9693. You're great.
Call from
Shane.
Yo, what's going on?
Yo, what up, T-REV? How you doing?
I'm hanging in there, brother. How about you?
Not too bad. Just got a few thoughts I wanted to share and see what you think.
Let's hear it, man.
All right, man. Well, first of all, I want to know like how they actually pinpointed like him specifically. Like I know they did the DNA type, genealogy and all that. But I don't know, man. Like it just seems like it'd be hard to pinpoint somebody. I mean, I guess they got like his family down or whatever. But and I also want to know like about the Elantra, like how they pinpoint the Elantra and stuff. So like,
I think they followed it. I want to say they followed it all the way from states all the. I think they followed that thing. I think they were able to follow it all the way to Pennsylvania, or got a hit back with the genealogy or whatever, and was able to find out where his parents live.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
We don't know though. There could be a anonymous tip too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Because it does seem like as soon as they mentioned the Elantra, that to me it seems like that's when they knew who he was. Because from what I heard, they followed him out to Pennsylvania from Idaho when they were staking him out. Like when they knew who he was. That's what I heard, anyways. But so like, and that might be the reason why they didn't give away the license plate number. Because the car wasn't registered in his name. It's like registered in his dad's name or something.
Yeah,
but I don't know. Another thing I wanted to bring up.
Did you read his surveys and stuff?
Yeah. The one you have right now.
Yeah, the one that I seen on Reddit.
Is it the same as what you got on right now? No.
Nah. That's different.
Oh, okay. Another thing I wanted that I was thinking is, I almost feel like he might have been in the house before, man. Like he might have cased the house. Like he might have even been there while everybody was sleeping before, like before the murders.
That
just to see what
party.
Not even at a party. Like he could have like just snuck in while everybody was asleep and just like cased the place out, seen who's there, who's in what rooms, like what the situation looks like when everybody's in bed. Just to give himself like more confidence, maybe to do it. I don't know. It just kind of feels like, he could easily been in there without nobody knowing before.
Ain't no doubt.
And got his head around it, and then come back later to actually do the killing. But I just wanted to see what you think about it, man. It just
there's a lot.
I guess we'll learn more. Yeah, we'll just learn more as everything comes out, I guess. But
that's all I have, man. On this dude, man. It's like, did he really go to school for criminology and psychology or whatever to fucking think he could beat a murder?
That's what I think. I think so, man. I think he did. Yeah, I think he did this. Well, I mean, I don't think he did it just to be a murderer. I think he was so obsessed with the killer's mind. That's what got him into that field of school. And then he just took it way too far, man. Like, I think he became a god in his own world. And he basically, I've got the know-how, I've got the knowledge and the education. I feel like I can do this. And he's just sadistic enough in the head that, he just did it because he probably felt untouchable. I bet he was riding just high and fly, like for the last 48 days or whatever before they arrested him. When that arrest came, it probably hit him like a brick wall. Like he probably was not expecting that at all. Like, I'm sure he thought he was in the clear. You know what I mean? But
if he thought he was in the clear, I guess, yeah, let's go. Let me go commit a murder and drive my vehicle there.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean? Drive my vehicle there, and there's no cameras around here. It's a neighborhood. Nobody buys cameras these days. Yeah, okay, buddy.
Yeah, are you agreeing with me or are you disagreeing?
No, I'm talking about him with just driving there in his fucking vehicle. Like, dude's an idiot.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
That's all I'm saying. Like, dude, you're a fucking idiot, bro. You go there for a murder, and then you go and leave. Like, you leave all the way and go across the country where there's cameras everywhere. Okay, buddy, FBI is gonna be on your ass.
Right, and with Washington plates.
Absolutely.
So that kind of shows, how much confidence he had, and think he got away with it. And the fact that the police weren't saying much, they weren't giving away anything that they knew. So he's probably like, man, I got this. Ain't nobody touching me. Nobody's going to find out about this. Nobody saw me. Nobody knows nothing. So like, he's probably just got hit hard, which he deserves, man. It's like they raided him and arrested him at like 3:00 in the morning, the same way he snuck in, to that house and killed everybody. It's like, I'm glad he got a rude awakening. Unfortunately, he's going to live, well, unless they give him the death penalty. I don't know, man. You think they'll, if he pleads guilty, that they can waive the death penalty? Or you think they'll just stick it to him?
They need to burn his ass up on that death penalty. I think they'll go for. I think they're going to go for that. But the defense will try to eat that shit up and get some type of plea for life in prison. You know what I mean? They always do.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I hope so too, man. Because
this dude seems like he's got an ego, bro.
Yeah, well, from what I hear, yeah, man, he was always condescending when he's talking to people, his friends and stuff. Like, talking down to him, and he has to be the smartest guy in the room, and he has to over-explain things to let you know that he's smarter than you. And I don't know, man. It's just all bizarre.
Yeah, brother. I appreciate you calling in, my man. God bless you, man. I wish you a happy New Year, man. 7:33 p.m. I don't know where you're at. East Coast?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm in Eugene, Oregon, actually, where they found that Elantra.
Oh yeah, not the one who pulled up on it and took a pic and jumped out with video.
No,
right? Okay.
No. I was. It was in the area though. That day when it happened, I just didn't know the car was there until I actually got home and started watching your channel.
Yeah,
and then I realized. But
that's just crazy, man. Well, God bless you, brother. Thank you for calling in, and I appreciate you sharing your thoughts and opinions, man.
Yeah, you too, man. Happy New Year.
God bless you, brother, man. You call back in whenever you want.
All right, man. Thanks.
All right, man. Be safe. Shout out to him. And if you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. 219-885-9693. What do you think about Bryan Kohberger? That's what I want to know. I just don't. I don't think he deserves to be called by his real fucking scumbag.
Call from
Sherry.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, T-REV. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours. What do you think about this scumbag Bryan Kohberger?
Well, I think he's a scumbag, and I hope he goes straight to hell. And I think they got the right guy. But the reason I'm calling, some callers might think it's boring, and I probably won't ever call back, but I'll never stop watching you. I'm not real good on a computer, but I did learn how to become a member. So I'm a proud member now.
Thank you.
I finally figured it out. And just know how much I love you and the people on here. I love them. It might sound a little weird, but I think God kind of put you in my life to watch for some enjoyment.
Yes, ma'am.
I kind of became a prisoner of my own self after, my mom shot my dad and shot himself. And they were talking about, the cleanup crew.
God bless you, ma'am.
Well, there was a cleanup crew had to come in here too. And it's tough. And I'm sorry to cry. I'm sorry to cry on here, but
it's okay.
They really should tear that place down because it's not good to live in a house like this. But I just want to wish you a happy New Year, and I'll never stop watching your show.
God bless.
And I'm going to claim you for my son. You'll be many miles away, but I'll claim you for my son.
Well, thank you so much.
Okay. I love your show. Keep on doing what you're doing.
God bless you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry for your loss, too.
Yeah, you're welcome, sweetheart.
God bless you, man. I'm so sorry to hear about that. I know it's got to bother you every day.
It does. Living here don't help, but I ain't got a choice. You got to do what you got to do, So it's okay. It's all right. Life goes on, but I have become so involved in your show. It just tickles me to death to see you come on, and I'm so proud to be a member. I'm a little bit older, so I'm not real good on the computer. And I don't want to be a downer. I just want you to have a blessed New Year. I think you're a great person, and I love all these people. And I love your show.
Well, thank
I'll
you
let
so
you
much.
go.
God bless you, ma'am. And I'm so sorry to hear that. Our prayers and thoughts go out with you, and our hearts are with you too.
Yeah. Well, I thank you. I'll always watch you.
Well, I'm glad you do. And anything you ever need, don't hesitate to reach out.
Oh, I wouldn't. You do a great job. You keep on, bub. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, man. God bless your heart. Shout out to her, man. 219-885-9693. What do you think about Kohberger? God bless her. I know that's tough to hear. I don't know her whole, I don't know the whole breakdown on the crime that happened with her, but
Call from Nanu.
You said Nanu?
Yes, this is Nanu.
Yeah, Nanu. You're on the line. What's up? 5 minutes.
My real name's Katrina, just letting you know.
It's okay, Katrina. What's going on?
Anyway, I've been trying to get in for the past couple days, but that's normal, obviously. But anyway, when I woke up the other morning, it's, finding out that he was caught and stuff. I was not expecting someone else, You know what I mean?
Mm.
It was, I had my mind just in the circle, that we've all been talking about, pointing fingers at the ex-boyfriend, the JD, whatever that was. It just really shocked me just to see that it was someone else like that. I don't know if I'm explaining it right. It just freaked me out, and being that far away.
Yeah, this dude's I don't know. This dude's a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, he's got the dark eyes too, and that's what's scary. It almost, I can't remember who I was.
Did you see the Instagram reel on his Instagram?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, like a real weird film with like a bat beating a dude over the head. It was, yeah.
Was that really? Oh, I think I heard about that. Was that really his, or was that one someone made up?
Nah, it was his. In case if somebody made it up, that'd be crazy. But it looked like.
Oh my. Ew. Well, he had some kind of demented thing in his mind, and I honestly believe that maybe he was hiding in a closet or something that night, and I think possibly watching them. And you know how, I don't know, I was wondering when Thanksgiving break was, because that kind of would have been an idea to give him when there would be less people on campus.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I didn't know the timeline for that.
Yeah, we got a lot of questions that we want answers for. I'll tell you that much. I know that everything that on News Nation was asking Chief Fry, like it was just that's in part of the investigation. That's part of the investigation. That's part of the you know what I mean? So it's like everything that we're running off is basically, hearsay, rumor at this point. Besides, the only thing that I do believe is that he asked did anybody else get arrested. I think.
Yeah. Now, is that true?
Yeah. I mean, allegedly.
Okay. Because I had heard that too, and I didn't know if it was noted or not.
I just
sure,
but I don't think Bryan Enton would ask that if he didn't get a reliable source for him to even ask that. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Well, he's just kind of showing. I mean, yeah, he's probably intelligent for what his degrees or whatever, but he, like's been noted before, he wasn't really that intelligent for driving around the same car that was being looked for, especially with Washington plates. That blew me away too. That wasn't very smart. But anyway, one more thing. That picture of him, that supposed weirdo that was on Facebook and has that sideways picture. I want to know what his father looks like.
That's a good question.
And seeing if maybe his father was in the military.
Right. Well,
is that making sense?
It's Brian Christopher Blowburger. That's his
I was calling
name.
him. I was calling him Blow Booger. I thought I got muted for that.
Nah. I just don't. I don't want to call this creep out by his fucking name.
I only went by his big old nose, and that's why I said Blow Booger. But anyway, yeah, I was wondering about that. Possibly, I want to know what his dad looks like, and maybe if someone could find pictures of his dad, and if he was in the military, because crazy is as crazy does, and I could see someone doing that.
I mean, this dude's got weird pictures, like the one that I got on screen. Like this dude's weird.
Yeah, he looks. Ew, that just sent chills through my spine. He looks just gone. He's not there.
Yeah, my man don't got a soul.
No. Exactly. Ew, he's dark. Ew, that just made me sick almost.
Yeah,
but anyway, this whole thing.
I was finding a couple pictures, just putting them on screen. Like this is that dark bastard right here.
Yeah. His eyes almost look like that guy, that weirdo that killed all those poor babies in that school. That's who he reminds me. The guy with the big eyeballs. He looks that dark and hollow.
Yeah, he's super fucking weird. I'll say the least. To say the least. Thank you for calling in. Where are you calling in from?
Oh, I'm calling in from Oregon.
Well, that's 2 people in a row that got in from Oregon. Shout out to you.
Oh, yeah, the guy was from Eugene. Yeah, I'm in Central Oregon, so.
Well, shout out to you from Oregon, and thank you for calling in. God bless you.
Thank you. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year to you, too.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Awesome. Here.
I'm sorry, I missed your name. What did you say your name was?
Cher.
Cher, what's going on? You're live on the air. What's your thoughts on this? What's your thoughts on him?
Okay, well, okay. First of all, we can speculate all day long.
Absolutely.
Okay? But I do remember seeing this on TikTok where now that you're saying it, where you had asked this guy that called you and you got like dumbfounded, taken back, and that it was questioned, is this the dude that's calling in to a podcast, right? This is you, right? Is that it? Is that it? Didn't he call a podcast? Was it you he called?
Yeah. No, this Dave.
What?
This Dave person that called me. I don't know if it's him.
Right,
I don't know who it is, but I was able to scroll through 90,000 or like 80,000 to 90,000 calls to get back to that day on December 15th at 12:33 a.m. and find his number and call that person back. And I keep no answering. I keep getting the voicemail and it says Dave.
He's playing a game.
It says David Morse.
What is his name?
David Morse.
Is that what came across?
Yes.
David Morse?
That's what the voicemail said, but there's no answer. And I texted him, etc.
He's casing and he's playing games. He knew, think about it. He was either hiding in the closet, like your last caller said, okay? There's 2 other people in the house that weren't hurt. So 4 murdered, 2 not murdered. Was he there prior, maybe a party? Was he thrown out of a party at the house? Who knows? We could speculate all day.
Mm-hmm.
But he was watching those girls. If you look at one of those videos where she's tipsy, she's not with it 100%. She's drunk. She's inebriated, not falling down, but still, she's impaired. Guys look for that. They case for it. If they're real scumbags, they'll case you for it. If they want something from a girl or another person, it doesn't matter. Elderly, they're looking for something that's weaker than them. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
And another guy, he's security. He maybe even tried to be a cop and couldn't get in to be a cop, and he went to security. So he's got a lot of downfalls here. And then I heard one time, maybe I think he's an incel. But, and then the father said today that he's starting to see a connection. I believe it's Maddie's. Wait, I don't want to make the wrong. It's the man that's always been speaking out with the, it starts with a G, his last name, Gonzalez or
Gonzalez. Yes.
Right. He said that he's starting to see a connection, but he can't open his mouth just yet. And more is going to be revealed. But I believe he cased those girls. But they say a knife attack is very personal. Very personal.
Oh,
why did he hate them? Why did he hate them so much? Think about it. Randomly, would someone go and kill? Maybe a psych. I'm talking about a schizophrenic or something like that. Hearing voices, yeah, they'd go off, And this is too planned. It's not that he's schizophrenic or mentally ill. He's mentally ill, but not that way. He's pre-planning everything,
right?
Casing everything. You don't look. There's a relationship. There's something that happened prior, I think. Absolutely. He could have been thrown out of a party, could have been made fun of.
He could have been at the corner club.
He could have been at that club. He could have, anything. But I believe that there's a connection. Was there a disrespect? Was there disrespect somehow? But 2 other people weren't touched in that house, right? Is that what? Were they even attempted, or did he just flee after 4?
Say again?
Were the other 2 girls or whatever it was? Were they even confronted by this person? this Kohberger or whatever the hell his name is.
I mean, we have no idea. We have no idea what happened that night. All we I mean, the only idea that we have and that we know is that he allegedly unalived them in their beds and allegedly was in Elantra, allegedly.
But now, it does take a lot of energy to do what he did.
Absolutely.
And when you're drunk, you really don't hear shit. You're kind of passed out a little bit. I don't know what the other people that were in the house, the other two, I don't think they were drunk. I'm sorry, the girl with the boy.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know if they were drunk, but I know that the only one that I seen a little tipsy was the little blonde girl, Maddie.
Uh-huh.
And then Kelsey seemed like she had her. Is that her name, Kelsey? I'm so sorry that I don't have all the names, but the other girl, the other 21-year-old female, she seemed like she had her wits about her. Now, she wasn't impaired, but it seemed like the little one was. You don't know what was said, could have been said, who knows, or met prior, or...
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Where are you calling in from?
Chicago.
Well, thank you so much for calling in. I'm right here, right by you. So thank you so much for calling in, and God bless you.
New Year. Thank you. You too.
Shout out to her. Yeah. All right, hold up. Somebody said, what? You Truth and Transparency wanted to talk? I did see her in chat. Tell her to email me the number. There's a lot of people trying to get through. Crime sleuthing. Can you send it to Trev? What are we looking for? I just seen it. I just looked at a few emails just now. Also, I gotta mod up a few people. Who's getting modded up? Who we modding up in here? We need more mods, huh? Let's see. I see her in here all the time. Let's give her a shot with modding. Who else we got up in here? Who else we got? Who else we modding in here that I see in here constantly? I'm definitely putting my... Dean said me, and he already wrenched him. If TNT, if you're in here, email me. It's easier. Let's check out... Who can help me mod up in here? Hold up. I see Mar. Mar, where you at? I just seen you, Mar. I need insensitive mods that don't get pissed off very easy. Stephanie, let's see. Libby Live. What's up, Libby? Libby Live in the building. The real Libby Live in the building. All right. I got Mar already. All right, so I just modded up a few here. I just modded up a decent amount. I can bust ass, said Bad Boy. What's up, Bad Boy? Welcome to the team. I just modded up like 4 different people. All right. Let me give Shelly a shot. All right. I'll take a couple more here in a minute. Let me see. All right, let's go. All right, let's take these phone calls. 219-885-9693. I'm checking through these emails too. Hold up. Somebody sent this and said, this sounds like... Hold up. Your Dave Strange caller. Is this the same voice? Huh.
Hey there, to those of you interested in hearing...
Everybody sends me that same clip that I've seen already.
Call from
Uncle Benny.
We compared last night. Uncle Benny, you got that campfire lit. You got the marshmallows rolling, bro. What's going on, my man? 5 minutes. The floor is yours. What do you think about Bryan Christopher Kohberger?
Well, Happy New Year, first of all.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what, man. They threw us another curveball, didn't they?
Yep.
Another day, another strange happenings going on. So nobody saw that coming, right? And
yes,
if you recall, and I'm sure you got new people in here who don't remember some of my calls maybe, but I've had a real problem with some anomalies in this case. Number one was, where were the bodies being taken out of 11,000 students with 11,000 cell phones? Nobody got a photo. That's been a problem for me. And I thought, I said, well, if there's not an arrest soon, then I'm going full psyop on this thing. There's a problem with this case. But we had an arrest. I thought, oh yeah. I don't have to worry about that anymore. It's a real deal.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a problem with it, though. It's raised more questions. Now, yeah. So this guy, so, well, I haven't done a ton of homework on it yet. I'm looking into it. But, you know, one of the things bothers me, the guy's like 28. He's in a doctorate program in criminology. And, you know, immediately it made me think of, remember the Aurora shootings in Colorado?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, the brilliant young guy, and his father had some weird connections. I think government contract connections or something like that. And there's a lot of weird stuff around that situation. And remember how drugged out he looked in court? And it just some of the reports about multiple people out back of the theater, just a lot of weird stuff, you know. And I know there's people in here that I'm not even looking at the chat, but who this is too much for them. It's mind bending and just they dismiss it. But you know, it's been said that all the world's a stage, you know, and things aren't always what they, you know, how they appear. And you know, old timers always have said, believe half of what you see believe none of what you see and half of what you hear. Right.
Right.
So I think we need a dose of that when we look at these things, because we're all only seeing this through the television and through the internet. You know, we're not there. And there's a lot of, this is an age of deception. A lot of weird things go on. So, you know, if we think in, without going into it all, but, you know, I read a list of all the people, and I've even added more to that since there, that we've been thrown as suspects, you know, and they've all, a lot of them have had some really compelling motivations. It's just too weird. It's almost like it's scripted, you know, it's like, what in the heck? I've never seen anything like this. Anyway, so one of the things that struck me is that when they showed the guy's apartment building, it had like there was a big G on the side of the building. Have you noticed that? Did you see that?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you, and then it's in the middle of a box that looks like a diamond. It's like a square box turned on one of the points. And that looks, you know, it's reminiscent of the set and compass of the Masonic symbol. If you've ever seen a Masonic symbol with the big G in the middle of it. And, you know, a lot of people when it comes to conspiracies and psyops, you know, there's lots of secret societies. People put it to the Masons, the Jesuits, the Illuminati, you name it, right? But Masonic stuff appears in a lot of these situations when people are crying foul. You know, it's a false flag, it's a hoax, it's this, that, crisis actors, whatever. Well, I thought that was very strange. You know, it's just another anomaly that raises more questions for me. Another thing is, you know, the address of King Road was 1122. And that could arguably, you know, represent 33, which is a number that it's a very powerful occultic or Masonic number. And, you know, it just shows up time and time again. And I just wish it wouldn't. I don't want to live in this weird world where all this kind of wacky stuff is going on. So, you know, don't Alex Jones me, people. It's just like, you just have to look at reality I try to look at reality for what it is. And we can't just want to fit it into our own box of like, everybody thinks like we do and that people wouldn't do these kinds of things. And, you know, there's people out there who have unlimited money and power, and practically. And, you know, if somebody, and I've in my life, I've learned a lot of people are whores. They'll do anything for money. You know, it's just a matter of what, you've probably heard the joke of somebody asking somebody if they'd sleep with them for, you know, $100. They're like, what do you think I am, a prostitute? And then I forget how the joke goes, but then they offer them like $1 million and they do it, you know, and it's like, you know, proves that they are, right? So anyway, the last thing I want to say about it is just lost my train of thought. By the way, I mean, I'll get to what I was going to say, but you know, he drove right by your house in all likelihood. He came down 80-90. If you look at the map, I think you even pulled up the map the other day, went right past Chicago, right across northern Indiana.
Right.
So, and that road runs like less than a mile from my house. And today I actually go under it. And I was thinking, you know, maybe that murder weapon just was sailing through here just a couple days ago, you know,
and chopped it out anywhere.
Yeah. Well, actually, I thought about that. It's like, hey, it might be worth going to look at around one of these underpasses. But anyway, I heard the time thing. But great show, and I'm glad people are paying attention, and I'm glad you're open to lots of different ideas and thoughts, and You're a good dude, man. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Uncle Benny, man. I appreciate that. That's you got to be that way, or else, I mean, where are you gonna get at with the channel in general? You got to be you got to be a person of the people, in my opinion. I mean,
yeah,
I see a lot of dickheads online that barely even interact with anybody. It's like, the other day, and like I said, thanks to Freckles, she shot out this idea, and I was like, yeah, I read everybody's comments, and everybody wants to have a voice. So you got to give your community a voice, man. And this is the best way to do it.
Another thing that you do that's really noble that a lot of people don't do is that you give credit and honor where honor's due, and just like you just did to Freckles, and that's really a good quality, my man.
Well, if it really wasn't for her, I would have never thought. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have been like, oh shit, she's right. Like, because I was thinking of a way that I could, and then I was like, you know what? She shot that out there, and I looked into it, and easily was able to, I paid a little bit of money, but it's worth it.
Yeah,
it's worth it. I love it. This is the best. Like, I feel like this is the best way. Everybody gets to come up, discuss what they feel, their thoughts, their feelings. And not only that, they speak from the heart, and that's what I want. Just like I speak from my heart when I get on panels and talk about these cases and watch videos and discuss in the comments. But there's nothing more better than hearing you guys come up and speak on the phone and use your voice rather than be in the comments. And I see your picture when I pull it up on screen and read your comment. It's like, yeah, it's more. I'm more involved with you guys this way, I feel like, and I like that.
It's fantastic. It's really like you've got yourself a radio station that to somebody go out and get a radio spot or get with the station or get licensed by the FCC and all that kind of stuff. You sort of found a way to bypass that and look, you struck a nerve, you struck a vein in people, and it's I really think this is early days for you. This could really go places.
Oh yeah.
And congratulations, because you're an excellent listener. That's really great. You give credit where credit's due. You engage with people. I like how sometimes you get hung up on something somebody says for a second and drill down on it, and like you're listening, And anyway, hey, I've taken up too much time, and just Happy New Year, my friend. Thank you very much.
Man, God bless you, Uncle Benny. I know I'll hear from you again, brother. Thank you, my man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
God bless you, brother. Shout out to Uncle Benny, man. 219-885-9693, man. He had some great things to say. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, my brother. Let me move these emails over. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts? What you feeling? What do you think about this on the screen?
Call from
Nick from Charleston, South Carolina.
What's going on, my man? You said Charleston, South Carolina?
Yes, sir.
What's up, my man? What do you think about Bryan Kohberger?
I think Bryan Kohberger. I said Bryan because he's going to be on the electric chair eventually. Mm-hmm. Now, listen, I do believe in our justice system. Innocent until proven guilty, because obviously they need more evidence because they're still asking for tips, and so that's kind of I'm sure they have. I imagine they have DNA, but they can't tell people that, because then there's going to be questions like, oh, where's the DNA? Where'd y'all find it? How did you get it? Hopefully it was from his busted ass nose, Ethan or Kaylee or Maddie or Zana punched him in the nose, but he was also a kickboxer. Maybe he was sparring with a partner or something and got that, but I hope it's from one of the four victims. But I just, even that mugshot, he kind of like a smug look, not any sort of worry, like, oh man, what the hell, or it was almost like a Mona Lisa smile. Like, you can kind of tell it's kind of a smile, or, maybe not. I think he was kind of smirking a little bit. But I also want to ask you about the call you had. I'm like having this Mandela effect. I can't remember if it was like a week ago or a couple days ago when Kayla called you about the tip.
Yeah.
Have you kind of heard anything about that?
I'm trying to find it, bro. We're digging up. Like, I got people actually digging up as we speak.
I have been too all day. And I almost got to the point where I was in my head, like,
you remember that call, right?
I was there for it live. Yep. Yes, sir.
Dude.
I do. I've been digging it up. I kind of thought
like for a second, oh man, there's some of the videos taken down because I thought maybe they like got taken down because there's like a 2-day gap. Because I know you're on every day except for like Christmas. You know, I don't think you were on. And I was like, there's a 2-day gap there or something. Where there's no videos. But,
yes, I did. I was off like a day and a half. I do remember that. It was like I think it was maybe Christmas Eve and Christmas at the most.
Okay, yeah. So y'all been digging too, man. I kind of had to stop. I was like, man, I'm getting a headache because I wanted to find it. Like, but I know I had heard it, you know, and very vividly, and it blew me away. And it's not like, what's the odds? You know, I mean, I even thought maybe, was it like an hour before the news broke with what's his name? We calling him Blowburger.
Yeah, Blowburger.
And yeah, Brian Blowburger, and so I just it's been driving me crazy. Yeah, and so y'all been trying to dig it up too, huh?
Yep, I got Jeff has been going through listening to the whole entire shit, sending me a timestamp of everybody whose name on the call was and everything. I was like, damn, Jeff is really listening in on this.
Yeah, man, dude, like I said, man, she's a hero, and I'm telling you, man, like that's huge to me. Like I know this Dave thing is big too, but I gotta tell you, even bigger is that Kayla calling in. That's huge.
Dude,
that's
because
wild
she said,
stuff.
I'm in the Poconos in Pennsylvania. I see a car. I was like, what the hell would he be doing in the Poconos?
Washington. I remember. I think I do remember Washington license plates when she said that too.
That's what I'm saying. And I was like, man, she said, should I send it in as a tip? I said, it wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, exactly. And it blows me away. So, but this is, you've been doing a great thing, man. You really have. And they're going to get this guy. Like, I think it's, I mean, look, dude, that dude's creepy as hell, man. He's got his crazy eyes. I'm looking at that high school photo.
Yeah,
man,
that dude's a creep, dude.
I'm telling you, I don't know about what kind of, like, I haven't seen his posts. Like, I'm not on social media, except if you want to include YouTube or something, if that's social media, which I think it is. But other than that, I'm not on social media. So I'm not really into too much of his profiles and stuff, his accounts. But man, I gotta tell you, I bet the house that it's him, man. I'm telling you.
You said I bet the house, man.
I bet the house. I mean, it's got to be him, and I think someone else too. I really do think there's someone else. I really do. I don't think you were shitting around when you asked that question. You know, have you arrested somebody else?
Yeah, no. I'm curious to whether people think there's somebody else, because why would you ask? I mean, in case you're toying with investigators, which is very, very possible. Why would you say, is anybody else arrested? Like, I mean, come on now.
I know. I know time's up. You know, I was gonna say something else, but yeah. I mean, it's that's my time. But dude, thank you again. I appreciate it, and you rock. And kind of keep us posted on that Kayla call, man. It's been that's small stuff. And thank you again. Yes, sir. Have a happy New Year, and thank you all. Thank the community, man. Your energy, man. It was your energy. It's. I'm telling you, I think you had something. I think something. You had something bigger than you think happened here. Like I think that call, if it was a couple days before, come on now. Like, I think the FBI picked up on that, or whoever. And I gotta tell you, man, it's been dry. It's been something else. But anyway, God bless
you, brother.
Happy New Year, y'all.
Happy New Year to you too, my brother. I'll hear from you again. Shout out to him, man. 219-885-9693. Make sure you email me your numbers. Make sure you email me. Whoever wants to get a call back, I will do some callbacks also, maybe like 3 or 4 in a row. And then we'll go back to getting on the calls. And, you know, I'll do some callbacks for sure. Let's see.
Call from
Vicky.
Vicky. What's going on, Vicky?
Oh, same old. How are you? And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too. 5 minutes. Here you go. The floor is yours. What's your thoughts on Blowburger?
Okay. I think he's the creepiest thing I've seen in a long time. But I sent you a couple emails. They're from the New York Post and Daily News, or where Kaylee's dad is saying there is a connection, or he thinks there's a connection between this guy and Kaylee. And then I heard through a YouTuber, I think they accidentally let it slip, that she had bought a car from him. So he might have been hitting on her and all that, and he just didn't take it well. And he's so smart, book smart, that he's stupid. He's left shit everywhere, I think. And they've got more that he thinks he can wiggle out of, but I don't think he's going to be able to. I think he's going to try to put a lot of doubt in.
I want to ask you a
Sure.
question. Do you really think there's somebody else involved?
No. I think with him, if his dad did fly out to Washington and ride back in that car, he wanted somebody else's DNA in there.
Damn. Well, so for an alibi. Or not for an alibi, but for something else that, you know what I mean? Like he can lean on.
To trip up. Yeah, to trip him up.
I don't know.
Or, he could have been showing off the knife to somebody and they held it. And then when he used it, he wore gloves where their fingerprints and stuff would be on it.
Right.
So I don't know, but he looks just like the type that he's just creepy.
Yeah.
I seen a guy. If I would see a guy come up to me that looked like it, I don't care if I'm in the middle of Walmart, I'd probably shoot him.
You said I don't care if I'm in the middle of Walmart.
That's right. Creepy people, I just really watch them. And he's about as creepy looking as they come. Dead eyes, dead soul, dead everything. When he gets to hell, the devil's going to scratch his eyes out.
Yeah, there ain't no, when he gets to hell, the devil's going to scrape his eyes out. Is that what you just said?
Oh, yeah. Scratch his eyes out. He's soulless. The devil ain't going to even want him. Scratch his eyes out. Throw him in the pit.
Throw him in the pit. So you really think this is a solo act, huh?
I really do. I think he would. There's a thing out where he done heroin when he was younger.
Yeah, I seen that.
Okay, then what? How can we say he didn't graduate to crack or something else? And be able to do this.
Oh my God!
Because when people do crack, and I've never done it before in my life, but I had a friend that got attacked by a crackhead. And she could have whooped his ass if he wasn't on crack. And he about killed her.
Damn.
Yeah, they really can get wound up on that crap. So, and Indianapolis is full of that crap. I'm Southern Indiana. I've talked to you quite a few times.
Oh, I know. Trust me, I remember my callers very well.
I figured you'd remember me.
Yes, ma'am.
But yeah, I think he's just soulless. I think he didn't get something in childhood, or he was born that way.
Yeah, I agree. Violence is never the answer. I agree with you there.
No. Somebody's attacking me, I'm going to give them violence if that's what they want. But they ain't going to like my violence because I'm too old to fight, but I'll give it a hell of a whirl and maybe shoot them. Don't come for me unless I call for you. And this guy, they didn't call for him. So I think Kaylee's dad, if he could get his hands on this guy, we ain't going to have a trial for him, this guy.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I think it's taking everything they got to keep Steve in check. So,
yeah.
All right, that's all I wanted to say. Just look at those two, news ads, and I was like, wow. And like I said, because somebody said something that he had a connection with her, and they think she bought a car from me. As cute as she was, he wanted her and he couldn't have her. Oh,
Well, I appreciate
All
you
right,
calling in, Vicky. I'm gonna get somebody else on. But God
absolutely,
bless you.
and you have a great New Year.
Thank you, Vicky. I hope you have a happy New Year too, and stay safe. Stay, duck.
I will.
There's gonna be a lot of gunshots.
Stay out of Walmart.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, stay out of Walmart.
Take
All
cover
right,
because there's
friend.
gonna be a lot of guns, shooting off.
They don't do it down here in the country, though.
Yeah, we do it out here.
Oh, I know they do it up there. I lived in Indianapolis all my life, except for 5 years ago, and we moved to the country, and they don't even do that.
Well, that's good.
They don't even do fireworks on the 4th.
Well,
you do.
You stay safe, Vicky. God bless you. Shout out to Vicky, man. 219-885-9693. What do you think about Bryan Kohberger? I'm waiting. Oh my God. Yeah. What's T-REV's email? Exclamation email.
Call from
Dana.
Dana, what's going on?
Hey, how are you tonight?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm great. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, Dana. And the floor is yours for 5 minutes. What's your thoughts? What were you able to find on Bryan? What interests you? What doesn't? What do you feel? What are you feeling right now?
Well, a lot of emotions, but I think his name should be Bryan Kohberger because he eats them hot, and I think he's a loser, and he couldn't make it as like a working normal human being, and the only way he wanted all that attention, and this is the only way that he figures he could get it. Well, he's got it for a little while, but all this stuff moves fast, and people will be like, "Oh yeah, I remember. I think I remember that."
Mm-hmm.
I'll be glad when the trial's over, and I think that the parents should get to choose the punishment, whether it's life in prison or death.
Honestly, I think he should get. I definitely think he should get some, like life or something. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Yeah.
I think he should get life, and then just add the death and make it immediately if you get right after the trial. I hate how they hold these suckers. I hate how they house these suckers for years before they put them to death.
20 years. I guess they think they're giving them something to think about, but after a little while, you're not just steady.
Giving them something to think about. Put them down if they. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just wish our death penalty would change because these people. You see these people that commit these murders, and I've seen multiple people on death row. Cry their eyes out. Will cry their eyes out at their trial, but yet didn't think about the crime before they fucking committed it. It's like, okay, buddy.
That was like I forget which sorry mother or supposed to be mother it was the other day, about a month ago, I guess, was on TV crying, and I was like, I just couldn't do it. I would get up and smack her face off. She'd have to pick it up out of the floor, sit there and cry to me. What about, these little kids? Oh, yeah, I believe in the death penalty, and I think that, that's got a lot to do with the way people act. It's like they're really not held accountable for it. I mean, you can get out here, you can even, do things that you shouldn't to little kids, even your own. And it's like, I think that's a big deal,
Yes,
and this guy, he finally put a face to all our fears about like this, everyone's probably thought about, oh my gosh, I would hate for someone to cut me, We don't want anything like that to happen to us. So all I gotta say is everybody get real. This is the world where every one of us are living in. Lock your windows, lock your doors, and be careful who you socialize with, really. I hate to say that, but you can get good friends and just kind of keep an eye out. I don't know. Everybody needs a gun, I guess. But you know what? If they'd have had one, I just don't. They may have had one. I don't know if they could have got to it, but the way he came in on them. But yeah, he's a piece of shit. He looks like that poison skull. He has like his eyes, it just looks like you can see the bone and just nothing there.
I know people. I don't know this. I mean, he's gonna be put with a bunch of people that are like him. So nobody's really gonna. I don't think he's just gonna be housed up, man. I don't know. I can't wait to see till the trial plays out. You know what I mean? Because
in Tennessee they have that chair. I think they call him Old Smoky, but they don't use it enough. The electric chair, we shall have it.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But you know what? This law enforcement, the chief and the sheriff of Moscow.
I
was so impressed by them the whole time because I kept thinking, this might take years to, you don't never know when there were so many, people in the house and everything, but they didn't have the big head and not let FBI come in. The sheriff has to, any other law to come in to, help them out. And so they real quick. They thought that this was bigger than them. And so they let the FBI come in and look at us now, But in Tennessee, they need to come in on the law, not in all the counties. Hawkins County, FBI needs to take a good look at their police force.
Exactly.
What's going on there.
Were you calling from Tennessee?
Yes.
Well, God bless you, ma'am. I'm going to get to the next caller. It's been 5 minutes. I'm going to try to stay on time with 5 minutes. Thank you for calling. If you think of anything else, call back.
Okay. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, ma'am. God bless you. Shout out to her.
Call from
Beauty Bungalow. Beauty Bungalow hung up. Hey, Beauty Bungalow, you missed out. 219-885-9693. I'll be doing callbacks here in a minute. Let me look at this real quick. Is that right? Trying to call. I see some emails here. Okay. We'll be doing that. Beauty Bungalow.
Call from
Beauty Bungalow.
Beauty Bungalow.
Hey there.
What's up? What's going on?
Hey, I just wanted to tell you guys that I Googled Kayla, Poconos, Elantra, Washington license plate on Reddit, and there's a lot to read on that.
Yeah. I'm trying to find the call.
Yeah. And there's so much to read. I figured maybe if everybody in here read on that, we could find it.
Right. Yeah, we need to find where she called into the podcast, where she said
I think
there was a Washington plate, Elantra, and she was in the Pocono.
I think it was 3 days ago.
You think it was 3 days ago? I can't.
Yeah,
I do so many podcasts daily that I forgot when that happened, and I didn't think much of it because I was like, "What would he be doing out there?"
Yeah. So I Googled Kayla, Kayla. I assume that's how she spelled her name. I just Googled Kayla, Elantra, Washington plates, Poconos. And there's so much on Reddit. There's I can't even begin to read it all by myself. But if everyone else could help, we could pinpoint exactly when it was.
Yeah, that's
and
good,
maybe that would help us.
Yeah, no doubt. It probably will. Send it to me.
I will. What's your email?
If you hit exclamation point email in chat, it'll show up. But if you want to write it down, it's trev757psn@gmail.com.
Trev757 at PSN.
Yep, psn@gmail.com.
Okay, I'll email you.
Yes, ma'am. Email me that, and I definitely want to find it. So, I mean, I got people looking for it right now.
Okay, or I'll just put it in chat. I'll copy it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you so
Happy
much.
New Year.
Happy New Year to you too. God bless you. 219-885-9693. What's your thought? So I'm pretty sure they shut this whole thing down. Who are these young kids there at the scene? Is that family members or just people that work with the disposal unit?
Call from
Carrie.
Carrie or Carrie? Carrie, yeah.
Yes, it's Carrie. Oh my God, I can't believe I got in finally.
Yes, you
This
got
is Carrie. I'm Carrie's 2 cents in chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go, right there. What's up? 5 minutes, you got the floor. What's up?
I don't know. I've been drinking, and it might be loud here because my neighbors are going crazy with the fireworks. But no, I was like a big Jack D girl. You know what I mean? Like I thought it was him for sure. So I feel bad about that. But I think after I thought about it, I was like, I think it would make me feel better if it was somebody that they knew. You know what I mean? Like they had something personal against them. And when I found out it was just somebody, some random dude, like that's scary. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But yeah, I don't know.
About this creepy bastard?
Do what?
What do you think about this creepy bastard?
I think he's really a psychopath. I mean, like, you know, he looks like Ted Bundy and like Chris Watt. All of these guys, they all look the same. You know, they just have the same look about them. And I think that's the reason he went to law school or whatever he did. And I think that he's going to try to represent himself just like Ted Bundy did. I bet money. Remember, what was the Brooks guy name that ran over the people for the Christmas parade that represented himself? I think he's going to, like, you know, Ted Bundy did the same thing, representing himself. I bet he's going to try to pull all that mess. It's going to be crazy, I bet.
Fuck that. I bet he does, though. I bet he does. I bet he represents himself. Or, you know, he's going
to make us sick. He's going to make us sick.
He thinks he's ahead.
Yep, he does. But anyways, I'm not going to take up all the time. You know, I don't know. I don't have anything to say, but I've been trying to get in for like 2 hours. I'm just sitting here on the back porch drinking by myself.
Well, damn.
I know.
But
I'm in the city that, have you ever heard of the town that dreaded sundown? The serial killer?
Yes.
Yes, that's where I live.
Really?
It's on the border of Texas and Arkansas, yeah.
You like it out there?
No. I mean, I guess it's all I really know, but yep. So serial killers freak me out, you know, because that's what you're grown up with, you know, the town that dreaded sundown, that's, you know, it's all over the place, but we'll see. I don't know. I think he's done some other things before. I don't know.
You never know. I don't know. I wonder if those Oregon crimes are connected.
I know. I'm wondering. But I mean, I hope not. And if not, then he was going to do it again. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think he enjoyed it. I think he got his whatever off. And I don't know. I think they did a good job and got him. So, but I do feel bad about being on the Jack D train. But, you know, I think it was natural. So.
It is what it is. I mean,
it is what it is.
You think what you think. I mean, you know what I mean? Like you think.
I mean, it's almost more comforting. You know, it's more comforting to know that, you know, like my husband might yank me up one day, but I'm going to know that he's been acting weird, or you know what I mean? But when it's just somebody random that you don't even know is mad at you or acting weird, you know what I'm saying? That's scary. It's even more scary, I think. So.
Right.
I don't know. But hey, everybody in chat. Yay, I got through. Don't make fun of me.
Yeah. Nah, you finally got through. Carrie 2 cents, right?
Yes, Carrie's 2 cents.
I seen you say something about. I've been trying to call. I've seen you say that.
I know. I've been feeling like I'm like on like back in the day when I like try to be getting tickets like on the radio station, like just call and call. So.
Well, you finally got through. I appreciate you calling through. I appreciate you being. I see you every day, so.
Oh yeah, I'm always here. So y'all have a happy New Year. Be safe.
Thank you,
Don't be
Carrie.
drinking and driving. All right, bye y'all.
Thank you, Carrie. God bless you. Shout out to Carrie. 219-885-9693. Green Dynasty.
Call from
Green Dynasty.
What's going on, Green Dynasty?
Hey, man. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, too. So what do you think about old Bryan Blowburger?
From
everything that you found.
I'm going to tell you what I think because I'm excited and you're going to think I'm a sick psycho. I started studying law and serial killers and all that because of Ted Bundy. And you know that saying he said, have you caught anybody else yet? That was exactly what Ted Bundy said when they caught him.
Oh my God!
And the fact that he wanted to go to Washington to study, that's where Ted Bundy started. And so did the Green Ridge Killer, and he got obsessed with serial killers. He chose Washington State. Okay, Ted Bundy went to Washington State. And also the teacher that he got, that he wanted to get, is a really big serial killer specialist. And she's on a lot of networks.
Damn.
And he challenged her. According to his classmates, he challenged her all the time on what she did. And I think he did it solo. And I think he learned to do it solo from research. Nobody will tell. Don't involve people. And I think he planned it. And he's only been there since June, not involved with other people. He didn't skin animals because he was a vegan. He loved animals. Kill people, but loved animals.
Right.
And I think he became obsessed with serial killers. And he just studied everything. And that research he did with a class project. So he did it with a bunch of other people. But I think he really wanted to learn. I don't think he really felt, according to other people, he was awkward. He made rude comments to people. He was socially awkward. In the beginning, when they were interviewing people, they said people from Washington State loved to come to Moscow because it was funner to party there or whatever. I'm sure he went to Corner Club. That was one of the most popular places for everybody to go. And I think he did want Kaylee. And I think he went after Kaylee. And I think he was really upset when he found him in the same bed. And then his shit began to not work out. And then I just think he took it out on her. And I really think that Ethan...
What do you mean if your shit did not work out?
Because she was supposed to be in the bedroom by herself.
Uh-huh.
Then he would have just been able to have his way and kill her with his sick fantasy.
Right.
You know? And then when he's OCD, when things don't go according to plan, he can't handle it. He loses his crap. Things have to go perfectly. Because he's very OCD. He plans everything to a T. And then his car was registered to the father. If the father drives the car back and they stop him, hey, the car's registered to the dad, not a lot of questions. They get to keep on going. And if he gets back to Idaho, the people there know he was going to college at Washington State. They wouldn't think to call in a Washington State tag if they knew that it belonged to him and he goes to college there.
Right.
And his dad flew in to help him drive back. And they got back on the 17th of December. So he was in Pennsylvania since the 17th. And I think they did genealogy. And I think they got it from under the kids' fingernails, the ones that did defensive wounds.
That's actually what I was asking earlier. What do people think about that?
And I really believe that. And it takes a while to do genealogy. It took a while to separate the DNA. It actually made it easier for them, though, because I don't think he was in that house. And I don't think he had a lot of DNA. And I don't think people could really put him at the house as a partier. I think he knew them from, like the Corner Club. But I think he got obsessed. And I think he channeled in on him. And that is a Mason symbol. I knew that the first time I saw it. My dad was a 33rd degree Mason. And that's definitely their symbols. And my grandfather was in the Masons. And the minute I saw the G, I thought, wow, that's Masons. And that is college housing. They put them up there. And you have to get invited to do your PhD there. So you have to really work hard and be really smart to get into that school. And you have to be sponsored. I was 2 years away from being a lawyer. And my dad was in law school. So I learned a lot about that stuff. I never finished because I couldn't afford the last 2 years. And I didn't qualify for a grant. But and my parents wouldn't pay for it. They offered to when I was like 38. And I'm like, it's too late now. But yeah, I believe that he started gearing himself after Bundy. And I wouldn't put it past him to represent himself. Bundy didn't do that till the sorority girls. And Bundy would have got off because he got convicted over bite marks, which aren't acceptable anymore. But they would have caught him on DNA by that point.
Right.
But I think they should have kept him alive because you can learn a lot from him. But this guy, if he gets death, it's been 39 years since they put anybody to death. They interviewed the guy who signs off on stuff, and he said he's been working 25 years with all the appeals. He's got people sitting there 39 years. So he's like, Idaho, it's very hard to put someone to death because of all the appeals they get. It's like outrageously crazy when they showed us what that guy goes through. 25 years and he's still working on the same 8 cases. Anyway, I know my time is up, but I just wanted to get those few little things in there as quick as I could. And I know there was one more that I forgot about, but.
Well, I appreciate you sharing. I mean, call back if you get through, you get through. I'll pull you back
Hey,
up.
listen, it took me 30 minutes this time, and normally it only takes me 10 because I have you on redial. But anyway, you know what? Congratulations. People are trying to copy you right now, but you've got the right attitude, the right listening, most of the time the right mods. So, I mean, really, you're growing really fast, and you should have more than 25,000 subscribers.
Well, I'm just gonna work. I'm gonna work at my pace. I'm not gonna worry about the numbers. I'm not gonna worry about none of that. I'm just gonna keep doing what I do.
The thing I like is you don't grip. You never have gripped it since I've been here. You've never asked for subs. You sometimes ask for a thumbs up, but I'm telling you, the one
That's
thing
about
you
it.
never
Hit the
seem to
thumbs
do
up.
is-
That shit's free 99.
Right, and you never grip. You never beg for stuff. You don't tell us, don't say this, don't say that. You're going to hurt my channel, blah, blah, blah.
Say whatever the
And
fuck
you're
you want. That's
very-
your right. That's your right in America is to say what you
But
want.
you don't allow hatred. See, that's the thing. You don't allow hatred, and you don't let people pick on people in chat or put them down. And as long as you keep doing that, I'm just telling you, as long as you keep doing that and keep doing what you're doing. I've told you that since you had like no subscriber and said, I'm starting back. And you know what? It's really good for your mental health. I'm on disability. You're on disability. A lot of times we're home alone in a room. You don't get a lot of outside contact. And because of health issues, I have mental health issues too. And I have PTSD from losing my sons. And Green Dynasty was my son's business. And I've kept the name. And my husband runs the business. But just, it keeps you going. It's good for your mental health, man.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Green Dynasty.
Have a happy
And I
New
know
Year.
I'll hear from you again. Happy New Year to you
Keep
too.
doing what you do. I'm not in chat under Green Dynasty, but I'm a member and I'm here every day and I'm in chat and I talk to you. And sometimes I chat, sometimes I don't. I'm bipolar. So
It's
that on
okay.
top of BST. So I'm not ashamed, but I do.
God
My
bless you.
grandson
Thank you
has
so much,
autism.
Green Dynasty. I'm gonna take the next because somebody's calling. I don't want to
Yeah,
miss
I know.
them.
I'm way over.
Thank
But
you so
y'all
much.
in
8
chat,
minutes.
all
Thank
have
you.
a
I love
happy
you. I love you. I love you. Shut up.
Call from
Sage Wing.
Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Oh, hi.
You got through. You
T-REV?
got through. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're
Oh,
through.
cool. I can't
The
believe
floor
I
is-
got through.
Yeah, you got through. The floor is yours. What are your thoughts on Bryan Kohberger or Blowberger? I meant, my bad.
Well, Mr. Blowberger, first of all, I do believe that he acted alone. That when he said arrest anyone else, I think he was just trying to throw the investigation off. And I think he could possibly be some sort of an incel. Like there's no mention of any girlfriend at all in his past or present. So he could have, been wanting to date some pretty blonde student that had turned him down or whatever. And also I think it's interesting how I think his dad said that they found some connections to Kaylee, but he wouldn't elaborate. So I know there was some kind of rumor that he was following her on Instagram or something, but there may be other connections to Kaylee. So I don't know if he had been at a party at the house, or maybe he was at the corner club that night, tried to pick her up. She turned him down or something, and he got pissed off or followed them back. But there is possibly a connection there. I guess we'll learn more. I think when they said, I don't know if it was the prosecutor or the chief of police said that when the probable cause affidavit, once he's back in Moscow, they're going to unseal it. So at that point in time, we should find out a lot more information. regarding like what they have on him and how they caught him and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering how the vegan menu is in prison.
Yeah, right. He's getting the slab.
Yeah.
He's getting the slab of rat meat. Is what he's getting.
Yeah, he's probably not liking the food much there. Hey.
Absolutely not. He's definitely not liking that.
So yeah, I don't think he's ever going to get out. And they
He might starve
apparently.
himself if allegedly. All right, so let's go ahead on the limb and say if his aunt said he had to have new pots because of this and that, and then you definitely ain't touching a tray in prison because it's guaranteed that meat's been slammed on that tray.
You got that right. So yeah, he might. He might lose even more weight. Like apparently he lost a whole bunch of weight. And I don't know if that's from the meth or the heroin that he's supposedly on. Like a lot of it is supposedly, right? Or allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it should be interesting. I'm just glad they caught him. And I'm really looking forward to getting more information, hopefully next week when he gets back to Moscow.
Yeah, that dude's definitely going to be I mean, he waived extradition or whatever. He wants to get to Idaho so he can get the good vegan meals.
Oh, okay. Is that why? Well,
I'm
he
telling
better
you this
wear
right now. I'm telling you this right now. Commonwealth states and their jails and he definitely wants to get up there to Idaho.
And I think he better wear like a bulletproof vest as they're transporting him too, because there's a lot of people that are probably quite angry in Moscow, hey? Or Moscow.
Shit, there's tons. I mean, you got people all over the world that are angry at this man.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Well, he seems like, I don't know, like those eyes, he's got that dead stare, hey? So I don't know if he's like on the verge of, or sort of psychopathic with no empathy. Because there was some report, I don't know if it was Nancy Grace or someone was saying how he seemed more cheerful after the murders. Because he actually went back to university and classes or whatever after the murders, and he seemed like he was more cheerful or something like that. Like, so it doesn't seem like he experienced any remorse or guilt or anything, but I mean, a lot of it is just secondhand news, but I don't know.
Exactly.
So, and
I'm waiting for the facts to drop. I know that.
Oh, I know. Hey, like it'll be the more information that we get. It's like I'm just like absorbing every little bit of information that I can. But it is good news they caught him, and I guess we'll find out more next year.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you calling in. Where are you calling in from? Canada, eh?
Yeah, I'm calling in from Canada, Western Canada, Alberta.
I knew it because of the A. I love it. Shout out to you.
Oh, did I say A a lot?
Yeah, but I mean that's a Canada tradition, you know. Yeah?
Well, Happy New Year! Thank you for taking my call, and I'll be watching you again in 2023.
God bless you, man, and shout out to you from Canada, eh?
Okay, yeah. Shout out to you. Thanks, T-REV.
Thank you so much. Goodbye. Shout out to A from Canada, eh? I love the A. You gotta drop the A, man. Come on. I like that. I like the A. I like that. 219-885-9693. What were you able to find on Bryan Kohberger? How would you profile Bryan Kohberger? I meant Blowberger, my bad. Unknown? I don't like the unknown.
Call from
Rebecca.
Rebecca, what's going on?
Hey.
What's going on, Rebecca? You're live. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours. How would you profile Bryan Blowberger?
Okay, so first of all, I think that he acted alone. That's my opinion. I mean, I was definitely gearing up for the frat boys. You know, maybe that he was like trying to hang out with them. I think that this guy, you know, going to Washington State, a lot of them go over to Moscow, Idaho, because they have better bars there. I have a family that lives in Idaho, but not Moscow. But so they frequently go over there he's 28. These people are like 21. It makes sense that he'd want to go over there and like, you know, hang out with check out, you know, younger girls, don't you think?
I don't know. I wanna wait to see the facts. I really do. But
yeah,
I don't know. Like, to me, I feel like he went over there. I feel like maybe he's been over to the house and partied a few times.
Me too.
I really do.
Me
I don't know
too.
why. You know when the colleges, you know, they had parties and stuff like that. I mean, he went to what, Pullman, right? So it's like, or he lived in Pullman or whatever. So it's like, look, like I feel like he's maybe been over there a few times, and there's a connection there, and he's hung out over there, and he's hung out with he's maybe been at one of the parties over at allegedly Jack D's house, if that is Jack D's house. Maybe he's been around them. Maybe he's friends with some of them. He does have friends, you know. He's not a loner. Like people say he's a loner, but several of his friends have spoken out already. So that's not really a fact.
Right. I don't think he's an incel. I think that he might be, you know, an oddball. Kind of like, you know, the guy on the outside of the in group. You know, I think he's an oddball. But, you know, a couple things here. Number one, that house was way up high on the hill. And if you look at any of the body cam or anything, they never have their windows, their curtains closed. You can see right in. So for somebody that's, you know, kind of, you know, tripping out on these people, or, you know, or starting to kind of, you know, fire himself up, it would be really easy, especially in a very common white Elantra, to sit back on the street somewhere and just kind of check it out. I also think he parked probably behind the house. I don't think that he was in a closet. Number one, think about it. If you were in the closet and you were able to even get in the closet where you had the house to yourself, he would have known about the downstairs, or at least, you know, if he was really there for all the killings. And what about this TikTok channel, Josco 1972? You know, is that his channel? Because, you know, he does that thing where he's talking and he's kind of like talking about the murders, but he's saying that he's got somebody inside in law enforcement, and he's kind of giving him, like, you know, saying, hey, this is what happened. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I think I've seen it. Yes. Actually, yes,
So
I have. I've seen it earlier.
Okay. Right, and you can kind of see his face and his little MacBook Pro computer, you know, because he's got his phone and he's kind of recording. You can see him. And, you know,
that's the one you're referencing. You're referencing the one where that laptop's sitting there, and there's a still shot in the moment where you could see his face, and he's talking, and people were trying to compare that call voice to the call that I got.
Right, I thought they were similar.
Or the video voice. I should say video, because he wasn't on a call. He made a video, whoever that was.
Correct. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I would agree that the voices are similar. But, you know, I mean, you kind of called that, you called that guy
got
back,
about
though.
20 million views on Twitter everywhere out of everybody sharing that shit.
Well, you know, another thing, too, is that the police alluded when Chief Fry did the press conference, or maybe it was just prior to that, they were saying they likely got his DNA. If he's not, because he didn't have any previous charges, possibly, you know, his dad was probably in the military. So if you look at his profile picture on his TikTok, and I don't know if it's the same on his Facebook, but that is a very military, army or whatever, and it looks very similar to him. You know what I mean? It's kind of like his alter ego or something, or maybe it's his father. But nonetheless, I think that could be his page. But my point is, if you look at that video, he goes on to really describe, and he says everybody thinks that the person, the target, was Kaylee, and that's not what happened. You know, they report this scream. That scream did happen, and Kaylee was found on top of Maddie because I killed, or not, I didn't kill. He said because Maddie got killed first, and then Kaylee started to scream, and the reason why she got the worst of it. This is what he's saying. This is where she got the worst of it, is because she screamed, and I had to forcefully, basically, stop her from screaming. And then he goes on to say, had she not done that, the two roommates in the bottom floor would have. But that scared that person off. And he goes on to details, so make sure you watch it.
Yeah, no doubt. I've seen it already multiple times.
Well,
I compared it last night. If you go on my live, I compared it last night.
Okay. Yeah. You already
last night's
it.
live. Yeah, last night's live, but I mean, this I don't know, man. This guy it popped out of nowhere, and I did get that weird call from Kayla. I don't know if you heard, or I don't know if you were here when that happened, or you're a newer subscriber.
So I heard last night. I didn't hear Kayla. I heard the one with Dave. I am a new subscriber, like only last couple of days. But I also wanted to say this really quick. So I mean, I don't know if that's him, but moving on, that guy's channel, Josco 1972, he's got some really creepy videos. One very much leaning on to like the homosexual side, you know, and he's got these intestines coming out, and they're like massaging these intestines. It's just gruesome.
Yeah, that really is.
Beat the man's head. It's really sick.
Well,
I'm not sure if you've seen it. The other thing I want to say is, I've got a family that's doing life for not bad things. I mean, bad things, but nothing like that you get your ass kicked in prison for. Just kind of like stupid shit. You got 3 strikes here. And doing life is way harder than getting the death penalty. And the reason why is because when you have a death penalty, you're looking at a higher risk population of people, and so it's a smaller population, and so they have a very different housing, and it's a few people versus when you're in the main population of the prison, you're dealing with a mass amount of people that are just fucking crazy, and it's really intolerable to even exist with these people. And then it's just way harder time, FYI.
Well, thank you so much for calling in and sharing your thoughts and what you feel. I hope you have a happy new year. What time is it where you're at right now? 9:50, 8:50, or 6:50?
6:50.
6:50. All right. So West Coast in the building, huh?
Yep.
Well, shout out to you and thank you for calling in, and hopefully you call in again. I'll hear from you again. Hopefully, you know.
All right. Fair enough. Thank you so much.
God bless you, man. Shout out to her. If you want to call in 219-885-9693. I'm over here reading through your guys' emails. I'm about to do some callbacks in a minute. Hold up. Tweet by that virtual guy. Man, there's tons of Instagrams and tons of Twitter messages too. Yang. That's a lot. All right. I'm going to hire an email reader.
Call from
Vicky.
Vicky, what's going on? You're live.
Well, holy shit, I got through. Well, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So what do you think about Blowburger?
I think I have even a worse name, and I'll have to think on it.
Right.
I am like your third caller ago that is also drinking alone tonight. I'm 67, and I'm proud of it. Who cares? So, hey, I did get through to you yesterday. It was so exciting because I'm a nurse, and I was with my patient. She can't talk. She's autistic, and she just spends her whole day on YouTube. And she got the biggest kick out of, and so I had to replay me talking to you, replay me talking to you. You made her day, bless your heart, because she is so medically fragile.
Which one? Oh, wow.
I just want to say that. I mean, she just, oh man, smiles all day.
That's so awesome.
It is awesome, and thank you.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. That is so friggin' awesome.
It is awesome, yeah, because I mean, she couldn't make a call. She can't talk. She's got a trach. She's got multiple. I mean, she's got a really rare disease. So that was awesome. You brought a lot of happiness into her. So thank you so much for that, and Happy New Year.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And Happy New Year to you too. I'm glad I was able to do that. That means a lot.
You did. So I'm hoping I'm not sounding like drunk, but I'm a little bit tipsy. But as far as you know, him making this comment, like, has anyone else been arrested? I just think about this today as I listened to the Nancy Grace podcast. My poor patient, she just knows so much about this case that she can't say a word. They mentioned that the mother a couple of weeks ago, this Bryan's mother, had written the state of Idaho, and I don't know where she wrote because I wouldn't know where to write. No, I'm sorry. That she was requesting that they abolish the death penalty. So I think that's kind of, because you know, this Bryan laundry shit where there's oops, I said cussed. You know, they've now found the letter where his mother's offering to give him the shovel, blah blah blah, to bury Gabby Petito. And then the fact that his dad went to Idaho and drove back with him, I just think that's kind of suspicious.
What's your patient's name?
Her name is Kayla.
Well, shout out to Kayla. We wanted to just give a shout out. People were asking, so we wanted to, give a special shout out to Kayla.
Oh, I will play this back to her. I'm
Tell Kayla we love her, and she is an awesome person, and that she matters.
She is. She's so awesome. She's so fun.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to ask you that. I paused the time too while I asked you that, but back to what you were saying.
No, that's okay. But I'm just wondering if his parents know, because the fact that his mother, and this was reported by Nancy Grace, wrote a letter a couple weeks ago to the state of Idaho, and I have no clue where she wrote to because I'm not that up on this stuff, that they abolished the death penalty in the state of Idaho, and this is his mother. And maybe it came from his aunt, his aunt who's being secretive. And then the fact that dad drove him back from Idaho to Pennsylvania, that's kind of weird that it's involved. And then the fact that 2015 and not a 2011 to 13, and I think you had a lot to do with that. I can't find this Kayla video of your podcast, so I hope that gets found and we can all listen to it again.
Yeah, I know. I got people looking for it right now as we speak. They're looking. People fine combing for it right now.
I know you do. And thank you.
I'm about to start digging myself. I went back and looked through a few, but I might have to dedicate a whole entire day to just listening.
And then someone mentioned all these murders in the state of Washington. I'm like, right? Even what were they? The Hills something Stranglers.
There was two in Oregon that were similar to this, though. That was one was an older lady and one was a couple, and I think the wife survived.
Well, it's just curious because it's just it makes you wonder: has he done something before and he's just escalating, or was he just escalating into a serial killer? Well, I think that's probably obvious.
Yeah, that's the that's the real question. Did he do it already, or did he not? You know what I don't. And that's crossing my mind constantly. I want to know. I really want to know, because now they got his DNA. So if he did this, he's in CODIS.
Right. Well. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you. It's right on point, right on money. It's been 5 minutes. Thank you so much for calling in. Where are you calling in from?
I'm just only like 35 miles from Moscow.
Oh, wow. That's right.
Yeah.
I think you said that last time I talked to you.
Yeah, because see, Lewiston, Idaho and Clarkston, Washington, they're just separated by a bridge. We just have to go up that's called the Lewiston Hill, and we're in Moscow or Pullman. We hit Pullman first and then Moscow. So, and I've lived in this area for 67 years. So, and I worked in Pullman and drove to Moscow and dated in Moscow in my younger years. And yeah, it's just one big community, really. It's not really two separate universities.
Well, thank you so much for calling in, and I'm sure I'll hear from you again. Let Kayla know that we love her.
Oh, she's going to be so excited. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. God bless you,
right.
man. And I hope you have a great new year.
You too. Bye.
Thank you. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts? How you feeling? Detective John is out with his lady on on New Year's Eve, so most definitely. I'm about to do some callbacks here in a minute, but yes, we need a fake detective John.
Call from
Tony.
Tony, what's going on, my man? You're on the line. 5 minutes. What's your thoughts on Blowburger?
Oh my goodness! First of all, I think I know where Kayla's information is, because I watch all the time. You're phenomenal. This channel's amazing. I've watched every stream, every hour. Sometimes I start slower. You're live
and I just start from the beginning and watch the whole thing. But Kayla's call, I believe, was 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Yeah. So they're looking further back, and I think it's 2-3 days. I think it's 2 days. So I remember that call in Pennsylvania. That was good.
You think it was 2 days ago?
Yes, I think it was 2 days ago, if not 3, because yesterday they caught him. I think it was the day before. It was the day before, or one more day. But I think it was the day before in the middle of the stream. That's why I'm calling you, because everybody's waiting for this information. So I figured I'll just call you and tell you. And I think it was 2 days ago.
Yeah.
All right. Let them know if they're searching.
Yeah. So you think it was 2 to 3 days ago? Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to dig through those, man. I need to know.
Yeah, I remember that lady calling in Pennsylvania, and that was a great call. And I think it happened so quick. That's why I think it was 2 days ago, because when she came on, all of a sudden the next day was yesterday, and they caught him in Pennsylvania. And I'm like, wow, that lady just called. And you guys are looking back a week or two, I think you were saying. Jeff was looking back, but I think it's 2 days ago.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm about to have to. I'm gonna message my guy right now.
Yeah, let them know to search just 2 days ago. You'll get the information much faster.
Most definitely. That's what I'm gonna do for sure, because I'm gonna hit up my guy Jeff and tell him.
Yeah, I just think they're looking back too far.
Yeah, the ones that he was looking at, I think, were like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, damn near.
Yeah, it's too far back. It was just because I remember it so clear. You talked to her. She said Pennsylvania. I think I woke up the next day. All the news is on. I'm like, oh my goodness, that lady might have tipped them off in the Poconos, and wow, I was just like, that's how I know it was very close. It was quick.
Yeah, so it had to be within the last 2 to 5 days. I'd go within a 2 to 5 day period.
I think 2 to 3.
Okay.
Because I've been watching every day. I've been watching.
Start at 4 to be safe.
Yeah, go ahead. or just started 2 the day before they caught him.
Man, I see a lot of different reactions. Like, oh no, it's a week ago. No, it's longer. No,
but I'm watching. I'm watching and listening and everything. It's really a great show and platform. It's just great. It's better than all the news channels. That's what you have. It's just better than all the news channels. Pretty good.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's why I called. And I kept saying to myself, they're going to catch this guy soon. It's got to be soon. And then all of a sudden it was yesterday. And I think maybe that person had help. Maybe there was 2. And my thoughts tell me that maybe they parked in the back and came through. I think maybe, I don't know, one went around the front, one went around the side, or that screen door. That's from listening. And they encountered, what's his name? Ethan?
Yes.
I think they encountered him in the kitchen, and I think there was 2, but there could have been just 1. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds. And I just can't believe the guy drove the car across the country. Just can't believe that. It's just amazing. And then Kayla, I believe, saw that car. That's why I called to tell you. It was 2 days ago.
I'm messaging my guy right now.
Cool, bro. You do a phenomenal job over there, man. I'm listening to all the callers. It's just really great.
Yeah, no, I just messaged my guy now, and we got everybody sifting for that thing, man. I've been looking. So the 27th call was on the 27th. A lot of people are saying, so we're gonna have to go back and find that.
Yeah, I think it was 2 days ago, but just check. Yeah, 2 or 3 days, and you'll hear it, and because it happened so quickly.
Yeah, no doubt,
you
brother.
Talk to her, and boom, next thing you know, the guy's caught in that area.
That shit's crazy. I got to go find it, record the call, because I need to re-listen to it for myself.
Yeah, it was good.
Well, thank you for calling, brother. I appreciate you, man. God bless you, and stay safe on the new year, my man.
God bless, man. Good luck out there. You're doing phenomenal.
All right, thank you, my brother.
All right, later.
God bless you. Later. Shout out to him, man. 219-885-9693. What do you think? What's your thoughts like? What's your thoughts like?
Call from
Michelle.
Michelle, what's going on?
Hey, Mr. T, how are you?
I'm great. How about yourself?
You know, I'm fighting the tears the way you are yesterday with Miss Patty. I'm fighting the tears. I just got off the phone with my best friend, and I have to tell you, I have 3 kids that went through there. I'm the local that called you a couple days ago. I've talked to you a couple times, and I'm literally fighting back the tears because you know what? I'm so grateful. I am so grateful that they got him. Not only that, that my kids were so blessed to go to school and be over there and get out of school. One of them's a cop over there.
Right.
I am so grateful. Also, I got to tell you that this dude was caught exactly to achieve the way I told you he would be. I was right. He's from out of town.
Mm-hmm.
He was already a graduate.
Right.
He came back probably for the football or for the axe throwing. And social media, I think, played a huge part of it, you know?
Yes,
he followed them and they put him on as a friend.
Right.
I am just so grateful. I am so grateful. I have to tell you, I've missed your whole life today. Okay, my girlfriend has leukemia, and
I just started a little bit ago.
I know, but I've been talking with her for the last hour, and I just got off the phone with her, and I feel so blessed that I get into you because I want to tell you a couple things. You know, darkness always wants to cover up light, and I saw yesterday that you had some frustration going. Rightfully so, you had some frustration going, but it was darkness covering up light.
Right.
You have a family. You have a family that's incredible. You've built this family that absolutely loves you. I adore you.
Thank you so much, man.
Well, no, you were so respectful. You were just, an incredible person. And I think that a lot of that stuff is to throw you off. It's to throw you off. It's darkness trying to cover up your light because you have so much light, you know, and all I could think about was Miss Patty and what she said, you know, it's a present.
Oh, you're right.
Today is a present, and don't let that stuff stumble. I mean, not worth it. Who cares? You know what I mean?
You guys are right.
You have an incredible family. You have a lot of people that love you, but I'm really concerned. I think that I saw one of my kids on TV when they were tearing his place apart as a police officer. I don't ask no questions because I rightfully cannot, and I wouldn't. But I was the one that was talking about the genealogy was going to get him. The DNA was going to get him, and they were going to use like ancestry and stuff. And this morning, I did have time to catch, the cops that are always on. I watched them so many times. They're retired cops from New York. Anyways, they were talking about, you know, this had to have been leaked out from cops or whatever. And it hasn't been leaked out. It's common sense. It's out there now. It's the best way to catch people. And his dad had served in the armed forces. So his dad's DNA was out there. It's so easy to link him.
Right.
So, I mean, I am not at all. I mean, I think that we're going to see a lot of crimes, praise God, that are going to get solved this way. And it's going to be through using, you know, the genealogical ancestry stuff that's out there, because so many people are registered. Unfortunately, my daughter registered herself and she registered my mom. I'm not happy about it, but it's out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, and you know what? Gee, I really think that he works at the bar.
You think he worked?
I think that he works. Yeah. Something came across me this morning and I was thinking about it. Mm-hmm. I think that he worked at the corner bar, and that's how they know him. They know him through social media, but I think he actually worked at the bar.
What makes you think that?
Well, I don't want to bring up the weird phone call, but I'm going to bring up the weird phone call. Mm-hmm. He was talking about like 4 different times working at a bar. I mean, he was stumbling all over the place. You know, from 5 people to 10 people, you know, and he kept changing it up. But he was talking about working in a bar. He mentioned working in a bar like 4 different times. Well, Pullman, I mean, I'm local. I'm local. So to drive to Pullman is nothing. Legally, it's like 8 minutes, but you can make it there in 6 minutes. You're working to get through college, and you know you have Pullman to choose from, or you have Moscow. If you got to work, you got to work somewhere. Why not work at that bar? That bar is so popular.
Right.
So I think we're going to find out. But I think we're going to find out that he worked there. But this is a mind game. It's a cluster screw for him. He wants to screw with people badly, and he did. But it's not over. He is going to try and represent himself. He is going to put himself out there as being his own attorney. He is going to drag this out, play it out, because he is very smart. He is going to screw with us. Not us, the family. The family. But it hurts me because I think about my kids going there. It's one thing my boys going there, but I think about my daughter that looks so much like Xana, and I think about her being at school there. It just chokes me up how blessed we are that our kids got their degrees and moved forward. You know, it's just, I am so grateful starting the new year out with so much gratitude. Up your attitude with gratitude. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Miss Patty, I would love to talk with Miss Patty. I have a very similar situation as Miss Patty, and I have 6 grandkids.
Right.
And I know her loneliness. I do have one 20-year-old left at home.
Right. I don't want to cut you off, but it's been a minute. I'm gonna get somebody else on, but you can call back if you want. It's been 7 minutes.
Well,
and 45 seconds.
he's gonna play with the families. This is gonna be so hurtful.
I want to hear back from you though. I hope you call back in. And
keep praying for those families. They're gonna need it.
Oh yeah, no, we're standing behind them.
All right. Take care of yourself, Mr. T.
Thank you. I know I'm going to hear from you again.
Keep the light going. Keep the light going. You are a bundle of light.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And God bless you for the kind words.
God bless you. Take care.
You too. Shout out to her.
Call from Sarah.
Hey, what's going on? You said Sarah?
Yeah.
Hey,
Hi.
what's up, Sarah? You're live.
How are you? Happy New Year's, everyone.
Happy New Year's to you too.
So I've been listening to your streaming for like days obsessively. And I work in the field with mental sorry, I'm so nervous. I've never been on a live before.
It's okay.
And I work in the field of people with mental health. And one thing I can say that they all have in common is the rage.
Yes.
Like intense. It's like I work with people with dementia and Alzheimer's, and it doesn't matter what level they're at with their dementia, the narcissism is so inside, and they're so, it's a rage. My dog doesn't bark now. Oh, okay, because it's not New Year's over here. I'm in Canada, so I didn't reach out. Did it already turn New Year's where you are? Ours is canceled, so in Montreal they canceled it last minute.
People are going crazy. I had to mute the mic. That dog's going.
Is it a big dog or a small dog?
They're like, did T-REV go? No, I had to. My pup's freaking out. It might be time to give him his medicine. I got that. I got the stick. Okay, you're good. Start back over because that was BS.
No, it's okay. No worries at all. No worries.
Nah, start back over.
I was saying that I work with mentally ill people.
Yes, ma'am.
And I noticed with all of them that the narcissism, that the ones that are narcissists, they all have this, like, I personally think it's demonic myself. Other people say, oh no, I personally do. Because with dementia, it eats your brain, like your brain shrinks and it basically eats the brain, but the narcissism is still there. Right. So it makes you wonder, how can your whole mind and your, like, you remembering, talking, even to feeding yourself, that they lose all that capability, but the narcissist, it never dies. And if anything, it actually gets worse. So when I see these people like this, with this guy, I think he's a massive narcissist, sociopath, 100%.
I think the dude's I think he's a narcissist weirdo too, based on his surveys, his questions, all that shit that I looked at. That shit is disgusting.
Well, they're very self-entitled people, and they're the jealousy, and the jealousy is really, it's really what makes them who they are. Because it's not like a healthy person. If a guy or a girl gets rejected, they take it in a healthy way and go, okay, maybe somebody else. No, it doesn't work like that. So they have like revenge and anger, and the anger and the rage. And it can be over something so petty that can make it so like explosive. And you're like, where did that even come from? Because it's just who they are. It's the narcissism in them.
Sosa? He is my dog. He is. That's one thing that he don't like. Here he goes again. I'm sorry, guys.
No, don't worry about it.
Sosa, get your butt in here. Come. Mr. Barker, get your butt in here. Now you gotta stay in here with me now.
My dog's snoring.
I got dog on. My dog is over here freaking out. You're staying here, Sos.
My dog's like,
he is freaking out. I'm sorry, it's so rude, but I had to go get him. Let me get him in here and give him his stuff. You're good.
Isn't it weird how he never killed that dog?
I think so. I don't know. Do you think that he could have been the one that did that to the other dog down the street and the rabbit?
No, I think that didn't have anything to do.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay.
I don't, because he would have, if you could go inside a place and kill 4 people with no remorse, like nothing, why would he care about a dog? Like, what would a dog's life be to him if he just took out 4 people?
Yeah, I don't.
Savagely, like savage.
I don't
And
know.
I still don't understand how those roommates still didn't wake up to that.
I always get these for my pup around this time. CBD jerky bites. Calm him down from
I
these
don't know.
gunshots.
I think he actually put the dog in the room.
I got him in here with me now, so he don't. I mean, I can't really hear it that much. I can hear it, but that's why I gave him that to calm down.
You gave him food. You bribed him.
I gave him CBD doggy bites.
I never heard of that. I don't think we have it over here.
They have him for that. I give him to him because it works for his. He's got like he gets these ear infections, which this week I got to take him back to the vet and get another bottle. I feel like they don't give me enough for his because I don't know how he catches them, and I always clean his ears and everything. It's just he's got beagle German. He's got I don't know what it is, but he gets them real easily.
What does it look like?
It's like his right ear will always like swell shut damn near.
From scratching?
Yes.
Could be an allergy.
I hope not.
Could be an allergy. I'm a nurse, so
I'm taking him to get. I'm gonna take him this time and find out. Hey, what's going on? Why does his ear swell shut damn near?
That's from scratching. He's probably shaking his head, so it makes it swell. Is there any? If you see any dark, like earwax, brown, or you don't see any of that?
I'm looking right now. Let me see. Little baby, it's okay. I know it hurts. Actually, it went down. The swelling went down, but still, though, I'm taking him. Regardless.
Because if it's a bacterial yeast infection, it would have like an earwax brown, but where it's swollen is because he's shaking and flapping his ears, so it's making it swell.
Yeah,
so it's probably an allergy.
It bothers me a lot when I see it.
Maybe you could like cut some of his dog food out and like put like rice and like something like this in his food just to see if it lessens, and then you can find out if it's an allergy.
Phew, man.
I hope that helps.
Yeah, I hope it does too.
You can try, or just bring him to the vet and see. It's probably just an allergy, though.
In the morning, yet
there's that video.
In the morning, yet they had a very specific time frame.
But I saw on TikTok there's a video that when they're at the food truck, that they see the guy. It kind of looked like a tall, lean man. I can't believe he's 28 to me. He looks very much older. And walking across, and I'm wondering if that was the picture that she took, and she was like nodding her head because it was him.
Hey there, to those.
Could be, I don't know.
I had to download this one because people talk about this one a lot.
Oh, really? The other people mentioned it?
This video, I played it. I've seen it, heard it, played it, all that. But this video right here, they're like, you could see him in the, you could see his reflection, and I think it's him 100%. So I'm like, all right, let's look at it then.
They showed it from his, like, they matched with when he was graduating and when he was walking, and to the one that was walking by the food truck. I don't know if that could be him. He was very tall and thin.
Benadryl. What is that? Benadryl. Wow, close game. But yeah, I'm definitely taking him to the vet. I'd rather take him to the vet and get him taken care of. But yeah, that's crazy.
No, don't give him Benadryl. You might have to change his dog food.
Yeah,
You probably will have to do that. What dog food is he on, dry or wet or both?
No, actually, I've had him on Rachel Ray for a while, but I think I'm about to move over to I'm about to move him over to this one. What is it again? Blue Mountain or the Buffalo Blue Co. I think I'm about to get that one.
Yeah, you can try that.
Yeah, that's the one I'm
try
gonna get.
it for a week and see. Is it only one ear or both ears?
It's one. It's only one. That's the thing.
Does he lick his skin a lot or anything?
Yeah, he does. He's very.
He does?
Yeah, he's like that.
It's probably an allergy. You could try just to stop them off dog food and see if it goes away, and just like get chicken or ground chicken and feed them like that with rice and see if it like stops.
Start with chicken and rice. I'll definitely check. That's what I have them on now. That's the chicken and rice.
No, like your chicken and rice, like human chicken and rice.
Yeah, I'll do that too. I've done that too.
But you cannot you can't give him any treats, and you can't give him no dog food, like nothing. Because when you have to see if it's an allergy, you have to like take them completely off, and then you can reintroduce small and see if he has a reaction, and you'll know.
Right.
So you try that. Maybe try it for like, I don't know, like 4 days, and see if it will. You have to keep us updated on this, because now I'm going to be stalking this case and your dog allergy case.
Yeah, no, that I don't know. He's important to me, so you know.
No, it's just probably an allergy, for sure.
Well, I appreciate you. Sorry about
thank
that.
you for having me. I really appreciate it. Happy New Year's to everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Happy New Year's to you too, and thank you for calling in and having a voice.
Thank you, sweetie.
God bless you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in 219-885-9693. I think I got him under control now, though. You can't see anyone in that reflection, so you can't see nobody in that reflection. My 15-year-old poodle eats. Never been to the vet.
Call from
Paul.
Oh, what's going on, man?
I got a huge suggestion I put in your email.
What's that, brother? Hold on,
Okay.
Start this up. There we go. All right, go ahead. What's up?
I
can
went
hear
to
you got an echo in the background.
Okay. I went to Facebook.
They had a very specific time
friended
frame
you.
when the murder happened.
Where the heck
They
is
think
this
the
coming
scream is
from?
why.
Huh?
I'm trying to figure out where this video was playing from. I got a video playing. Shit, we're good now. Go ahead.
I'm making a suggestion to everyone in the room on YouTube and everyone, all the mods, put a post on all your social media asking about Kayla. And if they know her, my post that I put is in your email. It's a screenshot again. And then there's like, I don't know, 400 Kaylas on Facebook. Okay. And I posted it on there. I started getting some replies, but nobody.
I found Kayla. I know who Kayla is on Facebook.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I know who she is on Facebook. That's not the thing. That's defining the call is the part.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I found out. I know who she is.
Okay. I didn't know.
Said T-REV, someone has your Kayla video now. Where? Send it. Run it.
You want me to hang up?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, if they got it, let's see it. I think somebody said somebody got it. Dixie, Tennessee Mountain said somebody got it. Who has it though? Because some people be trolling around. You know?
Yeah.
Paul said, Paul Bird said this guy. You're funny, Paul. But yeah, no doubt, Paul. I want to see if that. I hope if they got it, I want to hear it because it's been a minute.
Everybody does.
I want to hear this video bad, and I'm looking in here. I'm looking in the email right now. I don't see it.
From me?
I know who Kayla is. I seen who Kayla was yesterday. Immediately.
Okay.
Somebody mentioned it. I got it immediately. I just couldn't find the Facebook that they sent to me, and I also couldn't find the call, which I got people digging, but I went and looked for like a couple hours and I couldn't find it.
Can you friend her?
Yeah, I can't find her on Facebook. I couldn't find her.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If everybody posted on their social media that she called into you and have her come back in the room or get a hold of you, if that's what you need, she could repeat what she said.
I've never seen her. Yeah. Sheila emailed it. Somebody says Sheila emailed it. She didn't email me anything but pictures of somebody in somebody else's chat. and it doesn't even say directly what time it was or nothing like that. It just says somebody called in my channel last week saying they saw the white Elantra next to her house with Washington tags. That's it. Sheila or Shelly? Which one are you guys talking about in chat? Thank you, BBN, and thank you, Paul. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
She may be a witness now. But yeah, Paul, I appreciate you calling in, brother. What's your thoughts on this dude? What's your thoughts on this guy, man?
I'm like you. Willie gets to prison, you know?
Yeah.
The FBI did track him. They tracked him through his cell phone that was playing through his radio, his Bluetooth cell phone. Did you know that? Yeah, that's how they, all the time they were following. They heard everything he was talking about to everybody. So, you already heard it.
But they aren't ready to talk about exactly.
This dude, I don't know, man. This dude, something about, I don't know. It'd be interesting if there is other players though, but I don't want to even take, I guess, but it sucks taking a guess, but I really do think maybe there might be other players. As I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like,
The father of one of the murder victims.
It's very possible.
Well, I don't know if he could think that fast when they just showed up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If he just showed up, he'd be in shock. And if he was in shock, I don't think he'd have time to think that through. I don't know. My thoughts.
Yeah, man, this dude is a straight creepo. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Paul. Yeah, for sure. I got her. I've had her Facebook since yesterday, but I couldn't find it. I don't know if she made it private or what.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I appreciate you, Paul. Thank you, my brother.
And that video that she called in is the 27th?
I have no idea. People say that, but I don't know. I'm going to definitely check, though.
Okay.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. God bless you. Have a happy New Year, my man. Shout out to you, Paul.
Call from Anita.
Anita, what's good? You're on the line, Anita. Happy New Year. What do you think? What do you think about this guy?
Happy New Year. Well, I gotta know something. If anybody in the chat knows this, my daughter, who's been a big crime person, she really goes deep with like the criminal profilers and stuff like that. Not a lot of YouTube stuff. So she heard that when he was a young kid, he actually stabbed him. He was 10 or older than that, a little older. He stabbed an 8-year-old boy. It was never reported. Mom and dad kind of worked it out with the other family. Is that crazy or what?
Yeah, it is crazy.
Yeah, but I guess
crazy.
it's like very true, and it's not like part of the investigation or anything. But you know, I'm hearing that mom and dad had some money and kind of were those kind of parents that kept people from knowing when he was in trouble and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he kind of, as he got older, started to hold it against them. Pretty bad.
You never
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, but off topic, really quick. You need to get a P.O. box.
Yeah, I'll
I
definitely.
wanna make you an art piece and send it to you. But yeah, you're only 40 minutes from me, but I'm not gonna walk up on your house and look like some creeper. You know what I mean? And the other thing with your dog, I know a lot about dogs because I do rescue. This is gonna sound crazy. Works 60% of the time. It works every time. If you cut an onion in half and boil it, hold it to your dog's ear, the enzymes will start to bring any fluid to the surface. Seriously, use hot spot spray it in there, keep the ear open, swab it out with a cotton ball, not those Q-tips. Use a cotton ball and see if fluid starts to come out, because it could just be a fluid issue if it's not an allergy issue. That seriously, it sounds stupid, but boil an onion. It works. It does.
Yeah, most definitely. I've heard a lot of the stuff like that.
Yeah,
Boil
but I mean,
onion, peroxide with water, a bunch of different things.
yeah, you got to be careful with
I
peroxide,
know.
though.
Oh, I know. Trust me.
But yeah, so I guess when he was a little kid, he was kind of a problem.
Right.
And mom and dad covered it. That's never a good idea. But I haven't heard much else today because I've been sort of busy with a bunch of stuff. Are there any other updates?
I mean, not really. No, I mean, the same shit. I mean, what the only update? He waived extradition. No, that's the biggest update yet.
Yeah. Now, do they think it's just him, or were those other two guys' names mentioned at all?
Nope. I didn't hear those other two guys' names mentioned at all.
Wow.
Whatever. Haven't seen them. Nope. I don't even know why they were brought to the surface, but you know.
Wow. Wow. But yeah, I think this all started. He was a kid, and they were just those parents that ignored his issues. So he already had some against him, and I forget who the criminal profiler is that she watches, but the guy is
You
good.
are fake news.
He's well known. I can't think of his name though. I don't know if anybody in the chat watched him or watches him. I can't think of his name.
Which one?
Hello?
I'm here. I can hear you.
Oh, you sounded like a robot for a minute. Like
Really?
the phone went out. You sounded creepy.
That's weird.
Yeah, it was really weird. You sounded like a robot.
Super weird. I wonder how.
Right.
Why? Huh.
Has anybody else heard this? That he was when he was a kid, he stabbed another kid. I don't see anything happening in chat.
I guess the feds are in chat. I'm just playing. No, I don't know. I haven't heard that. I don't know where you heard that from. And I've looked through a lot of shit today.
Yeah, I guess it was on someone's channel yesterday, either Grizzly or Truth and Transparency, my daughter said, but also another criminal profiler guy said something about it too. So I'm just trying to find out the truth, you know, but that'd be really interesting to know because, I mean, if he was brought up in the house of animosity, you know, that never leads
Where
to
the
good
hell
things.
did you hear about that stab shit?
Huh?
Where the hell did you hear about that? Where are you finding this fake news at?
No, it's not fake. Some criminal profiler was talking about it, and then another channel, a well-known channel, yesterday was talking about it, but I don't know which one. I didn't have a chance to watch them.
That's crazy. I haven't heard about that at all. Not at all.
It would have been, it would have been one of the better channels, though.
Really?
I just can't think of, I can't think of which one, though.
Yeah, I've never heard that.
Someone's
I would
saying
like to
something
see
in
it.
the chat.
Please send it to me.
Wait, Laughing Stock, did you hear something?
I want to see it. I've just never heard it. I've never heard that he stabbed somebody when he was younger. You may be right about that. I've never seen it.
Oh, okay, wait. It was on Grizzly? People are saying it was Grizzly. I know it was someone yesterday. I missed it, though. And I just thought I'd bring it up to your attention in case people could look it up and see if that kind of is true, because that would be an interesting part of his whole personality and what led up to his weirdness. You know,
I definitely want to check that out and see.
Oh yeah, Grizzly did have it on. A bunch of people are saying it in chat. I missed it. That's crazy. If he did that,
you missed it.
Yeah, I missed it. My daughter watched another criminal profiler who talked about it, and then I guess there was a Grizzly talked about it yesterday. She had profilers on too. John Kelly, people are saying. John Kelly, wow. That guy's cool.
Oh, wow. Well, I appreciate
Smart
you
as
calling.
hell.
I'm gonna get a couple more people to call through, and
All right, but get a PO box.
yes, I will get
Seriously.
one. I'll get one, Anita. I'll get one.
Okay, because I'm gonna make you a piece of art and you'll like it.
Thank
I'll
you
let
so
you
much.
go
I'll
and
hang
have
it
a
right up
great
in the
night.
background.
Have a great night and a happy new year to everybody in chat. I'll let you
Thank
go.
you, Anita. We love you. God bless you. Shout out to Anita, man. 219-885-9693. There we go. Boom, dang, bomb.
Call from Asia.
Hey, what's going on? You live?
Hey, what's up? How's it going? This is Asia from WPKN.
What's going on?
Hey. Yeah, so I hear what you're saying. I'm kind of back and forth about if there could be somebody else involved. And I think we all know, that he asked if anybody else was arrested. So there is that. But here's another thing that's getting me thinking. All of the researching and the surveying that he did, he exposed himself to a lot of low-grade criminal homicidal people.
WPKN? Hold up. What's WPKN? Is that news?
We're mostly media political show. I host a radio show called Radio Uninvited.
Is it on YouTube or?
It's on FM radio.
Really?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
That's awesome. So
Yeah.
what were you able to find on everything that you were able to gather on this guy? Like, how would you profile from what you found?
A lot. I mean, obviously he's damaged. There's a personality disorder. It could be due to traumatic brain injury. He could have been born that way. Obviously, he's very, very disturbed. I think that this was a rage crime. I mean, most of what people are saying in regards to that makes sense. I think that he, felt isolated, rejected. He had a bullied upbringing. He was overweight. He lost the weight. He struggled with, drug addiction. They said that his personality changed around that time, where, he used to be kind of agreeable and then it became hostile. And there's just all these reports of, when he couldn't handle his liquor. And, he would assume that he would have kind of a chance with somebody out at a bar. And he would get really, really offended and enraged if he couldn't, if he couldn't seal the deal, just in general. I think, obviously, the survey, I looked at the whole thing. Those questions, the way that he asked them, what would you do differently? What do you think caused you to get caught? What were your feelings like? How did you dress so that you didn't leave trails of blood? I mean, I can't believe that project wasn't flagged. And I think that he absolutely was doing that as a way to sort of, do some murder intel. I mean,
yeah, he's this guy. I don't know, like from the survey questions and all that stuff. This dude is a weird character.
Of course. I mean, I see the comparisons. So here's what I think might happen. I think he's egocentric. I think that he thinks he has a chance to try to swing a not guilty. If he doesn't take a plea deal, it's going to go to trial. If that happens, he's going to want to relive, the details. He's going to want to live through that experience the way that Ted Bundy did. He is he's beyond. I mean, just sick dude. I don't know whether to call it sick or evil, but he is messed up. I feel bad for his parents. I don't see how. I mean, it's just like the Dylan Klebold. His mom did a TED Talk and wrote a book. I know it's kind of off topic, but much of the time the parents just have no idea. I mean, they may have thought that he was socially awkward, that he struggled socially, and maybe he got creepy, but I don't think anybody would have imagined that this is. I think that this was his big secret, that he was fantasizing about doing this for a long time.
I really do too. I do too.
Yeah.
I think he planned. That's why he had the survey, in my opinion.
Yep. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. Of course. I mean, who knows if he's done it before? That's impossible to tell. What did you think about the Dave guy that called?
Man,
I listened to the whole thing.
I did. Me and the guy that I talked to, he's an old detective, former detective. I got on the phone with him today, and we started digging for this guy, because I dug all the way back to at least 80,000 phone calls, all the way back to the what was it, the 14th or the 15th of December. And when I dug all the way back, I called him last night on the show, no answer. So long story short, I was at CVS in the parking lot on the phone with John, and I gave John the number and the information. We immediately found the Facebook. It pulled up to this Dave guy on Facebook, and he was 42 years old. He lived in Salt Lake City, Utah. But
right, the 435 area code.
The thing about it was that what was weird is that
everything he said matched with some of the survey questions.
Yeah, that's the weird part. And the thing is, the only thing with that number is though there was no hits on no addresses or anything. It just goes straight. It calls and calls and calls and goes straight to that voicemail.
That's interesting.
That's the only weird part.
Okay, so here's my thought, and this is such a stretch. This is total conjecture. If there is somebody else involved, or okay, maybe that was him, and he hurt somebody else, or it's a friend, and he was just using their name in passing, and he used somebody else's phone. I don't know. It's possible. I knew when you called that number back, it wasn't. He wasn't going to pick up and be like, "Hey, it's Bryan."
I mean, it was sure friggin' weird. I'll tell you that much. It was a weird phone call. I smelt it from the beginning.
You did, yeah.
Even though I misunderstood what he like when he was like 10 Sigma Chi frat guys asking how'd get away with murder. I think I was just baffled over the part of him saying that amount of people would come up and ask you that, and you wouldn't question it. That's what I was baffled by. I'm like, yeah, okay. So in our world today, that's normal. If people come up and ask, "Hey, how would you get away with murder?" That's not the reality I live in, anyways.
No way. It was you handled it really well, because it seemed like you were kind of just like your antenna went up right away, but you wanted to kind of keep them going to just see what this crazy guy is gonna say. Like you wanted to keep them like on the phone.
Most people would have been like, "You're fucking weird," and hung up. But I wanted to keep him talking. I had him. I got him for 15 minutes. I know that.
Yeah.
Whoever it was. I mean, either way, like, I mean, that guy, I sent the number and that to the FBI, and then they can, if it's something, it's something. If it's not, it's not.
Who knows? The other thing that I think is interesting is that Chief Fry keeps saying, just keep sending us tips, keep giving us the information, we want to know more. If it really and truly was just Bryan, why are they still so urgent to have tips being called in?
Yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing. Keep as he did say, keep calling those tips in.
Right.
You're absolutely right about that. He did say that, and I don't know.
Yep.
And I was so tired. I was so tired of people took that. T-REV had to stop had to stop that cap going out because people were saying that this was the killer, but I'm not certain that even with friends saying it sounds directly like him.
Yeah,
like I can't go. I need to know the truth if it's real or not. I'm not gonna go out there and say it is 100%. It was 100% him. No, I'm not. I can't. I don't know the dude. I never heard his voice, so I'd be a fool to say, yeah, that's him.
Well, of course. I mean, you handled it totally right. You're just dealing with the information that you're getting, and what was said. You're being fair about it. You don't want to say anything you don't know definitively. I mean, we all take this very seriously. I think the only way with just like a sound engineer would have to sample the wave patterns, and then maybe,
I definitely want to know though. I said that the FBI has it. They have it. They have the clip to the video. They have the number, so they'll be able to decipher. They'll definitely be able to decipher that. I'm pretty sure. And see where that call came from, etc. If they need the information to log in to get to my stuff, they have all the permission in the world to do what they got to do.
Good.
So I'm cool with that also.
I think I have your email and stuff on your YouTube page. I'll contact you if you want to come on the air and talk about it.
Somebody asked you. They said, "Is she broadcasting this right now?"
No, I'm not. I was just thinking that I should. I should have been. Well, I'm not live right now, but I could have recorded it to put on the air in the future. Well, you've been recording. I could clip it and highlight it.
Yeah, it's on here. You're more than welcome to use it. I'm just, like I said, it's 100% not confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like people took it when I was live yesterday. And just like, I don't mean to cut you off, but over like yesterday when people took it, like somebody took it, went straight to Twitter and said that, and said literally, "Oh, he was on the phone with the killer," and no, that's not the truth.
Yeah. What was it? Big Machine. What was the guy's name?
Bangs.
I thought. Yeah.
Alan Bangs or something like that.
Yeah. I think that was it. Yeah. I don't think anybody faulted. I mean, I don't think anybody believed that you were trying to pass it off as being that at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got some hate though, probably.
Yeah, of course I'm gonna get hate, but it is what it is. I brought light to the situation last night when I sat there and scrolled through 80,000 calls to get to his old call to make that phone call. Whether I got there and it said unknown caller or there was a number there, which I got lucky and there was a number there. And it wasn't a call number, and it connected back to Logan, and it said Logan. What did it say? Logan, Utah, and Salt Lake City area, etc. So, yeah.
I think it was in northern Utah.
Yeah, it did that. But I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna get a couple more callers on. God bless you. Thank you. Let me know.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you too, and let me know when you air that or wherever it's aired at.
WPKN 89.5 Bridgeport. And yeah, we'd love to have you on.
Yeah, definitely. Email me and I'll come on anytime.
Cool. Congratulations on the show.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Okay. Goodbye.
Shout out to her. 219-885-9693, man.
Call from
John.
John, what's going on, my man?
Wow, hey, dude. First of all, how are you? Happy New Year. Hope you had great holidays. I don't know. I'm a truck driver, and I'm just kind of catching up. I very, very rarely ever get to catch your show, unfortunately. I'm sure you're not familiar with Marshall, Illinois, but Terre Haute, Indiana, maybe. I live right across the border of Indiana and Illinois. But not that that's important other than just I seen your number comes up as Gary, Indiana. I deliver over there all the time. But I'm kind of interested in your thoughts on, I cannot believe this is just one individual that's done this.
And I also can't believe it was a targeted attack. And my thought on this is because there's separate floors in this house. Mm-hmm. So they could have, the targeted individual, they could have went at this one person and then got out. They didn't even bother to go to the bottom floor to get the others. They went to 2 floors and 4 different people here. God bless their families. I can't even imagine what they're going through. But, how they managed to pull this off quietly, secretly, without waking up the others. I get it. They were probably all, goodness, I'm not trying to say anything negative about them, but intoxicated and maybe passed out, with good sleep in there. But to get away with this and get out of there by yourself and just with a knife, I just can't imagine how that's possible. I know there's stranger things that have happened, stranger evils, I guess.
Right.
But I just wonder what your thought is on that. I mean, because I can't imagine it's just this one individual. And again, this guy allegedly. I mean, everybody's innocent until proven guilty. But just one person, it almost reminds me of those 2 kids that teamed up and done the horrible school shootings. And, it's just like one kid wanting to be cool with the other kid kind of mentality. But there's at least 2 individuals is what I'm saying. One's like more of a tag along to the other psychopaths. I don't know. Do you even have a thought on that?
Man, my thoughts are all over the place, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
with this guy,
I feel you there.
With this guy, I mean, I really want to see what happens when he gets back to Idaho. I want to see if, and a lot of people are like, no, I really think it's just him. It's just, I am very interested to see if there was any other people involved, whether it was 1, 2. I want to see, I think he might be playing mind games. I'm about 75% sure that he's playing mind games with the police in general, but is there somebody else involved? And that's my biggest question.
Yeah. I apologize. I do love your show. I love catching it when I do, but the hours that I work are just crazy. And if I get I actually do listen to you a lot, but I just turn on my tablet and then I set it in my seat because obviously I can't watch it while I'm driving my truck down the road. But I happened to notice this today. I don't even know when they caught this guy or how it came about. But I just happened to get up. I got some sleep because I ran 16 hours. We're only allowed to legally run 14, and they find ways around it. Anyway, so I just woke up and seen that you were streaming, and I was like, none of this is making much sense to me. Where did the guy come from? How did he pinpoint these people? You know what I mean? What was it? 100% just random? I mean, because that's kind of a populated. I mean, I know it's a small town, but I mean, in the videos that I've seen before of yours, there's houses around there. It's a frat house, right? So, I mean, there's just so many. It leaves so many questions, I guess, is what I'm getting at. But I cannot imagine somebody going in by themselves, even just a psychopath that's living out of his fantasy, by himself with nothing more than a knife, and committing these horrible crimes. And getting away with it and leaving. And by the way, I mean, is he the one maybe that had the white Elantra that they've been, Honda Elantra, wasn't it? Is he the one that had that vehicle? I mean, because if he was so random like this, how could you possibly? It's scary, but how could you catch that person? That's the truth. But when there's no motive, there's no, nothing. It makes it very hard for law enforcement to catch these kind of people because there's nothing attaching them to them.
I'm telling you this right now. I don't know why, but something, I don't know. There's something leaves, like something is just telling me, wait till he gets back to Idaho and give it a little bit of time to see if he talks to investigators, which for me, if there's somebody else involved, he's going to talk to investigators. Right.
Oh, I think so.
100%. He talks to investigators if somebody else is involved. There's no way that you do not talk to investigators and tell on somebody when you committed quadruple murder and somebody else is involved. You're gonna talk. You're gonna tell. You're gonna want to bring you're gonna be a fucking narcissistic dickhead and bring anybody down who was in it with you. Now, if he, you know what I mean? If there's nobody to tell on, then he's just bluffing all day long.
Yeah. I mean, I totally agree with you, and I agree with you the most on the whole narcissistic personality. They'll want to talk. They'll want to. They'll literally want to keep their story going in their own head, if nothing else. And as far as I know, they're not interrogating him in Pennsylvania, right? They're just going to wait till they do get him, like you said, back to Idaho. But yeah, my thoughts are just that I cannot believe that it's just one person. I just can't. Now it may just be one. Well, I can't even say that it's one psychopath, because anybody that would go along with it's also a psychopath. But in a weird mentality, saying that there's one psychopath and one person that just what do you call them, a buddy hustler? They're in so need of a friend, that they went along with it. But yeah, I believe somebody else is probably involved with them. I believe the law enforcement knows, which is the whole thing of them still asking for tips. I believe they know there's somebody else involved in it. Mm-hmm. And obviously they can't come out with that information, right? You're just going to put somebody further on the run, aren't you? But yeah, you're right. When I get him back to Idaho, I think he will. He's going to talk whether there was somebody else involved or not, because that's the way a narcissist works. That's their mind. They need that attention. They need to feel important. But man, I don't know. I don't want to take any more of your time. I'm so honored that I was able to get on your show. Love what you do. I'm just going to keep streaming right along with you, and we'll all get everything we need to know eventually, won't we? Well, we hope anyway. I suppose. I still don't think we know all the evidence on the whole Kylie Rodney thing. But
yeah, but I'm gonna definitely be sticking my foot back in on that.
Yeah, that one's a weird one. That's a story that I think we're never going to get the real answers to. But
if you put your foot on some necks, you'll definitely get a right answer.
Well, you keep trying, brother. I mean, God bless you for trying.
When you give up, there's no results.
I agree. I do. I mean, it seems like, and it's sad to say, but it seems like at some point you just got to give up, because you're just never going to. I mean, I don't know. I hate to say that, because I do believe there's a lot more to that story than what we know.
Same with Trinity Baptist.
Yep. You're right.
I put the pressure on their necks, and look what Nevada County tried to get my 20-minute video removed when I exposed all the fucking people down there. If you go watch the video, you'll see it. They tried to get that shit deleted,
which is sad. But it really is sad that they would want to, because I believe, I do love our law enforcement. I support them 100%. I do, but I support people like you, True Grizzly, Crime, Allegedly with Brittany, all these other channels that dig deep. And law enforcement should support them as much as they support law enforcement, because you guys get down sometimes and cut red tape that they can't. You get answers. Stop the cap. So I don't know why they want to cut out, like you said, try to remove your videos, even if it, they feel butthurt, like you expose them on something, well, so what? I mean, learn from it, right? Put your big girl panties on, I guess, as they say, and grow up and learn from your mistakes. And, I look at AWP. I would have never, ever dreamed. And again, all allegedly, I know, let's stick with that. But, the story with Jared, and that blew me away when I heard that. I mean, I would have never dreamed. I support AWP all the way, So, anyway, look, God bless you. Support your channel, and I hope everybody out there, make sure you hit like and subscribe. Keep doing what you do, brother.
Thank you, my man. God bless you, brother. Stay safe out there.
Yeah. Yep. Have a good New Year, brother.
You too, bro. Thanks, man. 219-885-9693. What you feeling? What's your thoughts? Screen here. I said screen. Turn that shit off. You'll see it. Nah. Fuck that.
Call from
Leslie.
Hey, what's going on? You said, what did you say, Leslie?
That is correct.
What's going on, Leslie? You're on the line. 5 minutes. The floor is yours. What's going on?
Perfect. Thank you so much. First and foremost, I just want to say I commend you for having a beautiful channel on YouTube, and also for being so vulnerable to talk about mental health, because I think that is so important. And I think that for anybody out there,
whether you're a parent or a sibling or a cousin or a friend, I think that the big issue here is mental health as well, right? That if we can see signs and patterns in people, you know, because there's always going to be, it's a tale as old as time, right? That there's always been killers. But I think that if it's to be, it's up to me, right? That we should be able to kind of be able to see signs and patterns and say something's not right here.
Yeah, there's something. I mean, there's definitely something not right there. 100%.
100%, and I definitely agree. Also, what strikes me about this too is that he's such a narcissist that, you know, and obviously he was in school and, you know, and probably really planned out the killing and the stalking. That I feel like, wow, it's really crazy that if he was a runner and he was stalking and planned out, you know, the murders, that he would have gone caught just like because of the vehicle. Because these days everybody has a camera, everybody has a ring. So that part is very like striking to me over the fact that he got caught. I mean, there has to be more evidence, and there's probably a good amount of evidence in order to even get a warrant to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
But like the white car is very telling, and the fact that like if you know you have a white vehicle and it's the car that they're looking for, you know you didn't do the crime. You're going to be the first one to be like, hey, I'm calling in or I'm walking in because I have this vehicle and I want you to know that I'm not the person that did it. So that in itself was, you know, a very big thing for
super telling.
Yeah, absolutely super telling. It's like, I know somebody was like, hey, do you drive this type of vehicle because somebody just killed? You're like, oh, well, I have that vehicle. I'm the first person that's going to go over to the police station and be like, listen, I have this vehicle as well. I have nothing to do with that. So I think that in itself, once they pinned it down, I think that was probably one of the first glimpses that the police had.
When they wanted to capture him,
sure.
that he said,
why the f do I have audios playing in my background? That is so weird.
Yeah. Is that better?
No. That's not you. Like, I literally just sitting here talking to you and all of a sudden the audio turns on. I didn't even have my hands on the computer.
Yeah.
That's
but,
weird.
Yeah. So crazy. But again, I just thank you for having this channel. And again, also when you spoke about mental illness yesterday, I thought that's like a beautiful thing for you to say, to be vulnerable with not
Thank
just
you for
yourself,
being
but
here.
with everybody, all of the listeners, to say, hey, you know, there's always help out there. You're not alone.
Yeah,
and maybe
that's something that I've been struggling with I struggle with it for my whole life, you know?
Absolutely. And I think like that is like why I listen to you, because you know, we are more alike than we are different, right? And a lot of people struggle with mental illness, and it's such a taboo. And I'm just glad that you at least came out and said, hey, this is who I am, a full transparent, you know, the good, bad, and ugly. And I think that a lot of people are like, wow, I really like this guy, because there's so many other channels everybody can listen to. But at the end of the day, you feel very vulnerable and normal and just like anybody else. That we're like, okay, I like this dude.
That's what it's about. I mean, at first I ran panels, and I ran panels on panels on panels on panels for hours and hours. I mean, I know I've been up on panel for over 100 hours, guaranteed. And it was just like, you know, when you're trying to read comments and get to everybody, it's hard. It's hard to really, you know, when the comments are flying a million miles an hour, it's really hard to get to everybody and make sure everybody's opinion is heard, because everybody in the chat wants something to say. You know, they have something to say, and you know, when you open the phone lines, people can actually voice what they feel, rather than, you know, and go back to, you know, after they get off the phone, they can go back to typing and talking in the chat. But in general, though, you get to come up 5 minutes, call, and then you get to call back too. I don't care if people call back, you get through.
Right. Absolutely. Thank you for having this beautiful channel.
You're good. Keep going.
Yeah, and just know that I listen to you, and I'm super addicted to your channel. And again, I know that there's a lot of things that we can listen to, shows, and a lot of different channels on YouTube. But just know that for me, I really enjoy thoroughly your channel, and I thank you for being in service to the community and for bringing so much awareness from like mental illness to criminals to trying to solve issues, no matter how big or small. And I think that if the world had more people like you, this place definitely would be a better place.
Well, I mean, we can only hope that we can keep shining some good into this world, because there's a lot of fucking trolly ass people out here. I promise you that, and weirdos that are just predators preying on the weak.
Absolutely. I always think
Like this bastard, Bryan Blowberger. This dude, what Bryan Christopher Blowberger.
Yeah, well, I think that anybody that has a channel on YouTube or is a blogger or, you know, or is an influencer, right? You always have to take the good with the bad. And not everybody's cut out for that. You know, some people are super sensitive, and then you open yourself up to be vulnerable with like a lot of the trolls. And so I think that it's definitely not everybody's calling, but I think that God has definitely chosen you to be a voice of reason, a voice of hope. And for all of us to have better insight, no matter how big or small, so that we can come together as a community and solve situations like this horrendous crime, for example.
I think his new name is Bryan Christopher Blowberger.
Yeah.
You know, he's frying a piss. I don't know. This dude, I don't even want to call him by his real name.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously something lacking in his life, you know. And here's what I know about life at my age: hurt people.
Right.
And that's probably what he is. He's probably hurt. Something happened in his life, and then he has to come in troll. And you know, that's a notice moment for him.
This guy, man. I just don't understand how you can plan out something. You can go to school for criminology and psych or you know, criminology or whatever, and psychology, whatever, and think you're gonna beat the law. You're studying the law, and you think that because you study the law, you can beat the law. Fuck no.
Right, because that's like the narcissist in him. You know, thinking, oh, I've studied enough criminology and I've done like cases and I put out surveys and, you know, and I have like these, you know, big top degrees. And it's like, no, nobody is above the law. Nobody is above the law.
He thought he was, but drove his vehicle to the crime scene.
Yeah, like a dummy, you know, and I'm glad he did, because now we know who did it. Yeah.
This dumb motherfucker drove his vehicle to the crime scene. And like, I mean, yeah, thank God for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, and it's crazy too. I feel so bad for the parents. I'm a mother. You know, I have two beautiful daughters, and, you know, my daughter actually just graduated from college. And I think about, like, you stop to think about, like, the moment your kids come, you know, into this world, and high school and junior high and college and all of that. And it's like, for some asshole to come and just take them out like they didn't matter. For what? For what reason?
Yeah, Bryan Christopher Blowberger.
And it's like you didn't just kill them, you killed so much joy and hope, you know, for like his relatives, his siblings, his friends. I hope he gets a death penalty.
Yeah, I hope he gets the death penalty too. He definitely needs to get that for sure. He deserves that fucking death penalty.
Yeah, and he will. I mean, first of all, Idaho does have the death penalty, and secondly, it's for horrendous murder. So, you know, have at it. I hope they get him, because that's, you know, the minimum that the state can do. Well, anyways, thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to watching your channel every single day. Thank you so much, and again, thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you. God bless you, and I hope you have a wonderful New Year.
Likewise. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too. Happy New Year to the East Coast people. What's up? Getting close anyways. What? Getting real close. 219-885-9693. We're just chilling. You can't be judgmental. People are judgmental as shit when I pull this out. Where's it at? When I pull this bad boy out, people get real judgmental. See that spirit box right there? I almost want to pull it out and see if we can reach the Idaho 4. You never know.
Call from
Robert.
What's going on, Robert, my man? You are live, brother.
T-REV, Happy New Year, brother. How are you?
I'm hanging in there, brother. How you feeling about this right now? Crying Christopher Blowburger.
I call him bitch burger, dude. I think he's a bitch, honestly. I mean, the dude's over 6 foot tall, sneaking in the middle of the night, or in the middle of the morning, stabbing little girls. I just think he's a bitch, dude.
Yeah, dude.
That's my opinion,
Dude's a straight biatch.
Yep. Hey, that one channel, the Chronicles of, I don't remember her name. She said that she was going to put out a video saying what Maddie had told Adam. Did anybody hear what was said?
I told Adam everything.
Yeah.
All we know is that she told Adam everything.
Yeah. Okay. I thought that she had maybe talked to the sister or somebody, and this is what was said to Adam. That's what she said that she was going to put in her video. Anyway, as far as Bitchburger again, I think he was doing his survey. I think he was trying to, maybe recruit people. If he could find somebody that thought like him, felt like him, maybe he could put up a small army, and this could have been a lot bigger. I don't know.
Man, this guy, I was just reading one of this. It says, shame the hell out of the media who post pictures of the doofy killer next to the victims.
Yeah, don't do that, man. It's just disrespectful to do something like that. I'm tired of seeing his face, to be honest with you. I am. I'm just tired of seeing that.
Now that you said that, it makes me want to do this. I'm serious. It makes me want to go ahead and put that there. You know what I mean?
There you go.
I kind of am tired of looking at that motherfucker's face, man.
Man, I'm glad they got him though. I think he acted alone. I don't think there was anybody helping him. As far as when he asked, was anybody else arrested? I think at that point he was probably thinking that he'd gotten away with it, and that he had made people think that it was a fraternity or something like that. And he was just well, did you arrest somebody else, other than me? Because I was pointing my finger at everybody else, So that's what I think there too, until I had talked to or was watching your show. And you got some smart people that follow you, dude. I mean, there's some smart people that leave comments, and it's like, oh, wow, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I know. I read some every day, bro. I'm telling you. I read some every day.
Man. But anyway, that's just me right now, man. That's where I'm at with it. I just I Googled, as soon as I heard that they had caught him, I Googled, does Idaho have the death penalty? Good.
I hope that motherfucker burns.
Yeah, I'd like to see him. I'm pretty sure they've got him in solitary out there, so nobody can touch him. But as soon as he gets out here, I hope they put him in Gen Pop and let him have that.
Even if they put him in Gen Pop, I really don't think, because he's gonna be with people like himself.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? No, he's gonna be he's gonna be Max.
Yeah.
They're not gonna put him with random old Joes who fucking who did thefts and shit. They're gonna put that man with fucking killers. And fucking killers are heartless. They don't give a fuck.
No. So I hope they do. Put him in a bunk with somebody else. Big butt Billy or some shit like that. And I hope they beat the fucking shit out of him before he goes to court. That's just me, dude. I'm sorry for the foul language.
I mean, stomp his fucking teeth on the curb. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I'm sorry.
I think the same way, man. I say if he's found, I wish America would change the laws. If they were found, if he's found guilty in the court of law, let the parents take out however they want to do it.
Yeah, I think that's why we do have
some people may not agree with that, and some people may not agree with that, but I really do feel like that. I feel like if somebody is found guilty of something and you've proven for a fact that they've done that crime, the family should be able to decide his fate.
Yeah. Yeah, not
I'm
to quote
sorry,
other
but
people.
they had to go through some shit. So I mean, hey, if they got to go through it, then whatever. Let the family decide his fate. And I'm saying, even if the family say, let him rot in the fucking cell, let him rot in the cell. The family, whatever the families want. I just believe that. I feel that. I feel that's how it should be. I mean, he didn't give them a choice to the family and say, hey, should I kill your daughter today or not? You know what I'm saying?
Yep, no choice at all.
Fate should be decided by these families. They should be, they should be able to decide that. And that's what I feel like we need to change our laws around here.
Go ahead and say death penalty, man. Don't spare him. Let him die.
Yeah, let that motherfucker rot, bro. I'd make him rot, and I would take away vegan shit. Who cares if you're you're in prison now, bitch?
Yeah.
You're in prison now. You're in prison now. I don't care if you're vegan. I don't give a fuck what you eat. You're gonna eat whatever I give you, and that's that. You don't get a choice.
That's what his cellmate's gonna say.
I don't know. People, I mean, people will disagree with me because there's people out there. You need to forgive him. Forgive him. No, I'm saying there's tons of people out there like that, though, that are like, you got to forgive him. He didn't mean it.
Yeah.
Nah.
God bless their souls, too, for thinking like that. But no, not in this case. I'm sorry. Not in this case.
Dude, he took out. I can get it if you were, slam drunk and you accidentally, I don't know. I mean, even that's kind of unforgivable. But at the same time, I can get if you didn't mean to do something. That's different. But when it comes to you actually physically making the decision to take somebody's life, that is way different.
Yeah, I think his punishment should not be in a hurry. It should be drawn out long. The pain, the suffering should be extrusion. It should be a long time. He needs to suffer a little bit. But anyway, man, I probably used up all my time. I'm sure there are 100 other callers, dude. So I'm gonna get off here. And, Happy New Year to you, brother. Love you.
Appreciate you, brother, man. We love you back, my brother. Thank you. I hope you have a good New Year's, my man.
It'll be great, man. Thank you.
Thank you, boss, man. Shout out to him, man. 219-885-9693. Let's do the spirit box together. Bringing the new year with the spirit box, Did you hear from Dave? People keep asking that. No, I absolutely did not hear from Dave. Doesn't deserve Firefly to put this in your pot. You have the donation to the family. Send a note from those to us on your channel. I'd love to really give some, if they will accept it.
From Blue Mustang.
Blue Mustang, what's up?
Hello. So a lot has happened. Yeah. When I saw this, I didn't see it in the beginning of the day, so I was like, "Whoa!" I mean, I know people within 2 hours of where that guy lives. So I was like, kind of shook up. Oh my gosh! Now my dog's gonna start barking. Hey. I think that he's just trying to outdo Bundy. He has that look, that stare that people say that sociopaths will have because they don't know how to feel, so they just have a very blank face. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah.
So the people
I had to take it off the fucking screen.
Oh no! I don't want to look at him.
Yeah, I had to.
But I mean, I've seen him enough. Yeah, I've seen him enough, and I was like, man, like Casey Anthony had those eyes, and Ted Bundy had those eyes, and so what my opinion is I still think he watched the house, but he looks really confident, and I think that he's been there before because now that we know what we know, he has thoroughly thought through this, and he has planned it and thought about it, and he probably thinks he's 5 steps ahead of everyone. I think he's been in that house because the rumor mill is that the girls heard the water running, but specifically a lot of splashing. So for him to wash up, I mean, his DNA must be all over that house naturally. He could have went over there and studied. He could have deliberately hung out in the house and planted evidence throughout the house.
knowing, you know, he knew he was going to do this. He's in really good shape from what I've read. Gosh, I had a whole bunch of stuff I wanted to say. But what is really unfortunate is that all the other kids that got thrown under the bus while everyone was sleuthing, you know. But in everyone's defense, their own little minion enemies did that to them. You know, if it wasn't for this 4chan posts, I mean, people wouldn't have given it two thoughts. And so now those are psychopaths. There was like groups of kids that were happy those girls died. There were groups of kids that hated those guys so bad they wanted them to get links to this. Now those are psychopaths, and something's wrong with people like that. They're young, they're in their 20s. They can't just get around the fact that people are dicks, and you outgrow that. I'm 40-something. Now I'm thinking differently than when I was 20-something. When you're 20-something, you know, things offend you. You can't get past that someone was an asshole. Then you're 40-something, you're like, oh, well, that person was an asshole today. But all these kids, you know, that are hung up on something that happened a week ago, I mean, like, they're happy those girls are dead. They want those boys to get in trouble. And that is really an unfortunate part of this, too. But the fraternity put a wall up. They protected their flock. Those boys' parents put a wall around them. You know, we can learn that lesson. Like, you know, a lot of people protected those kids because this was the guy. But I do, and he was charged with a felony burglary, not a breaking and entering.
Right.
So
exactly.
Yeah, it's just, I'm sitting here, and everyone's like, he's not like that. I mean, he's not like this. But you know, he studied all the greats. I don't want to say, but you know what I'm talking about. He studied as part of all these degrees he got, because he went to college in Pennsylvania at DeSales. And that was his first year at Washington State. That was his first semester. And it's like, how does someone, like, how does it get to this point? I don't know if he studied with them. I don't know if he hung out with them. So I can guarantee he's been in the house, because he was pretty cocky. And if he washed up, who does that? I mean, if you're studying criminology and you got a master's in criminal justice, that's like, you know, 101. You don't wash up at the crime. You know, you don't leave DNA. But if he's already got DNA there, if he's been in the house before, then I think he got cocky and was like, well, they're going to find my DNA anyway. Especially with him wanting to come back to Idaho to get exonerated or whatever. Let's see. He went to college there and went to WSU and got his first semester in criminology. But people kept saying it was too clean, and then they're like, well, must be a college student, and holy shit, it was like everything rolled into one. It was a serial killer and a college student and a professional. I mean, like, no one would have guessed this crap. It was like a little bit of everything. It was like almost a cop. You know, he could have easily, you know, people thought it was a cop. Well, that guy practically could have been a cop. He basically was professional. He was fit. He was a college student. And I mean, like, it's like we were all over the map, because everyone was right in some type of way. But I am getting jittery.
Okay, so if you remember, like the last 3 days before they announced them, I jumped away from all the Davids and all. Not that I was into the Davids. I wasn't even aiming for the
but it's like
I was on to Jack D, allegedly speculating why.
Yeah, I mean, but you know, it's like that's. But in statistics, I mean, like, you know, he'll someday understand that people were going to think that, and then jackass. Well, he was the last one to talk to them, you know. And then, but I think with the frat guys, I mean, they're gonna know who they're gonna know who made those things up, and then they're probably gonna be mature about it, and they'll probably be like, oh well, they're losers or whatever. I mean, because, you know, those sound like just a bunch of people that weren't in the circle or something.
Mm-hmm.
Because people that just didn't like them and that's kind of crazy, where someone don't like you so much they want you to get hung up on a murder charge. That's pretty messed up. That's not just as bad as all the other crap. But what was I going to say? So, and people are like, oh, he didn't ditch the car. I think that was his dad's car. People think that maybe if his parents might have known something, but there's a fiduciary relationship between. I had some college, I had some classes, but there is a fiduciary relationship between parents and children. And if all it was that they knew something, they don't have to say anything. That's different. That's different than hiding something. It's different than helping them. But if your kid like confess something to you, you don't have to say anything because it's a type of trust that is like protected under the law. But I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Yeah, he was social but awkward. I think he was a sociopath, which is different than a psychopath. Psychopaths just don't give a shit. Sociopaths, they don't feel, and so they mimic and they mirror and they imitate, and that's why they're awkward. So he was awkward with women, but he was still social a little bit. He was just weird. But yeah, I mean, I'm still wrapping my head around it. I just hope he doesn't Epstein himself. I think everyone wants to know why, but like this is like the new Ted Bundy case. Like what the hell? Like we're all dumbfounded. Like someone can be like that again, someone can do these things and someone, just, I mean, we're all younger and we weren't through all that. And it's just like, I think everyone wants to know why or how it got to that point. Or, I mean, like it really is a serial killer, and so now it's like, oh, people like that exist. Of course, they say that there are people that do this and they never get caught, but Jesus, I don't think anyone thought, because when you talked, you asked, no one wanted to believe it was a serial killer because,
yeah, nobody wanted to believe it.
No one wanted to believe that.
But then again,
because it was
the
so
thing
crazy.
is, though, do you think he killed before? What do you think? What do you think?
Okay, so they were saying something about genealogical DNA, and someone said that it could have been like his dad was in the military, but it also could have been like some ancestry type shit. Just because he's not in CODIS doesn't mean he didn't do it before. It just means he didn't leave DNA behind. And so I think that he planned this for a while and left DNA there. He could have he could have been all over that house and just touched everything on purpose. I mean, because he's studied this. And I think, you know what? When he went and got that survey, I mean, that's not so he could learn anything. That man knew plenty. I am curious as to why he did that, why he did the survey.
Ain't no doubt. It's some weird ass shit.
He did not need any advice. Now, being a sociopath, I'm curious on what you think about while you're killing people. That's kind of weird, but if you have no empathy, you can't understand. Sociopaths can't understand why people feel the way they feel or do what they do. That's why their face looks that way. Our emotions are tied to our faces. It's natural. I have a horrible poker face. And when someone's not feeling, they're blank. And I really don't think he was trying to learn anything. Right. Maybe he was trying to be like, I wonder who's as fucked up as me that I can get to help me, because I mean, it could have been, and the rumor is he asked if anyone else was arrested. So we're dealing with someone who's very smart. This guy is not stupid. I don't think he was sloppy. I mean, if he was quote unquote sloppy, I think it was because he was there before. So he was allowed to be. The margin of error for him was great because he must have been there before. But he didn't break in because he didn't have to. He knew he didn't need to.
Oh my God.
But and even though they said his DNA was going to get him, I mean, I think that I'm willing to bet, because I thought Bryan Enton said there was a security camera in that apartment building that stood like a little, like tiny building behind the house, because Bryan Enton wanted to talk to the landlord and they didn't want to be bothered. I am wondering if he stalked them from the house and then went in and went out that way, because they knew that they wanted that car before they had DNA.
Yeah, they wanted that fucking car from.
Because if they only had DNA, well, anyone could have been in that house. Anyone could have blinked in that bed.
Now that
anyone
I
could have-
think back, how much and how batshit crazy do we go over that fucking car?
Yeah.
We were up
And I
on
know the
Google
girl. I know that.
Maps. We had Google
I
Maps
know.
pulled up. We had all
Yeah.
different
Oh
types
gosh,
of shit.
I was
Oh my
going nuts.
god, I had so many emails about cars.
I mean, and then every car, and then I mean, like in all fairness, every car looked like that car. Cars that weren't even Elantras looked like that damn car. And then another thing, I keep forgetting what I'm going to say. Oh, and another thing. So if the DNA wasn't it, oh, the girl that called because she was in the Pocono, okay, whatever it is. But the other rumors or whatever is that they followed him for 2 weeks, and so I'm wondering if, and then I don't know if they got him at 3:30 or 8:30 because I don't know if there was a time difference or if they got him at 3:30 or 8:30, but no, I think with psychopaths, they don't give a shit. There is a difference. One of them really they can't feel like they need like that adrenaline. Some of them, a lot of them mirror, they mimic because they don't have that genuine emotion. And because I had them like look up, I'm like, what's the damn difference? I know there's a difference. I know with some sociopaths, they don't feel the same, so they're not gonna necessarily be upset because something happens. But with a psychopath, they're psychopathic. They know the rules of society and they just don't care about it. And with sociopaths, they don't feel the empathy. Like something happened, and they just don't feel like they don't have that feeling of remorse or whatever, you know. So some of those people get into things to give them that rush because that's the only way they can feel anything. But yeah. So when she called and was like, hey, you know, I saw this car from Washington State, I'm wondering if they nabbed him after that because maybe they had to. And I mean, the timing, if she called it in the day before and they were already telling him for 2 weeks, that's like a really big coincidence.
Right. Well, I appreciate
they
you
did follow
calling in.
him
It's
out
been a
there.
minute. I want to get some other
Oh,
callers.
gosh,
I
sorry.
see people saying, "Is this the same caller or am I drunk?"
No, I this is my first time tonight, y'all.
No, thank you so much for calling in.
Mhm.
I appreciate. I hopefully
All
hear
right.
from you again. I
did not hear if someone else was similar. That's great. Because I had like fast forward 2 hours I just wanted to get in.
No, I'm glad you got through, and thank you. God bless you. You brought us some very
Thank
good
you.
points. It was a very good
Thank you.
conversation.
Thanks.
God bless
Bye.
you, man. Shout out to her.
Call from
Suzanne, what's going on?
Oh, hey, how are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Well, I'm just sitting here watching your show, fascinated by everybody's conversations. And, you know, everybody comes at it with such different angles. You know, what I've been sitting here thinking is if he went back to his school, which apparently that's what they're saying, and they've had interviews from some of the students that were in his class. Wouldn't that be something if somebody from his class turned him in? Some of the students were talking about they were just completely obsessed with watching this and each day and commenting about there not being enough information coming out. And a couple of people commented about him that he seemed much more jovial when he came back in. But then when the subject came up about the murders, he would get very solemn, stone-faced. I can't remember the word that this one girl used, but it was appropriate. And another one said that he looked like he was on a thin razor between like exhaustion and death. Something to that effect. So I thought, you know, wouldn't that be something if they figured that out? I mean, it was a tip line, right? They wanted everybody to call in, but let's think about something. Everybody's talked about the broken nose or You know, did he get cut and was there? He went back to class, so he couldn't have had like markings on him. I mean, I'm not going to say he didn't. I certainly don't know, but I would think that would be a dead giveaway. And if your nose is broken, your eyes are going to bruise. That's a dead giveaway. So I don't know if that was something that happened prior when he was in kickboxing or whatever. I just don't know. But everybody's, you know, talking about what's going on. It's going to evolve and it will become interesting. But what do you think about that? It is his own peers within his school.
I don't know. For some reason, they said that they could hear echo when I talk through yours. I can't hear
Are
it.
you okay? Are you not hearing me at all?
I'm hearing you, but when I talk, I hear this weird feedback.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see if it's because. No, you're off. It's the stupid phone, and I apologize. It's a stupid phone.
Yes, it's like a weird static.
Well, it's okay. I'll hang up and listen to you. I just wanted to
It's
bring that up, and I thought that was an interesting aspect to it, that if he did go back there, and apparently he did, and his actions and the way maybe somebody dropped a tip line on him from his class. God bless you. Happy New Year. I'm going to come back on. I'm just going to watch you, okay? And you can comment if you want.
God bless
God
you.
bless
Man.
you.
Thank you so much for calling.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too. Shout out to her, man. She did though. 219-885-9693. She didn't know. She didn't know, man. She didn't know. She didn't know. Oh, what am I doing? Hold up. All right. I need to do something. Let's see. Where's it?
Call from
Twyla.
Violet, what's going on?
Hey, T-REV, it's Twyla.
Twyla. Okay, Twyla. That's an interesting name. Nice name.
Yeah, thank you. I was the first one that called yesterday morning. I'd been trying to get on for a couple of weeks. I was your very first caller yesterday. I was pretty excited. I think I was a little nervous. I probably still am. So I need to just try to slow my speech down a little bit, because I went back and listened to myself and thought, holy moly, I was talking a little fast. Are you there?
Yeah, no, I'm listening to you.
Okay, so I'm so glad. When they caught him yesterday, when I heard the news, of course, I listened to you all day yesterday until late into the night. And then you went off, and then you came back on, and I got back on, and I think I went to sleep with you on. But I'm telling you, when they caught this guy, I knew. I said yesterday morning from the get-go, I thought it was a serial killer. It's somebody who'd been up in those tree line watching those two girls. I'm just so glad that they caught him. Now, a couple of things I listened to today about this guy, very bizarre. Said they had actually followed him in Pennsylvania for 4 days. I don't know if you listened to Grizzly's feed today, but
I didn't listen to Grizzlies today. No, I didn't.
Yeah, she had some information on there about somebody they had spoke to that they're in Pennsylvania who brother or somebody was a law enforcement that actually had followed this guy for a couple of days, and he'd went into the grocery stores there with gloves on his hands. They followed him into a store and walked around, and he had gloves on his hands.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're wondering if he did not leave blood DNA somewhere.
That's weird. What a weird.
Yeah, they said they were mentioning that. Of course, and the psychologist that they had, or that one of the profiles that they had on there, was also mentioning that he had, to go through his childhood and him being bullied as a younger child, and then had a weight problem and all that. Then lost a bunch of weight, got into kickboxing, then came back and was starting to be very aggressive and kind of mean towards people. Probably when his heroin addiction started. He also allowed that heroin's probably what kept his rage down at that given point in time, that he'd probably been building all this rage for years, but that heroin suppressed it for a while. And then when he got off of it and got clean, it started raging back up in him, is their theory. I thought that was interesting.
And also he said, you know, when they talk about him not having any girlfriends or being very social, he also mentioned that most heroin addicts don't. That's just how they are. They don't have a lot of girlfriends or social life or what have you. Some of the other things they were bringing up that was kind of interesting to me as well. My personal opinion, I think that he has killed before. I don't think this was his first kill. I don't know that you could go in and do that to 4 people without having done it in the, you know, prior with everything he's got out there and all these questionnaires and so forth. I think he's done it once before and wanted to know how other people felt about it. I mean, that's my personal opinion. There were some things brought up on him about, let's see, the heroin, and then the fact that, gosh, I just drew a blank trying to remember everything. I should have wrote it down. He's a very odd guy, just a very odd guy. You know, and the fact that the parents flew out there and helped him drive the car back, you know, makes you just kind of wonder how much, if they knew anything. I hope to God that they didn't know anything, but it does kind of help you, make you wonder. His sister being in the mental health field as well. Wonder my thoughts and wonder if she's had any red flags whatsoever, but chose not to say anything. Let's see, the gloves was one of the things I was going to mention to you, and then there was something else that was pretty important. I just drew a blank on it.
It's okay. Think of it. You got it.
I am trying to think of it because it was pretty important. Some of the things I was mentioning, there was the profilers, the 2 guys that she had on her show was really bringing up some good points about him. I can't for the life of me think of what it had something to do. I know it had something to do with his addiction to the heroin, and then going into the fact that once he got clean, how it suppressed him, and then him not really being that much the rage, and then him following these girls. I think that he saw these girls. He followed them for quite some time. Obviously, he's not been on one's Instagram following her, but I think that he has been in that house. I think that I'm with you on that. I think he went to a party there. When they have those big college parties, he could slip right on in and walk through the house. He didn't have to stay long, but I think he did look at the layout of the house, and then I think he followed her from then. I think he followed him from the bar that night. I think he just sat and laid and waited, and then came in those doors. And I think his targets was Kaylee, and I think basically when he come down them stairs, he ran into Ethan, and that's when that took place. I don't think that they were a target for him.
I don't know. I'm stuck between, like, I don't with this bastard. I'm just stuck between whether this is his first killings or maybe he's done it before. But then again, I feel like if that was the case, they would have nabbed him. If, like alleged, that he got caught through, genealogy or whatever like that, and tied back to his father or whatever in the military, whatever, the rumors that are out there. If that is the truth, then you figure if he did commit other crimes, he had to leave some, possible DNA at those. If alleged, and that's alleged if he did. And I'm just going out there and guessing if he did, because some people are speculating if he's done this before, or was this the first time he acted out on something like that. Now he did follow 2 of them that I know of.
Yeah. And the John guy today was saying on her program, saying something about he finds it very, 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 very unbelievable and very rare instance that anybody with a heroin addiction does not have any other crimes that they are convicted of. Because normally when you're having to feed that habit, you're going to either have burglary or this or that. Somebody is feeding that habit for him. So he said that was very rare. Now, it could be something that was expunged or some deals that were worked out prior to it getting onto something, he didn't feel that,
he just felt like there was probably he had been in trouble. It's just not ever anything's ever really came out of it to be on paper or to be, or if it was a sponge. I don't know if his family's wealthy, and they're money talks in a lot of little places like that. So I'm kind of with him on that. I just feel that he's probably done this prior to, because of the, in my opinion, because of the way that it was done in such a manner. And the fact that there were some there pretty close to just like this there in Washington, not far from him. So it makes you just kind of wonder. I can't help but wonder, because the police are asking anybody that knows him or knew him or anything about him to come forward. So they're wanting more information, and not just there in Idaho, but in Washington as well. So I think with the FBI getting involved and all that coming in, I think that there's possibly more crimes that they're trying to tie him to.
Damn, my monitor just shut off 3 times in a row.
Oh, wow.
As we're over here talking about him.
That's weird. Well, I called in earlier, and it asked my name, and I gave my name, and it kept ringing and ringing and ringing, and then all of a sudden it just dropped the call, and then that Mark guy came on. I'm like, what happened? So
yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, I thought, well, I'm not giving up. I'm going to keep trying. But I'm telling you, I love your show. I love the fact that you give people the opportunity to get on here and give our opinions and voice our opinions. The fact that you interact with the people the way you do. Everybody in here is very respectful, as far as I've seen so far. And I just really appreciate what you've done, and that you're putting a voice out there for everybody else that wants to chime in. And I think it takes a lot of people.
Somebody sent me this thing. I don't know if you believe in spirit box or not, but somebody sent me a timestamp on one of my older videos, and I went and listened to it, and there was a voice came through, and it says, "He's watching. He's watching."
Oh wow!
It was weird, because that night I didn't get nothing coming through besides like 1 or 2 things, and that was one of the things. He's watching. He's watching, and I was like, it kind of freaked me out when I listened to it earlier, because I was going through my emails, and somebody said, "Dude, you gotta go listen to this. Listen, I'm telling you." I went and listened to it, and it fucking blew my mind.
Well, the first time I watched you and watched the Spirit Box deal, that you didn't have a lot of feedback that evening, so I don't know if that was the time that you're talking about.
It was one of the times there was basically almost zero feedback. Yes.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot, but you could hear some things, but. And then there was one time on there, I could have swore I heard it say there was 3 of them at one time on one of the times. Yeah, and I don't know if his target was 3 people.
It's getting cold as shit in here. Turn the heater on.
And maybe my thought on that was maybe he was thinking the 3 girls and didn't expect for Ethan to be there. Being that there's 3 of them, I don't think there was 3 involved. I think he did this alone. I don't think that he would. There was anybody else involved. I think they would have already been on that. Do you think there was more than one person?
Honestly, I want to wait till he gets back to Idaho, because if there's more than one person, you can guarantee he's spilling them out. So if nobody comes up arrested, just know he did it. I'd put my money on he did it. If nothing else, if no more arrests come out, right? Within a month, or nobody else was involved. He's bluffing. He's playing bullshit ass games. That's what I'd put on it. That whole were other and did anybody else get arrested? Like, that's either a game he's playing, or when he gets to Idaho, he's spilling shit. If and that's if.
Yeah, that John guy today said too that Bundy did the same thing. Or was it Bundy? I think he said Bundy did the same thing. First thing they do is say, "Was there anybody else, or did you get the others?" Because that's something they do. They try to throw you off. They didn't feel like there was anybody else involved either. I don't feel that there's. I don't know that being the fact that I think he thought he was going to get in there and get out and not be caught because of his and he's him being so OCD and him being such a perfectionist about his. I think he was like, I've got my master's and my PhD, and I'm so smart. I'm going to get in there, and I've asked all these people. I know it all. I don't honestly think that he would involve somebody else
for fear that they wouldn't be able to keep their mouth shut. You know, you get more than one person involved in a crime, somebody's going to talk. Sooner or later, somebody's going to talk.
No, they'll be singing like fucking R. Kelly.
Yeah. So I honestly think that he did this on his own. I think, and then he wants to.
He's not back in Idaho yet. He's got to get to those He's got to get to those investigators. But the only thing with me is, you know, a lot of these investigators will travel all the way to where said person is to get a quick interview with him. Then, but you never know. He might have just been like, I don't want to talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just think that he's. I don't know, and now I just think that he wants to be like, oh wow, look at me, look what I've done. You know, I think that, and I think he is going to try to draw this thing out. I think he's going to play, because now it's like, oh gosh, I've got this. You know, I'm another Bundy, or I'm another big serial killer, and he is. I mean, for somebody to do something so horrendous, but and those type of people are like, oh, everybody, look at me. You know, look what I did, and I think that he's not going to show any emotion. I don't know that he has any emotion to show. He's just freaking out there, man.
Just know this. If there is others involved, when he gets back, I'm telling you, he's singing like Mariah Carey.
You think so?
Absolutely. If somebody else is involved, you're damn right. He's not going to take the fall for anybody else. I promise you that right now. In today's age, and that would be a rare case if he did. If he said, I'm going to take this one and I'm not going to let my friends get in trouble, like that'd be crazy. Which in general, I'm saying though, like, I'm not ruling out that there may have been one or two other people that acted with him, but I just feel like if that is the case, say there is people that acted with him, which a lot of people think there wasn't. If there is, he is singing. I promise.
If there's other people that acted with him, they didn't actually. I don't know that they would. I don't know if they knew. How do I put this? I don't know if they actually knew that they actually were helping him in something so horrendous. You know what I'm saying? They may have acted in it and not known it, but I knew it after the fact, and then were scared to open their mouth. You know what I'm saying? It could have been somebody simply said, "Hey, case this house for me," or I'm going to rob it or something. He might have given some other off the wall reason, and then later on, this happens. These people realize this. Okay, now we're involved after the fact, and they're scared to open their mouth because he's still on the loose.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with that comments. Stanley said psychopaths can fit in if they want, and that's a fact.
Yeah,
that's a fact. Yeah. Psychopaths can fit in right along. They can turn emotion on and off. They can do a bunch of different things.
Yeah, and he was older, but he wasn't that much older than them. You know, he was like 5 years older, and I mean, even he looks a lot older though. And I think that's because of the drugs.
He's 4 years younger than me.
Yeah, well, he's a lot younger than me, but I mean, I have a kid his age. But I'm just saying they can fit in. You get in those college towns and you get everybody in there partying and drinking. He could have slipped on them in that house and just walked around, like I said, walked in the front door and walked out the back door.
Everybody's doing a damn countdown in here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It is. Well, it is on the East Coast.
They're doing the countdown. But
here in Oklahoma,
it was a nice conversation. I'm going to get somebody else on the line. I'm sure everybody's turned up on that juice tonight.
Oh, yeah. Well, happy New Year to you. I've still got an hour to go here. So
happy New Year to you, too. God bless you.
All right. Have a one.
Thank you.
You can see that, right? I'm legally blind. I can see barely.
Everybody, get ready for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is.
Yeah, let's go. Do I need to do some callbacks? Let me know. Do I need to do some callbacks? Let me know. All I know is Bryan Christopher Kohberger.
Finish him.
Fuck that motherfucker. We're riding it out. I'm watching everybody dip out. They're going to take their shots, get drunk, chill, do their thing. I've been letting people talk a little longer. Fuck it, man. Sometimes you just gotta let people get it out. Let people talk. Fuck a 5 minute. 5 minutes. I feel like 5 minutes. I'm rushing people off the phone. It's like, man, I feel like a dickhead. It's like, man, you know what I mean? Like you gotta give people a little bit more time because I noticed at all these 5 minute conversations, I'm literally cutting somebody off and feeling bad for not letting them get all this stuff out. I don't know. That's just how I feel. But you know, it is what it is. But if I seen fucking Bryan Blowburger, I'd do this to him. That's what that bitch would get from me. Kickboxer or not. That boy is, oh no. All right, here we go. Let me go to here. Call back. Let's see if this person, let's see if they're drunk or not. Are you ready? Yo, we're gonna have to do a night where we do prank call night. Do like a stream where we do prank call night.
Hi, you've reached the desk of Jen Conley.
I've reached the desk of Jen Conley? Damn. Prank call night. We'll be doing that sometime. Let me see. Detective Schlong. Terry Miscati, she said, Happy New Year, T-REV, and all here from Long Island. Shout out to you. Thank you. Shout out to everybody showing love tonight. I appreciate you guys. Sankin. All right, let me see. Everybody, boy, they're chanting Spirit Box up in that chat. Boy, they want to hear the ghost come out and speak. I've been trying to get through. Okay, I got you. Let's see. Let's see if hopefully you might be drunk and out of here by now. We'll find out. That special touch.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
Who's this?
You sent me an email, told me to call you. You're live on the air with 2000.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I forgot all about that.
Damn.
I am so sorry. My name is Neela. My name's Neela. Thank you for calling. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm from Long Beach, California, so Cali in the house. But yeah, I just wanted to say that there's a lot of conspiracies and everything, and I was following it too, and I was zeroing in on Jack D too. So I feel really bad about that. But I mean, that was the only thing I could see with everything, and then with them leaking the photo with him at the bar, it just seemed odd that they did that. So, but
yeah,
it makes
the real
sense.
question is who leaked that photo?
Yeah, that's a good question. But I think there was a lot of diversion going on with the law enforcement because they hadn't picked him up, and I think they probably wanted to get information, but they couldn't really give information. So it was kind of hard, right? Even with the car, I think they were worried about that because, you know, obviously it was his car. So, I mean, once they did that, it's like that's tipping him off that they're onto something. So I think there was a lot of cat and mouse game with law enforcement. I think people need to realize that we're looking at this and we're just looking at what the media has, but you're dealing with FBI, law enforcement. These are people that are digging really deep into stuff. So you got to trust what they're saying. I mean, I'm just kind of disturbed by the conspiracies of, you know, law enforcement, because think about that. I mean, there would have to be a large group of hundreds of thousands of people in on a conspiracy if it wasn't this guy. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
So I think they got their guy. I think he did it alone, and he just gives me incel vibes. Like maybe he did run into one of the people at some point and maybe tried to befriend them or something, but it's atypical of, I think this guy was probably a serial killer, if not gonna be a serial killer if he didn't get caught. So, you know,
right? If he didn't get caught, his confidence sure would have skyrocketed.
Right. And everything just pointed to, you know, and another thing, you know, we hear about evil and this and that. And I mean, I know a lot of people are religious and believe that, but what people need to realize is that the brain is a fundamental thing. And it's just like an animal. You know, you'll have animals that are perfect all their life and one day they just snap. You know, so
absolutely, yes, ma'am.
I think there's definitely some mental illness there.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, like I do think I agree with you on the mental illness part.
I mean, I'm not taking away from, you know, even if, I mean, of course, you'd have to think that the person has to be mentally ill to do something so horrific, right? But that's not me defending.
I struggle with mental illness, right?
Right,
but
right.
I could never, ever harm. I could never harm somebody for no reason. You would have to be trying to kill me. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
You have to
I think the spectrum. I think what I'm talking is like the spectrum of like his cognitive abilities of having any kind of remorse.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like obviously there's something deeply disturbing, something wrong there. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
But I think they got their guy, and I think he's just a textbook serial killer. I really do. I don't think there was anybody else involved. I wondered about the other two roommates, and I'll be honest with you. I think this guy got exhausted and probably got spooked, like I'm here too long. Maybe he didn't plan on it happening taking that long, or like some people theorize that he was actually focusing on the two girls, and maybe the guy roommate, he didn't expect them to be there.
Right.
You know, because he doesn't live there. The guy didn't live there, so he might not have expected the man to be there. So we'll find out if there was any kind of battle that he just couldn't go on and left. But I find it odd that he didn't try to go downstairs. That just seems very weird to me. I don't think the girls had anything to do with it, or maybe their door was locked or something. I don't know, but I think he just got more than he could handle when he got in there, and probably didn't realize there was a guy in there. You know what I mean? So it'll be interesting to find out when all the stuff comes out. But definitely it's a scary situation, and people have to be very cognitive of their surroundings, you know? You can never like stereotype a person and know just because a person is odd that they might be a killer, but you can't be too trusting, you know? And it seems like there was a lot of trust going on in that household of people going in and out, you know?
Oh yeah, for sure. There was definitely a lot of people there was definitely a lot of people there, like you just said. I mean, from what we've seen on body cams and stuff like that, they were partying and
nobody knew what was going on. Like everybody was just doing their own thing. And I totally think he stopped. He was stalking. I don't think he just randomly went and drove down the street and decided to go in someone's house and kill him. I think this guy really sought after these particular people for some reason, you know? But very scary situation, and there's some very sick people in the world, and you know, it's very sad. I mean, they're children. I have grandchildren that age, you know, I can't even imagine like what the parents must be going through, you know?
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, that's all I wanted to say. It's just the conspiracies. I think people got to be careful with that because it takes a lot to try to say some kind of government entity or something was going on, or, you know, that's a lot of people to involve in a conspiracy. You know what I mean? It just doesn't. Yeah, no, I think they got their guy. I really do. And I'm thankful. I'm thankful for that because that is scary.
It's, I don't know. And the fact that he followed them on social medias, 2 of them at least, right?
Oh, you know, I wanted to bring that up to you guys. This is something to think about. He only followed the 2 girls, and their pages are open. So anybody could follow them. They don't have to approve it. So it might not be him, because I think law enforcement said they didn't see any social media. So that'll be something to look out for, to see if that was actually him, because it could be a troll that once all the information got out, they, you know, I know that video was posted in October.
A lot of people are saying. A lot of people are saying that
You are fake news.
they're saying that it's fake news, not you.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's possible it could be him, but it's also possible it could have been somebody else and they just changed their username and followed the two girls because they didn't follow the other two because their pages are private. So they would have had to approve it. So, but I'm pretty sure that law enforcement will look into that and we'll find something out about that as well. That's going to be interesting when we find out everything that law enforcement knows, because then we'll know, okay, I mean, I'm pretty sure that DNA in that car was probably, unless they got him on camera too and they just haven't said, you know? So that could be possible, but, and I was on the live when the girl was saying she was in Pennsylvania and seen a Washington car.
Mm-hmm.
I was on that live too. I was actually kind of shocked that I heard that. After, at the time, it didn't mean anything to me, but now in hindsight, I remember being on your live and hearing that. So that was pretty interesting.
Yeah,
yeah, I like listening to your show. I like hearing everybody's opinion. You give everybody a lot of time to speak and get their opinion out there.
I know, I'll be like 5 minutes, and I'll stick to 5 minutes for like 6 phone callers, and then I'll just let people talk. I don't know what I do, but I do.
No, it's pretty awesome. And, you know, and to your point about mental illness, it runs in my family. You know, I suffer from anxiety. I think a lot of people are more aware now, so we're aware of it. You know what I mean? And that's a good thing. So when I say, you know, he's probably got mental illness, that doesn't take away from, you know, that's the problem we have in this country too, is dealing with mental illness. I mean, we just kind of threw it to the wayside, and now, you know, it's running rampant. So, you know, we need to have more support in that area. But I don't think we could have, anybody could have avoided this guy. You just have them. They're out there, you know, and you just never know. But it'd be interesting to see if he's killed anyone before. If he hasn't, I'm pretty sure he would have if he got away with this one. Yeah, that's pretty crazy, you know. And then with a knife, that's even more scary, you know. Like,
yeah, that was another thing that I was like, man, this guy was brave enough to slide up in there with a knife and just,
right, and not even know what
he knew who was there and what was going on. At least, I mean, and you would think.
Well, if they're drinking and they're passed out, it takes a minute. And I mean, it doesn't take that long to, you know, stab someone. You know what I mean? But I think like I said, I think he got overwhelmed, and that's how come he didn't go downstairs. I don't think it was anything other than that. Or he just didn't know that there was a downstairs or there was anybody down there. I'm not sure how the house is if you walk through it, but maybe he just thought it was a basement, you know?
I mean, if you think about it, all he had to do when you go in is use the knife to force one and hit the neck area, and they're in shock, and go to the next one.
Exactly.
Sick fucking bastard.
Yeah, crazy. Crazy and scary. Man. It's very scary, you know. People just, you know.
He had the balls to go in and hover over people sleeping in their bed. That's
man.
Yeah, that right there. This guy never.
And I think that everybody was just drinking, and that's all it was. Because I mean, the dog might have barked. Maybe just no one heard it, you know.
Right.
So, you know, I don't know how you know, intoxicated any of them were, but when I was young like that, I mean, sometimes I don't even know how I got home, you know. So it's very possible.
Dude's a fucking coward. Period.
Yeah.
Dude's a coward, and it sucks that it took this to get him off the fucking street.
It does, because you know what? It probably was some signs before, and a lot of times parents, they do overlook that instead of giving their children help. You know what I mean?
There's got to be some weird signs with this character.
Right. Well, it's really too bad, and Yeah, I really feel bad that I was thinking, man, I really was thinking it was the boyfriend, the ex-boyfriend, because I didn't see any other possibility, you know. And
the motive was there for that, and
right.
If you look at it, you could line up, you could make up a motive for that, and that's why a lot of people ran with him.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying?
I think some people went kind of crazy with it, though. I mean, I thought it, and I feel bad for thinking it, but I think some people really went at the guy, you know, and it's like, and then they released the picture, and it's like, oh my gosh, you know, it is him, you know, because even I thought that. I said something happened at the bar because why didn't he walk them home? That just seemed very odd to me. Like they must have been pissed off at each other because he didn't walk them home, and the other guy walked them home. So that's really what made me think he was the one when I seen that picture. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's just a sad situation all around, and it, you know, just everybody's got to be careful, you know, really be careful and make sure your everything's locked up and you got, you know, alarms or ring cameras or something to alert you if someone's coming in your house, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but my prayers go out to you know, the families and everybody, and thank you. I appreciate you calling me back.
Yeah, no problem. I called a few. No, none of them answered. I guess they're getting crunk. So I got your email. And I was like, all right, let's try her.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't mean to be rude. I didn't know the number, and I was like,
no, you're fine. No, I'm not mad at all. That don't bother me.
You know, as Cali people, you know, we're always like on edge. But,
I mean, you might be a newer subscriber too. So.
Yeah, I gotta subscribe. I've been liking them, and I think I forget to subscribe. But sometimes I just lay the phone down and just listen to them.
Yeah, no, I know how it is. I know how
That's
it is.
pretty funny. But yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, hit that subscribe button. If not, we're cool.
I definitely will.
We like you hanging out.
Definitely will. You take care of yourself and take care of that dog of yours.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. God bless you, and I appreciate you answering and talking to us.
You're welcome. You have a good one.
You too, man. Be safe out there, okay?
Bye-bye.
Shout out to her, man. On Twitter, I got 393 notifications. What the f is going on? Holy flying fuck. Huh? What in the fuck is going on here? I'm sorry, I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at. Oh my God. That's hard to look through. I don't know how to look through all that. That many friggin' tweets. I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna have to take my time to go look through those. My Twitter is rocking. I'm not famous, man. I did run into somebody today, and if you're in here, shout out to you and your wife. I ran into y'all at the smoke shop earlier when I was picking up my new pen that I got. If you and your wife are in here, shout out to you guys. And they creeped up on me, and they were like, "Are you T-REV?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm T-REV." And they were like, "Can we get a picture with you, bro?" And I got a picture with them. And it was just weird because I was talking to the guy that I usually talk to every time I go in there to get my juice and stuff. I went in there and bought this and this new pen. And the guy was like, "Yo, can me and my wife get a picture with you, man?" I'm like, "Yo, yeah, of course." But it hit me on the spot. I wasn't expecting it. Excuse me. T needs an assistant. Bryan Cockholder. Can't believe I just read that. We still don't know if it was him. No, but it was actually pretty crazy that somebody came up. They got a picture with me. If you're in here, shout out to you. If you're in here, comment right now so I can call you. Where you at? Bodyguards. I have my pistol right on my hip, wide open. I mean, I carry my shit everywhere I go. Sorry, not sorry. Everyone talking about you on YouTube this morning. Oregon T-REV. I'd get a picture. I don't know. They didn't ask me to get a picture, so I took a picture with him. I had this shirt on too, so if you see a picture of me with a wife and his missus, then you know it's me. You caught me on the spot for a quick one like that, so I was like, man. Everyone should carry. Absolutely, Chrissy. That's what I tell a lot of you guys. A lot of you guys should carry, especially the women out there. I know a lot of the men are smart enough to carry, you know. Bet you there's an accomplice. I'm about to go. All right, so what I'm about to do here is go hang out with my fiance when the ball drops, and then I'm going to get back on, and we're going to do us a spirit box session. My fiance wants me to go have a drink with her. And then I'll come back on for the dark night. How's that sound? Hanging out with Nancy G. I'll go hang out with my fiance while the balls drop. And I said the balls while the balls drop. Nah, that sounded totally wrong. Can't believe I just said that. As I should. Absolutely. I know I should. Shout out to y'all in here. I love you guys. I'm definitely. Oh yeah, we got to do this. Hold up. What? What is that? Hold up 1 second. Let's end that. This has all right. So look at this poll right here. Nope, just 10. 52% of y'all. 52% of y'all really think that? So 52% of y'all really think that, huh? All right, guys, here you go. I'll end you with this, all right?
Hi, this is Dave Jackson with YouTube News, and I wanted to report on a few artists here by T-REV. T-REV was calling them out. They're definitely buying views. We went and looked at their social blades, and it's 100% fact. They're really doing it.
Look. Unique. Listen to me when I get on these beats. I put you to sleep with a pillow for free. I say what I say and I live what I speak. I don't give a shit about none of your beef. Ride with the heat. I'ma tell you what it be. Evidently, you came around fucking with me. I'm talking to peace. I'm not trusting the streets. Everybody is a thug till they get put to sleep. Definitely moving ahead of these. I got the energy. I got the remedy. You will eventually see that I'm mentally on another level that you will never see. I got the legacy. This is the better me. Give him the beats like I'm swinging the enemy. You ain't a friend of me. You just pretend to be. Give him a Grammy. He's acting tremendously. Why you gotta fake shit? Take a hat guy, give your ass a facelift. You dumb man still stuck in the basics. One flow and you never really say shit. Don't maybe drag your ass out of basement. Me this Timberland boot, I'm in to shake shit. From the streets, I had to hustle just to make it. Flipping packs on the first when we pay rent. What you know about it? At 13, I was taught how to make sense. You were in school playing with a paint pen. I was on the block really serving many men. By the way, I think you owe me like 50 cents. I am your boss, cause I got the sauce. Hop in my way, then you stick to a dog. You're taking this loss. I'm in the field, snacking this shit like my name Randy Moss. Back at it like a crack addict, gotta jump it like a jack rabbit, cause I'm that savage. If you ever wanna stab at it, take a pass at it. I run the tracks like school, cause I'm fast at it. Vividly stick to your history. I got no sympathy, you live in misery. Lacking consistency, fuck the publicity, exposing your history. You was a bitch of me, come and get rid of me. You don't really wanna try that. Fuck around, you be stuck to the fly track. Uppercuts make you wiggle from the contact. We ain't from the Bronx, but you know I got a bomb that. Humidity, I got the chemistry. This ain't a trilogy. We got the victory. Fuck all the industry. I'm independently signed to myself and I got all the infantry. Been ahead of my prime. I really think it's about that time that I take one of these rappers and put them in the back, cause they literally buy views from online. People respect this. I'm the neglected and tell the whole world you're faking your checklist. I'm eating my breakfast. I bet you regret this.
Every single one of you gonna regret this, man.
They disconnected from reality, and that's a fact. You need to get back in tune, but it's too late for that. Buying views and bots for clout like it's gonna make a stack. You would really let your tonsils get poked for a couple racks. You're the type to buy 100,000 views and share the news to your people like you're making big moves. Y'all some psycho motherfuckers probably posted by school. I bet you shoot the bitch up to see your face on the news.
Is my face on the news yet? Oh my God!
Boy, I've been on the front lines, I'm a street soldier. Seen it all cooked up, wet from baking soda. AKs, banana clips laying on the sofa. I done been through it all, and it ain't close to being over. Who can I trust? A lot of the rust. Got plenty of haters, I hate from my nuts. They follow me anywhere that I go, pray in the west, and I turn them a ghost like I'm dust. I'm packing them up, you're lacking the punch. I put them away like I'm back on the lunch. You go in the distance and causes the bricks, and it's like me breaking my back on a stunt. You're stuck in the past like black and white flicks. Whole team arsenal fool, just like a fire stick. Who you trying to press? The modest flow, I need a mill, homie. Your top rhyming at best. I'll bang bomb the fucking top of your head and lift your dumb ass up by the top of your dreads. You say you street, but homie stay talking to feds. The only time we use that word is when we're feeding our kids. Pump, we taking over on sight. I got the domain, PFI on the mic like I'm spitting propane. I stay wrapping them up. Homies say got the smoke, but always Dr. the Dutch. As soon as I Mac, they know I'm about to open a program. You better grab the tool, cause I'm a pro with both hands. I'm known to keep a head nodding like a pair of tits. Get in the pocket, I'm taking my profit. That shit that you're putting don't ever make sense. Your agenda is weak like Joe Biden's. When I step into the building, they hear me like loud sirens. I shake shit and bake shit. Yeah, I'm going 8 quick, been beating on my chest on 10 toes from the gate, bitch. If it's beef Cincinnati, I'ma pop up and put him on the bench like the Cincinnati Ball Club. I say the word, the whole team getting trophies. If I blow up, we gon' rush a whole team full of Kobe's. Sharp shooter like 2K. If you push my patience, hand me the rock. I'll walk them down like I'm walking Peyton. I'm A1 and I ain't talking about a steakhouse. Been a rare breed, I'll cut the tongue out of snake's mouth. Cut that shit out, man. I press play on your mixtape, hoping that it was good while I was taking a shit, man. Long story short, now we calling you shit face. Don't ever disrespect me with that island boy dick face. I'm a island boy. I'm in a T1 gun. I'm in a T1 gun. I'm a island boy. Man, put that fucking shit away, man. That shit is trash. Yo, shout out the Nims, man. Fuck your life. Bing bong. Street soldier shit. Rap gang, stand the fuck up. Man, this goes out to everybody out there that's been through the struggle. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Struggle, man. It's a little something that I went through, and I seen my whole life growing up as a kid, man. Let's get it, man. Look, I got a story to tell, so sit back and take a listen. This is real talk, homeboy, don't get it twisted. I'm explaining everything that I see in different visions. Homicides, suicides, hijackings in the buildings. How the fuck? How we expected to change with criminal acts of violence are committed today. Mr. Needed to free, but people holding them gats to put it right to your head and take your hard-earned checks. What the fuck are we working for? Why are we living? Why do I ask God for my respect and forgiveness? I try to stay positive. Everything turns to negative. I always fucking seem to let the devil get the best of me. I'm cutting in deep like a fucking hysterectomy. Our government's fucked up and nobody's protecting me. Our president sucks. He's funded other countries. We got 37 million people that are hungry. People living in shelters. People under bridges. How are we gonna fix this? This needs to come to an end, and they need to make some decisions and change the way that we're living. Cause everything that I see fades away in the distance. I stay heavily spitting, never stopping my wishes. I'm reaching up for the top, and I'll never stop till I get it. People spitting the same, talking about whips and chains. They talk about rolling Dutches and taking one to the brain. Get your education and start making a change. Your mind is easily shuffled by people making mistakes. Gang banging and chips, cash money and chicks. Young teens sell their body for money. That's how they live. That's the only way they man. I come up from the struggle, boy. I've never had Uganda, so I always stayed in trouble. I was always in the street trying to plant my feet. No matter what, I had to move from coke to weed, man. Just let me speak to you a little bit. I'm tired of people's side, especially the little kids. Y'all just running around shooting, all reckless, letting off shells like you about to eat some breakfast. But in fact, you killed the next kid that had the same dream to dunk with the Bryan kids. See, you took it away, but karma comes back around. Now you gotta look it straight in the face. I'm out. Straight in the face, man. Man, shout out to my man Chris, man. Rest in peace. I'll never forget the day you left. Man, shout out to all my people that are locked up. Man, I love y'all. Behind bars, man, because they was trying to make a living in the... You know, people didn't want to hire them because of the color of their skin. Let's stand up for our brothers. Let's stand up for our sisters. That's what it's about, man. Shout out to my brother 100 Kufis, man, for giving me the energy. You know what I'm saying? I just took a trip down to see him, you know what I mean? You already know what time it is. Shout out to No Life Shaq, man. Shout out to everybody grinding, April G. Shout out to everybody, man. Dwayne TV. Man, I want to see everybody progress. I want to see everybody come together, man. We gotta come together, man. Oh, that's Ryder. This beat go hard, B. It's T-REV, I'm out. 757 shit. Let's go.
Keep your eyes on.
I be out here in the underground going off, working hard in the studio on my own boss. Put the beat on my back, they know I'm taking off. If you bring the chicken, it's guaranteed that I got the sauce. Boy, I be out here in the underground going off, working hard in the studio on my own boss. Put the beat on my back, they know I'm taking off. If you bring the chicken, it's guaranteed that I got the sauce. Boy, hell, I get it going, I'ma ring your bell. Running through these kids cause I hate that smell. They get up on the mic and they think they swell. I'm about to bench press them, lift them up. They all think they hot, but they really fucking suck. Got contact on the beat with the beat in the tuck, and I'm about to go bananas. Fucking straight nuts, I'm about to lose it. Got a lot of haters, I ain't never doing favors for a person that they hating. If you wanna get a verse, you know I'm all about that paper. I ain't never working free, motherfuckers better say pay up. Been doing this shit for days, my folks so sick I ended up with AIDS. I got a lot of patients and they need Medicaid cause I'm bringing that heat. Just call me D-Wade, I be running down the court like Curry in the fourth. Knocking down shots, try to take a couple more. Step in my direction, I'ma take you off your horse. I heard you fly high, but now I put you on the floor. You be getting turned over like the knob on the door. I heard you got a deal, getting treated like a whore. Every time you get money, they just take a little more. So I stay independent, repping up like a Ford. Let's get it, motherfucker. I be out here in the underground going off, working hard in the studio on my own. Put the beat on my back, they know I'm taking off. If you bring the chicken, it's guaranteed that I got the sauce. Boy, I be out here in the underground going off, working hard in the studio on my own. Put the beat on my back, they know I'm taking off. If you bring the chicken, it's guaranteed that I got that sauce. If you wanna get the recipe, you always stay behind, but can never get ahead of me. These silly little rappers say they fucking got the pedigree. Sweet chin music to your face if you threaten me. I've been a threat, claiming you're the best until I got the mic cord hanging from your neck. I got you playing checkers while I'm chilling playing chess. I'm about to make a move where you're stuck at your desk. You wanna come and test? A lot of people try to come around and try to tell me what they do like they got a little vision, bitch. But you better get away if you ain't me, cause I'm the one that is going through this mission. You ain't me. I've been working so hard around the clock, rap gang knows I'm gonna get it. I be doing it for them and myself. I'm a self-made boss, independent. That's the way that I'm living. Let's get up, fucking boss. I be jumping bitches, running shit like a dog. You can get picked up, same like a house. Hit with a spear, knock you right through the wall. We can get drunk, chugging beer till we fall. As long as I'm alive, I'll be standing up tall. All my people have my back and they have a pair of balls. Take shots at the game, then you might take a fall. Let's get it, motherfucker. I be out here in the underground going off, working hard in the I'm taking out the trash, cause all this rap is whack. Uppercut, knocking out teeth like Mike Tyson jab, saying pump. Listen, I'm on a mission. Murder the opposition. I come from a fucking hood with a selling crack for a living. I'm from the 7 cities where you could die in an instant. Come talking like a G, the casket's where you'll be living. Every day on my block, they're serving white like it's Christmas. Cops trying to clean the streets like washing some dirty dishes. I just keep my hands dirty like working on a transmission. People hating on my grind, can't stop it, cause the bitches. I mean, what is up with these dudes? They be talking out their mouth, but I be eating their food. You want a battle? Come step to me, I'll be wrecking you too. I hit you with the 1-2 and knock you right out your shoes. A lot of people talk about what they ain't living in these streets. I know some killers from the beach that will smoke you like the Cheech. Pull that cig out and fucking blow a hole up in your seat. If they hit you got some money or you're selling what they need. I mean, I see you moving all of that weight. It's time to get your life together and just put it in place. It can break up like a puzzle, but I'm setting it straight. I'm trying to get across my message, become one of the greats. I'm trying to go and lead the pack and not be the one in the back. I'm trying to lead by example, not be the one selling crack. I've been through the system and trust me, it's like a hack. Cause every time you do good, you're falling back in the trap. It's set up to make you feel it, it's sick. When you don't pay your court fines, you're going back on the bench. Then they wanna lock you up and send you back to the pen. Instead of getting you real help and turn you into a man. I mean, y'all are fucked up. I got a lot on my mind. Everything I spit out, they trying to turn to a crime. You got people like 6ix9ine fucking dropping a dime. But when we stand up for ourselves, we're doing all of our time. I mean, I did every fucking bit of my bid, then got out, changed my life and the way that I live. I had to reroute the way that I was living within. Cause these demons were taking over, grabbing all of my wins. Sometimes I couldn't breathe and I would panic again. The anxiety in my body was consuming my skin. When I would lay down at night, my heart would race in a frenzy. And I don't even know if I can face it again. Let's go.
This is how I grew up, a scrawny little shit, causing problems for my family. Always was a screw up, couldn't do it. This is how I grew up, an ornery piece of shit. Friends couldn't barely stand me. Always was a nuisance, couldn't do it. This is how I grew up, a scrawny little shit, causing problems for my family. Always was a screw up, couldn't do it. This is how I grew up, an ornery piece of shit. Friends couldn't barely stand me. Always was a nuisance, couldn't do it. This is how I call me the problem that you wish you never had tested. Call me the nightmare in your dreams that'll make you piss in your bed. It all depends if you're ready. Kick this deep till you're rock steady. I'm Mosh heavy, you soft petty, heartbreaking you off deadly. I grew up in a glass house, attract crowds of criminals and killers in this mad town. I was bound to get tracked down, pound CC rounds, sniffing that power, stricken. I love these bitches, no way that I'm ever leaving now. I was a junkie, a punk, burn these bridges to nothing. The chunk sunk deep in the slums, bitches and punks. I gave a fuck, stealing your stuff, hawking for guns, living in the dump. I'm the one that you should never trust. This is how I grew up, a scrawny little shit, causing problems for my family. Always was a screw up, couldn't do it. This is how I grew up, an ornery piece of shit. Friends couldn't barely stand me. Always was a nuisance, couldn't do it.
This is how I grew up. I was running through them streets, a little nuisance with a gun that just thought his ass was a G. If you were talking shit at school, I would smack you right out your seat. I always been hard-headed, no one can tell me a thing. If you were popping out the mouth, I was ready to let it rain. No one trusted what I did, I was screwing up everything. Moving different directions, looking to make perfection, but always seen hell when looking at my reflection. Rejections, what I got when trying to make corrections, but that's what I get for not being fully invested. Subtract the negative and turn it into positive. I'm a piece of shit and there's no way you could remodel it.
I grew up, a scrawny little shit, causing problems for my family. Always was a screw up, couldn't do it. This is how I grew up, an ornery piece of shit. Friends couldn't barely stand me. Always was a nuisance, couldn't do it. This is how I grew up.
I am ready to compete. If you really want to see, you claim you
music, but you're always into me. That used to be me, now I'm changing up the speed. Cause I'm here to stay forever and create my own scene. Give a shit about a fucking hater. Get up on the sheet, you know I'm all about my baby. Eat a motherfucking rapper like I am an alligator. Leave his body in the river, they can find it hours later. If you wanna come and mess with the beast, you better be ready, cause I'm a veteran when I go on a hop on the beat. You artists are weak, I'm putting you to sleep anyway, any day, any time of the week. I'm always on my grind, you ain't stopping my shine. I'm a dragon spitting fire, you're a burger to a flying line. Going over heads like the cloud in the sky. People always talk shit, that's getting out of line. I'm about to put the hammer to your head, cause I see a couple wrinkles and they need to get straight. Shells flying out the window when I'm aiming for your neck, and I'm digging to your floor. Looks like a dog in a vet, removing every stitch in your skin with a stick, cause you claim you're the best, but they make you no hits. I'm a god, I'm a kid, your life is a bitch, and I smack her around with the tip of my dick. They know that I'm potent, I'm not for the joking, I'm keeping it lit like the dust that I'm smoking. I'm having you cough like a blunt full of roaches. These rappers are rookies, so I have to I am ready to compete if you really want to see. You claim you make music, but you're always into me. That used to be me, now I'm changing up the speeds, cause I'm here to stay forever and create my own scene. I am ready to compete if you really want to see. You claim you make music, but you're always into me. That used to be me, now I'm changing up the speeds, cause I'm here to stay forever and create my own scene. Got a bit of tic-tac-toe, I'm here forever, steady slaying that dope. When you hear me rapping, like you took a lot of coke, cause I'm getting so hyped here to shut down the show. Pass me a mic, put me in a booth, I'm going so crazy on the motherfucking truth. If you don't believe me, ask up church too. He will take you to your face, you're a stupid little fool. I get it going, when I hit the ground, it's kinda like a pitch of baseballs off the mound. When I swing that bat, I'ma knock it out of town, putting all these rappers in the fucking lost and found. I'm sick of these rappers that think that they're hot. They step on the mic and they're begging for props. They roll it again cause enough of the block, and they wonder why people go snitch to the cops. Pussy, I'm about to ride on my enemies without bringing negative energy, but there was something that I was meant to be. I don't give a shit if you ain't a friend of me. You motherfuckers can sit in the seat and watch what I'm doing physically. I've been that man and I'm here to make history, killing all beats with a filthy delivery. I do it for a living, there is no getting rid of me. Wrapping up these rappers like a gift. I am ready to compete if you really want to see. You claim you make music, but you're always into me. That used to be me, now I'm changing up the speeds, cause I'm here to stay forever and create my own scene. I am ready to compete if you really want to see. You claim you make music, but you're always into me. That used to be me, now I'm changing up the